Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Vigilantia Pretium Libertatis in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 31, Bodies grow slowly and die quickly. Corporal Lenteogs sent Cito extinguanter. Salem, Massachusetts. Snow was gathering in the boy's hair as he peered in through the clasped shutters, the faint sounds of howling floating through the crevices. It was so dark, and the night was so quiet, that the screaming was unholy and deafening in the bitterness of the wintry night. Through the boy's eyes, two little girls could be seen within the house's interior, writhing and howling and hurling books and utensils at the walls. The boy was grinning at the sight. He turned his head away and muffled a giggle into his hand. He was grabbed by the back of his surcoat and dragged from the scene of the two little screeching girls convulsing and snarling like the little beasts that they were. His heels drew long tracks in the gathering layers of snow. "Sister!" he cried, wriggling and laughing as he batted away a girl's small hand. "Sister, you're hurting me." She was a few inches shorter than him, her dark face blending into the shadows of night, and the snow gathered in her pale bonnet as she lifted her head high. In the darkness he could see her, feel her presence, taste it bleeding on his tongue like honeysuckle and morning dew, so innocent and sweet, and yet here she was, giving him the most intense little scowl. "What have you done?" she snapped at him. Her voice was as chilly as the January air, and he could only bask in it. Angry with him, was she? Excellent. "You incredible fool." "Hush now, dear sister," he laughed, kicking snow onto her skirt. She lunged at him, and he ducked away, bowing low and grinning at his feet. "I've done nothing wrong." "You always say that," she hissed, stamping her foot. Ice cracked beneath the solace of her soft leather shoes. "Do you not think I know you better? You've been causing mischief, I can see it in your eyes." "Oh. Yes." She snatched him by the ear, and he winced a little as she yanked him down the snowy road. "Tell me what you've done, now. No tricks, no lies. Talk to me straight, Mark." "Mark," he repeated softly, yanking his head back and rubbing his ear. "Is that how it is, then? Fine, then. Elizabeth. I'll bury you alive in the forest, so help me," she warned him. "You could not," he told her, raising his chin jauntily. "You'd get lonely." The wind whistled through the road, sending snow flying all around them, swirling wildly in the darkness. There were no street lamps, no paved roads. Only a few houses and a dusty dirt road, blanketed with snow. In the distance there was an alarmingly loud crash. An ear-splitting shriek followed it, splitting harshly across the night and cutting through the wail of the wind, making its howling fall silent. She stared at him, her expression utterly stricken. "Oh, Marco," she said breathlessly. "You foolish boy. Don't get like that," he said quietly, glancing away from her face. He turned away, kicking snow up into the air and finding himself at a loss. "I'll have you know, they deserved it. They." She hurried after him, holding her skirts as the snow gathered around her ankles. "You're mad. You're absolutely mad. What will father do when he finds out you've been bewitching?" "Hush." He clamped his hand over her mouth, shooting her a sharp warning look in the grave darkness. "Do not use that word. That's not what this is, Ilse." "It's not." Ilse nodded uncertainly, her warm brown eyes glowing in the darkness. The taste of her was so sweet and warm, he could hardly breathe with her concerned thoughts swimming around in his head, which was pounding so terribly that he was seeing stars streaking across her dark face. He was dizzy and sick from the power he'd used on those stupid little girls, and now he felt sleepy, lethargic, and strangely giddy. He used to be such a nice person. He supposed he should call off the hallucinations. They were just little girls, after all. He lowered his hand from Ilse's mouth, and he turned away from her again, trudging down the street. She followed somberly. "So," she said, "might I ask once more what you've done?" "Ah." Marco tousled his hair, and he grimaced. "Well, I was doing my rounds earlier, and when I came to the Paris house I found those awful little girls throwing stones at their slave. So I taught them a lesson." Ilse was very quiet as the snow crunched beneath her feet. They schemed the outskirts of the forest, and Marco peered into it, daring himself to run into it and never return. It'd be fun. Dangerous, but fun. Drifts of snow blew into their faces, and Ilse's thin fingers closed around his. He glanced at her confusedly. She wasn't tiny, but she wasn't particularly tall either. In the darkness, she looked very childlike and small. That was cruel of you, she told him softly. They were throwing rocks at that poor woman, Ilse. And you stole into their heads, she hissed, squeezing his fingers until he yelped, and warped their minds into seeing terrible things. You hurt them, Marco. They're only children, they don't know any better. Marco was astonished. He'd not thought of it that way. His compassion turning to cruelty. How strange a thought. He supposed he was remorseful, after all, those girls had been screaming so very loudly. But he wasn't sure how to turn it off. He wished for things in his head, and sometimes they happened. But sometimes it was impossible to turn it off. The tastes in his mouth, the words in his head, they were all impossible, and yet they grow more intense with every passing day. I'm sorry, Ilse. I didn't think. Of course not, she said coolly. You were thinking of yourself again. I was thinking about slavery, he snapped, and how terrible it is. Imagine how we'd be treated, Ilse, if they saw how different we were. We wouldn't be sold into slavery, she said quietly. You can't be sure, Marco said, shivering in the frigid air. Every bone in him was frozen, and his teeth were chattering. He wondered how she was faring in that flimsy woolen dress. He pulled off his surcoat and draped it over her shoulders. She said nothing, slumping into it and staring forward into the great swirling mass of darkness. Their home was not too far from Salem village. I am absolutely sure, she said. They would kill us, Marco. They'd hang us dead for witches. He laughed at her, nudging her gently. That is hardly true, he said. And even if it was so, is it so worse off than slavery? Marco. She hissed, her eyes flashing dangerously. Oh, don't give me that look. He was freezing, and his head was about to split open. He was so tired and sick, mostly of himself and this power toiling inside his head. He wanted to be rid of this burden, but some part of him loved it too much, and no matter what happened his prayers went unanswered. I'm not giving you a look. Yes you are, he said, you're giving me a terrible look, like I've done all the wrong in the world. Well I, personally, find slavery appalling. I don't like it either, she sighed, but don't be so vocal about it, please. Fine. A gust of wind blew a great burst of snow toward them, and the entire world melted into stark white for just a moment, like a light blinking on, and the floor shifting suddenly as though there'd been a change of existence, different planes overlapping and suddenly the point of view was obscured. What was his name again? Was it Marco? No, his thoughts screamed. This is all a bad dream. I'm not Marco. I'm not him. The scene changed. Marco was being dragged by the front of his shirt across a tiny house, and he was thrown to the floor as Ilse shrunk back in the corner. Her hands were folded over her nose and mouth, her warm brown eyes watery. Marco was on his hands and knees, his head bowed and his shoulders shaking. There was a man standing over him. You did it, didn't you? The man spat. You little monster. You little demon spawn. He kicked Marco in the stomach. It hurt so badly, all his muscles tensed up. I feel that, a boy lying with a tube in his arm thought. Amongst the sounds of flesh bruising, he heard the soft beeping of his own heartbeat. Why do I feel that? Father Ilse started, lowering her hands, tears glistening in her eyes. Marco looked up at her frantically. No, Ilse, he thought at her desperately. You'll only make him angrier. Marco cried out as his father grasped him by the hair and yanked him upright. You think this is so amusing, his father spat. You make me sick. God's damned you, and I let you live in my house. How do you repay me for that kindness? A fist came crashing down upon Marco's ear, and he gasped as his head smashed against the floor, and he saw nothing but great bursting white stars. His head hurt so badly, and it was only getting worse. Every time he tried to use his gift, it hurt to breathe. He tasted things inside his mouth, things he couldn't explain, but they were thoughts of others even still, even after all these years, and he was losing control. He was slipping. He was losing his mind to it. "I'm sorry," Marco rasped, his breath shaky and tumbling from his lips unevenly. "I'm sorry. You bewitched the Reverend's girls." Another kick, another blow, another splitting glint of white in the never-ending canvas. "You're demonic. You're Satan's child." "No," Marco breathed, a sob escaping his lips. "No, that's not true." The blows stopped, and for just a moment Marco thought it might be over. He let his head rest against the uneven floor, his cheek pressing into a fur-pelted rug, and he breathed in the smoky scent as the firewood burned, and his thoughts melted into the soft beep-beep-beep of a resounding heartbeat somewhere far away in the distance, a melody playing so wonderfully, a song he could never begin to dream of. "Take off your shirt." "Father, no." Ilse cried, her voice muffled and distant. "You shut your mouth." His father snapped. "Or you'll be next." "No," Marco thought numbly, finding himself upright and peeling away his shirt. Anything but that. The first lash was never bad. It stung, and he bit his tongue, staring into the great twinkling stars that clouded his vision, and he thought about running away into the forest again as the second lash came down, smashing into his skin and making him buckle. By the third lash, he screamed, and by the fourth he was weeping, and by the fifth there was blood, and by the sixth he was pleading, and by the seventh he couldn't feel his body anymore, and by the eighth he was hanging suspended as though a specter watching his freckled back turn angry red with long, scraggly lacerations. By the 15th, he was lying on the floor, the fur pelt soaking up his blood and tears. His cheek hit something warm, and he realized Ilse had pulled his head into her lap. She rubbed his cheeks clean of tears, her freckled face warm and bright, and she smiled at him gently. He couldn't help but smile tremulously back in spite of his crippling pain, and he closed his eyes, wishing for nothing but an achingly numb sleep where nothing hurt, where his head would quit pounding, where his mind would stop lashing out into a great and powerful void. He felt very warm as a golden light drenched over him. Ilse's warm fingers knotted around a net of tiny gold stars that blanketed him, and he blinked confusedly, feeling disoriented and sick. He knew what was happening, but he could never get used to it. Her power was so incredible, and it awed him every day. The light drenched him, and he felt it become him, striking him like a bolt of lightning and pulsing through him until his pain vanished like a fire guttering out. The world melted into gold, and a boy in a hospital bed began to cry softly in his sleep. Just like Historia. "We should run." Ilse had no reply for him as she sat on a log, her short brown hair loose and scraggly against her cheeks. Her bonnet was left discarded beside her, and in her lap rested a small pamphlet of parchment. She was scratching into it with a piece of charcoal, leaving her fingers blackened and smudging her murrey-hued dress. Spring had broken, and the forest floor was dewy and bright. Little buds of leaves were sprouting from branches, and Marco plucked an apple blossom, twirling it between his fingers. "Ilse," he said, tossing the flower at her face. She scowled as it fell into the yellowed pages held in her smock, and she took the blossom and crumpled it in her fingers, hurling it back at him. "We're going to be next. The Williams girl is terrified of me, and it's only a matter of time before she starts pointing at us." "At you," Ilse corrected, the charcoal dwindling in her fingers. The soft noise of it marking the page was oddly comforting. "You did this, little brother, not I." "They'll point their fingers at you too, mark me," he said firmly. "You've healed too many sick, acted too conspicuous. We are both damned here, dear sister." She sighed, never looking up from her pages. "If it comes to it," she said, "I will confess. I will take full responsibility for your follies." "That's absurd." "It's realistic," she snapped, throwing him a disdainful stare. He slumped, feeling foolish and disgusted with himself. Why couldn't he have just left those little girls alone? "Think, Marco. They've been targeting women outright. You are far safer if you just keep to yourself, or perhaps join the horde. Accuse someone, if need be. Now who's gone mad?" Marco was furious. How could she even suggest such a despicable thing? Picking on children, that was one thing, but accusing someone of his crime. That was pure evil. "Nobody deserves to rot for what I've done, Ilse. Least of all you." "But people are already rotting," she said quietly, her fingers flying across a page. Those who don't confess hang. They've taken in Dorothy Good, did you know? He had not known. But Marco felt a little sick, and he dropped down on the log beside his sister, staring dizzily into the canopy of trees. A rabbit darted in and out of sight. She is a child, only 4. You've made a divine mess, Marco, Ilse said, slamming her notebook shut. And innocent people are paying the price for it. His head was pounding, and bile stung the back of his throat, and he felt like crying because he was so sorry for what he'd done. He wished he could take it back. But not even he could manipulate the mind of masses. He was too weak, too foolish, too young to understand the magnitude of his mistake. And suddenly the world was gushing green, and the trees were blooming before his eyes, and he doubled over on the log and vomited onto the forest floor. I want to go home, a boy a long ways away thought, his eyes opening and closing, seeing nothing but green and more green. Aaron's eyes are green. He's home, isn't he? I hope he's not too worried about me. I hope. Wait, where am I? The scene changed in a flash, a crash of thunder shaking the floor and the foundation of the house. Marco was staring at his father, his heart sinking low in his chest as he watched Ilse tuck her parchment into her smock when the Reverend wasn't looking. She raised her head high, and nodded curtly as she was grabbed by the arm and yanked to the door. No, Marco blurted, running after them as she was shoved through the threshold. No. Hush, boy, his father snapped. They already suspected her. I just gave the evidence. You'd accuse your own daughter? Marco cried, his voice cracking in despair. Neither of you are my children, his father said easily. I've known that for years. Marco shook his head furiously, hot tears of rage cling his eyes. He lunged at his father, thinking wild thoughts and jamming them down the man's throat, letting them burn away the skin on the roof of his mouth and scald his tongue. He had his hands around the man's throat, and he was squeezing and tasting the man's utter terror like hot wax melting Marco's teeth, and he laughed at him, laughed at how simple and deluded he was, and he laughed when he was torn off this monster of a man and thrown to the ground, and he laughed into the mud until he was sobbing and laughing both, feeling as thought the world was shattering, because it was quaking all around him with every smash of thunder and spit of lightning, and he could not understand why nothing he did was working, not a thought was going through, and he was choking on his own power now, choking and laughing and sobbing and hating himself a little more for making this nightmare a reality. They shackled him beside Ilse. They called him a victim, but they shackled him just the same. She's bewitched him, they said, clasping irons on his wrists. He'll have to testify. She was giving him the most empty look as the rain soaked her warm, freckled skin, and made her look like some hellish angel. He sat, feeling shameful and foolish. His heart had been in the right all along, but he'd been too much of a child to see what wrong he'd truly done. I feel sick, he whispered to her. Perhaps it's because you've been bewitched, she told him coolly. She turned her face away. A burst of lightning snarled across the sky, and the world turned a blazing, fiery yellow, startling him into a sob. Help, the boy in the bed thought. Help me please, I think I'm going to die in here. The scene changed. He was lying in a cell. The scent of piss hung heavily, hotly in the humid air, from the bucket beside his ratty blanket. Cuffs chafed his wrists and ankles, biting his soft skin until it peeled away to reveal nothing but blood and white bones. He'd been here for hours, or, perhaps, days? He didn't know. There was fog misting about his thundering mind. He was sick with knowing the reason why he was lying in this dingy cell, with chains gnawing at his skinny limbs, and he felt sicker with every shaky breath. He inhaled the stale scent of his prison, and considered the possibility that he might just deserve this hell. The thing about prison, he thought, is that I can re-evaluate my life and all my sins. But I've done nothing wrong, he said aloud. His voice pitched against the darkened room, and it squeaked miserably. He stared at the blackened ceiling, and lifted his bound hands toward it. I do not think I've done any evil, do you? The darkness was empty as it watched him. He frowned. Ilse was being awfully quiet. He turned to look at her, hardly far at all as her shadowy face hung eerily above his, freckles mirroring his own, eyes warm and soft and knowing in spite of their uncertain fates. The darkness made her look sadder than she truly was, which was a compliment to the nature of their prison. The walls were made of timber, and he could almost smell the oak as it scratched against his side. There were no bars on their cell, and it occurred to Marco that he could escape. He sat up, his back cramping from disuse, and his lower abdomen aching terribly from the stiffness of his muscles. "I believe," Ilse said, with a voice so soft that he almost could not hear her, "that it is our responsibility to take on whichever punishment is bestowed unto us, be it just or no." Marco snorted in disbelief. "I suppose you think I was wrong," he said loftily, "to do what I did." "You were misguided," she said, her voice steady. "But I too am at fault. We've been careless, the both of us. This will end here. You must confess." "I'll confess to nothing," he spat at her, shifting so his chains clinked together ominously. "Nor will you." "Hush," his sister said, her shoulders hunching defensively. "I meant nothing by mentioning it. I only think it best for us. If you confess, you live. If we confess, there will be nothing left of us," Marco argued, disgusted with her and with him and with this entire god-forsaken world they lived in. "And all that aside, I'm no witch, nor are you. You sound so certain." "I am." She eyed him, and in the darkness her thoughts swam about, and he knew she did not trust a word he said. She trusted him with nothing, not even her full thoughts, and it was harsh and cruel and horrible, but he understood. A witch, perhaps not. But a liar, a miserable little fool? Yes. That was who Marco was. No matter what he tried, he was living this life for all eternity. The door to their cell opened, and Marco objected as he was dragged off. They wanted a confession, or an accusation of his dear sister. He'd happily die before they got that satisfaction. It seemed, in the end, they were both doomed. The days grew longer, and their prison held them until they were nothing but skin and bones and gaunt faces. He was separated from his sister, asked to confess, accuse, but there was nothing Marco would do. He refused. He wanted no part in this, in spite of it all being his fault. When they reunited again, it was clear it would be for the last time. Marco was not too saddened by the thought. "At least I'll die with Ilse," he thought somberly as they were dragged to the gallows. They would not be hanged on the scaffold, but by the long, spindly branches of a tree. Ilse was utterly silent as she rubbed her final words into her stained yellow notebook, dirt and blood as her last source of ink. "I'm sorry," he whispered to her. "I never meant for any of this. I've made such a grave mistake here." She glanced at him, dirt smearing her caving cheeks, and she smiled genially. "Oh," she said hoarsely, letting the pages of her notebook flutter closed. "Little brother, you have so much to learn." He wanted to cry. "I suppose," he said faintly, "it's too late for that." She said nothing, and as Marco prodded at her mind, he found it closed to him. The empty auchiness of knowing he was not welcome was hard to grasp, but he accepted it as he accepted his fate. He'd been doomed from the start, and this was a good end to a pitiful story. He and Ilse no longer had any cause to suffer for their natural abnormalities. They would be free, soon. Was that what he wanted? He couldn't be sure. He hadn't any choice in the matter, so he supposed it was best to let his destiny unfold. "At least we're together," he told his sister feebly. She turned her face to him, and she nodded firmly. He was startled when she shoved her notebook into the waistband of his trousers, her eyes darting to the back of the driver of their wobbly cart. It had stopped. They were here. "Marco," she said, smiling up at him feebly. "You mustn't use your gift. It brings nothing but grief." He'd been considering using trickery to get them out of this mess, but he supposed it would only worsen the situation. And so he nodded, his eyes widening as he was yanked from the cart, his legs too weak and shaky to hold him upright. He was absorbing all the thoughts from all the people in the crowd, the nasty thoughts of hatred and disgust that bled into his mouth, thick and soupy, and he began to breathe heavily as he twisted his head around to peer at his poor sister. She was smiling at him. How strange, to be smiling at your own execution. Marco couldn't help but smile back, even as he was shoved and mocked and thrown upon a barrel, steadied by rough hands and manhandled like he was a chicken on the chopping block. "Ilse," he said quietly as she was heft up onto the barrel next to him, her dirty face unbearably calm. Ilse. I'm sorry. I'm sorry brought this onto us, I. Stop, she said. There was a crowd cheering for their dangling bodies, but Marco couldn't bring himself to look at the sneering faces. He felt their hatred bubble in his throat, and he thought he might puke right then and there, out of fear, perhaps, or sorrow, or grief. This was all his fault. He'd done this terrible thing. If this is the last time I hear your voice, I haven't any want for your apologies. He smiled at her tremulously, tears welling in his eyes, and he took her hand. What are suitable last words, then? He whispered, his fingers shaking against hers as their crimes were declared for the entirety of Salem to hear. He turned his eyes out to the crowd, and he choked on an angry sob. Ilse, your only crime was to be born my sister. My greatest gift, she admitted, squeezing his fingers tightly in her sweaty fist, a noose dropping over her head, and my greatest curse. I'm glad. For all your faults, little brother, you were the only thing about this wretched life that I found savory. Yes, he agreed, breathless as a rope came scratching against his throat. They had not yet tightened the nooses. There's still time, he thought. We can still escape. I'm so glad. You've always made me feel so blessed, in spite of everything, I. Marco, Ilse whispered, will you forgive me? They tightened the noose around her throat. She was staring straight ahead, tears slipping against her grimy, freckled cheeks. His sister. His lovely, angelic, divine gift of a sister. How could anyone think she was something demonic, when all she ever did was heal? Her gift was so much more than his could ever be. I wish I'd been better, he thought, stricken as the noose was tightened around his throat, and his breath caught as the cheers thickened around them, and the thoughts came flooding into him to die, 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 die. You've never done anything wrong, he thought to her reassuringly, holding her hand and closing his eyes. Elizabeth Langner. You are the kindest person on this earth. And without you, I doubt the sun will shine another day. They don't know what they are losing. He heard her quiet sob, nearly inaudible in the rush of the jeers for their broken necks. Thank you, she whispered. And, when the sun rises tomorrow, remember that, remember, and forgive me, please, forgive me. Marco opened his eyes as the barrels were kicked out from under them, and the breath was knocked out of him, and her hand nearly slipped from his, but somehow she kept holding on. His eyes were wide, and his mind was reeling, and the rope was clawing into his neck, leaving him grappling for air as he kicked and thrashed, his fingers sweaty against hers. It was as though he was falling apart at the seams while the entire world dug into him and began to tear him apart like hungry jackals, words like teeth gnawing at his brain and cutting viciously into his throat. Ilse, he thought through the blinding haze, through the biting pain. He could see golden stars leaping across his vision. His skin was warm, and his body was light, and he was staring into a great threaded snarl of brilliant, seeping gold. His eyes widened, and in the rush of his blood in his ears, he heard the screams, the panic, the utter terror. Ilse, what are you doing? I've thought about this over and over, she told him, her thoughts choking him more than any noose as his fingers slipped from hers, and he struggled for breath. Everything was dripping gold. Everything was drenched, and everything, his bones and his skin and his very heart was captured inside a cocoon of golden threads. I love you far too much to let this be your fate. I could not live on. I could not possibly go on, knowing you could have gone freely if not for your foolish wish to die with me. That is why I choose to be selfish here. Marco, you will live. No, he thought, struggling for breath, particles flying through him and around him and stitching into his very skin, melting into his soul. Gold and gold and gold, blinding him heartily and choking him with spindly fingers. Gold. His life was molten gold, and he was bleeding through the cracks of the universe, watching it burst in 1,000 streaks of golden stars. He was numb to this pain. No, please, no. Live, Ilse thought to him, ribbons of gold lacing through his viscera, combing through his veins. The noose around his neck was digging further into his throat, and he was gagging, his feet kicking wildly in the golden storm. It was like a dance, his body swinging to the rhythm of some golden, wild tune, and he was breathless and teary-eyed from the beauty and brutality of it. No. Marco choked on the thought. He tried to bat away the pain of it, the golden ribbons and stars, but all he could do was struggle at the noose and bathe in the light of his life being regenerated over and over. No, please. Live. He saw nothing but sweet, mellifluous gold, and it was killing him as it revived him. He hated this. He wanted none of this. Ilse, no, please, please, please. He could not breathe, but he could not die, and he could hardly feel her presence beside him, hardly taste her thoughts as they all blotted out like stars dying one by one. I want to be with you. I don't want to live on without you, I don't want that burden. Please, stop. Let me die. All I want is to die with you. Live. The golden light exploded around him. And then, in a blink, it was gone. Absorbed into him, and flooding him with energy, and he was half drunk and half choking on it. Then he recalled he was still hanging from a tree. He was staring down at no one. No one was left. They'd all fled, he knew, out of fear. Real witches in Salem. Who would have thought? Ilse, he thought, swinging painfully, struggling against his noose. No reply. And so, he stopped struggling, and listened. His own ragged breath met his ears. But Ilse was silent. The creak of the rope stretching taut against the tree branch was the only sound from her. He felt her limp body swaying from side to side. He could not stand it any longer. He wanted to die with her. He let his body go limp. He did die with her. His heart stopped. It stuttered and started up again. He hung with her, staring into nothing, and hating life with every moment that passed. Hours met him harshly, and through that time he came to many different conclusions. He had to have been gravely misguided to deserve such suffering as to be hanged and to suffocate and to awaken over and over and over again, like some sick and twisted game God had played upon his worthless existence. Night fell, and Marco expected the world to melt into black forever. He expected life to stop, all life everywhere, because his sister had been ripped from the world. And it was all his fault. He'd done this. He could have stopped it. Why hadn't he? Why was it not within his power to control a mob? Even in the night, as he suffocated and fell into death and awoke in terror of the terrible dream he'd had, only to find himself being strangled by a noose and bumping into the chilly corpse of his sister hanging beside him, he thought that he could have done something, anything, to bring them all to their knees. But the sun rose on the morrow, somehow, someway. He'd died 100 times in the night, and he was still praying it was all a bad dream. He died once more, watching silvery dawn light pour across the grassy hill. He thought it looked fabricated. He let himself melt into darkness. Armin woke up choking. He bolted upright, feeling something around his neck, and he clawed at it furiously, his heart ramming in his chest, and he heard a furious rumbling of beeps, beep 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 beep, a chatter in his ear that would not go away, and he tore at the rope around his neck, hissing and gasping and hardly breathing as it tangled around him. He wanted to die, but nothing was letting him, and he didn't understand. He didn't understand anything. How could he be so foolish? Wasn't everyone always telling him how brilliant he was? How could someone so brilliant be tricked so easily? He was slammed back into his bed as he thrashed, rasping, and choking on his noose. "Help," he croaked, his eyes finding a pair of blue ones. "I'm gonna die in here." "Nonsense," a familiar voice said, readjusting the noose so it wasn't around his neck, but prodding his nostrils. "You just need to calm down. Rest." Armin sank into his bed, trying to figure out where he was and what was happening. He groaned, moving his hand shakily to run through his hair. He was unbearably thankful when he felt the fluffy yellow strands. He'd thought for sure they'd shaved his head while he'd been sleeping, but it appeared not. He stared at his wizened little hands, watching his blue veins spider web beneath his papery skin, and he wondered what he must look like. There was a tube attached to his right hand. There was fresh air being pumped into his nose. Armin brushed his fingers against the noose on his face, and found a plastic tube that ran from his nostrils to behind his ears, and then down his neck. He stared somberly ahead of him, feeling more alert now. Reiner was standing beside him, holding his shoulders down and looking concerned. "I see now," he said hoarsely. His voice was like razor blades against his throat. "Hello, Reiner." "Hi, man," Reiner whispered. Armin held his head, but surprisingly it did not ache. "I'm sorry, I'm a little out of it. Where am I?" "We relocated you very recently," that familiar voice said, "when Dr. Jaeger declared you stable enough." Armin glanced up at Marco, feeling bored of him and yet, somehow, pitying him. Wasn't that just a dream, though? Armin thought numbly. No, Marco thought to him, a ribbon of a connection forged between them without thought. Armin winced. That was all real, Armin. Would you like me to explain? Yes, Armin blurted. He glanced at Reiner, who was still holding his shoulders. Reiner let go quickly, looking guilty and sad. Armin felt numb to that too. What am I drugged up on? A lot of painkillers, Marco admitted, his palm resting on the crown of Armin's head. Amongst other things. But don't worry, it shouldn't affect you too much. Your powers will be a lot weaker, but that's a good thing at the moment. You're far too unstable for your own or anyone else's good. Armin sighed, glancing at the oxygen tank resting beside his bed. Oh. Reiner, Marco said, why don't you leave us for a little while? Armin and I have a lot to talk about. Okay. Reiner looked apprehensive, and his eyes flashed to Armin's desperately. But, just don't forget about Annie, okay? Never, Marco said earnestly, staring into Reiner's eyes. She's just as important to me as she is to you. Armin's lips quirked upward. Liar, he thought, settling against his pillow. Marco did not react, but Armin knew. He could sense that Marco had heard him. Sit tight, Armin, Reiner said, throwing him an encouraging smile. I'm not exactly in any position to go anywhere, unfortunately. Reiner grinned then, and shook his head in disbelief. Man, he said, you're a trooper. No, Armin said. I genuinely would not mind dying right now, except I'm hooked up to a nasal cannula, and I'm so drugged up that I don't feel like ripping my hair out for once, but really the only thing keeping me from tearing off all this life support stuff is the fact that I cannot possibly do that kind of damage to my family. It has nothing to do with my own inner strength, just the knowledge that my death would hurt too many people I love. Armin scratched his hand irritably. This thing is itchy. Please don't do that, Marco said, taking Armin's wrist. Armin was relieved to see he was wearing gloves. Also, Armin said, logically, attempting to take myself off life support would fail, since I'm not strong enough to fight either of you, clearly, and my powers are a little mute at the moment. So I guess I'm stuck living. For now. Why are you so set on dying? Reiner asked, sounding appalled. Dude, you beat it once. You could do it again. I know you could. It's not about whether I think I can or not, Armin said dazedly. I believe my death is the best possible outcome for me. I'll hurt less people if I'm dead. Oh, come on, Armin, Marco sighed. You don't really believe that, do you? Armin glanced up at Marco, his eyes heavily lidded, but he figured that'd be enough of a straight look for Marco to understand how unbelievably stupid that question was. I believe it solely because you exist, he said, staring into Marco's warm eyes. He smiled. He didn't know what it looked like, but it felt wormy on his lips. Reiner, Marco said, staring right back into Armin's eyes. Why don't you leave? Now. And, unsurprisingly, Reiner obeyed. He was gone, and Armin was left with his bed and his heart monitor and his cannula. I didn't know my asthma was this bad, Armin found himself joking. You're an odd duck, aren't you? Marco sat at the edge of Armin's bed, watching him with a sad smile. I've dealt with this dry humor before, of course. Does it make it hurt less, joking about your own imminent death? Armin smiled dully. Hurt? He shook his head. I'm literally begging to die? I don't understand that question. Marco watched him. It was an eerie sort of stare, the kind of a scientist observing a rat in a maze. He was smiling with vague interest, curiosity sparking in his warm brown eyes. Amazing, he said. I honestly can't tell if you're bugging out of your mind from the drugs, or if you just like to tease me. Wow, Armin said, his eyebrows rising. You and me both. Does this place have Wi-Fi? You ask the real deep questions. That was a real question. Was Marco mocking him? Or was he mocking Marco? He didn't even know anymore. It was incredibly possible he was bugging. Buggin'. Like, I know that means stoned, which, yes, probably, but I feel like I'm glitching. Like, big time. Can that even happen to people? Can people glitch? Armin sunk into the warmth of his bed. I'm hungry. Did you do something to make the nausea go away? Yes, Marco said. It's called an antiemetic. One of the many miraculous drugs of this age. He stood up and passed Armin a tray with nothing but a small container of clear soup and a juice box. Armin wasn't so far off into his own mind to misunderstand why this was all he was being fed. No matter how hungry he was, he'd driven himself to the point of starvation. He could not possibly eat a large meal, or even possibly something with substance. He'd end up puking it up. So he sat up, crossing his legs to balance the tray, and he began spoon the soup into his mouth. He was thankful that it was lukewarm. Hot soup would not be kind on his stomach. You kissed me, Armin recalled, feeling a little disgusted as he watched the broth dribble off his spoon. I did. Twice. Guilty. You pretended to be a hallucination of Aaron, Armin said flatly, and you kissed me like that. It's a very good way to relay information. If you ever touch me again, Armin said, staring into Marco's brilliantly warm face, I will make it the most agonizing hell for you imaginable. He grimaced in response, and he shrugged. Fair enough, he said. I really am very sorry about all that, though. Yeah, save it. Armin forced himself to eat the soup, even though the recollection of the stolen kisses had made him feel sick again. He supposed if he really wanted to die, he should really stop eating altogether. He found he didn't have it in him. Starving was terrible. It was hollow and achy, and he'd had enough of those feelings to last him 10 lifetimes. If I told Aaron about it, he'd destroy you. Most likely, Marco admitted. I'm not really that strong, physically. Aaron could actually quite easily rip me apart. It wouldn't permanently kill me, of course. Truly unfortunate. Armin swallowed the broth, feeling dizzy and sick. He hated this so much. Why Aaron? I tried Annie first, Marco sighed. You didn't reciprocate well. What? Armin dropped his spoon, feeling an edge of panic as he thought back to his kiss with Annie, which he had been rather happy with all things considering until this moment. How? How could that have possibly been Marco? Oh, not the one where she froze you. Marco waved offhandedly. Don't look so scared. You actually did kiss Annie at one point. Which, honestly, surprised me. I really did think you had feelings for Aaron. I don't. Armin was so confused. I don't really have feelings like that, for anyone, I think. I don't know. I never thought about it before. I don't have the time. None of us have the time. Wait, so when you were pretending to be Annie? Armin had to think very hard to recall which kiss he was talking about. His eyes widened, and he leaned back in alarm. You tried to drown me. Oh, it wasn't real. Marco was grimacing, however, rubbing his cheek sheepishly. I wanted to give you a hint about my past. In connection with yourself and Historia, of course. Ah. Yes, right. He'd nearly forgotten. You mean, Armin said dazedly, because we have the same powers, as you and your sister. Yes, precisely. Marco clapped his hands together, and Armin felt the urge to hurl his spoon at him. It really is amazing. I wasn't sure if it would manifest, but when it did, I was so happy. You're fucking insane. Armin took a spoonful of broth into his mouth, and swallowed thickly. Don't go near my sister. She's got enough issues without you going on and adding to her depression. Firstly, I don't believe insane is the right word for me, Marco sighed, rubbing the back of his head. I mean, like, honestly? Yes, I do a lot of things to fuck with you guys. I don't mean any harm, though. You tried, Armin said faintly, to drown me. And Mikasa saved you. Because she heard me screaming. No, he said, staring into Armin's eyes, because I told her you were in trouble. I think you're just lying. He shrugged, and leaned back on the bed. Think what you want, he said. I've never been out to get you all to like me. I understood that'd be impossible. I'm not a truly likable person, no matter how much I try, or who I try to be. Marco Bod's personality was closer to the real me than you might think, but he was still such an amazing lie. Marco rubbed his face tiredly. I don't expect you to understand. Armin didn't understand at all. But he found himself intrigued. He set his tray aside, and he watched Marco with his shoulders bent. Tell me, he said. Marco looked surprised, and he bolted upright eagerly. Don't look at me like that. I still hate you. A lot. But I really want to know. Armin cocked his head, letting his hair curl around his cheeks, and he smiled. How did you become such an incredible monster? Marco smiled faintly back. Well, he said. You know the gist of it. I was hanged with my sister. She used her power to give me everlasting life, and I was forced to dig her a grave when they cut us down the next day. They were so terrified of me, they just let me do whatever I pleased. I made sure Ilse and I were erased from historical record, of course. 21 hangings, Armin said distantly. I see. It's terrible to be immortal, Armin, Marco said weakly, shifting his position so he was sitting cross-legged across from Armin, leaning forward as though they were close friends sharing their deepest of secrets. Perhaps to Marco, that was what this was. Nothing feels right. There's something missing. Always. It hurts to be alive. Yes, Armin said quietly. That I can relate to. I'm sorry about the tumor, Marco blurted, leaning further forward. Armin sunk back into his pillow, feeling a little horrified at his close proximity. Marco seemed to see his error, because he leaned back again. No, seriously. I never wanted any of you to be sick. Is that why you sat back, Armin murmured, and let me slowly wither away, pretending to be hallucinations and making me think I'm going insane when in all actuality I'm just dying. I was trying to prevent the truth from coming out. Marco groaned, and he rubbed his face tiredly. You're so much happier when you don't know the magnitude of your conditions. I thought I was losing my mind, Armin said faintly. You let me think that. Hell, you encouraged it. If I had known from the beginning that I'd been sick, do you honestly think I'd be as lost and unstable as I am right now? You only did it because you thought it'd be amusing. Fair enough, Marco sighed, I did think it was amusing. I'm sorry. I was so curious about how your mind worked. You could have been honest, Armin said sharply. He breathed in through his nose to calm himself, and he was suddenly very thankful for the cannula. If you had just approached me like a normal person, and let me know you were telepath too, I would have accepted you just fine. Your mistake, Marco, was keeping so many secrets. How could anyone ever trust you? You're a terrible person, and you've done terrible things. You're no different, he said, staring vacantly into Armin's eyes. That's what I noticed while observing you. We're just the same. We really aren't. You and I are manipulators, Marco said firmly. It's natural, of course, with a power like ours. At least you're not playing it like you're the nicest person ever, Armin mumbled, turning his face into his pillow. He missed Erwin. He missed everyone. He wanted to go home so badly, his chest ached. He felt tears cling his eyes. I told you already. I know I'm hard to like. I'd hoped. Marco groaned again, and flopped onto his back. Armin glanced at him. He was so hard to understand. Do you know why I did all of this? Armin had been thinking about it. He'd drawn his own conclusions, painted a picture in his head, and even still he was grasping at straws. You were lonely, he said quietly. You wanted a family, I guess. One that you could have forever. Marco smiled at him. You're amazing, he admitted. It wasn't hard to figure out. He toyed with the loose linen fabric of the blanket draped over him. So, you took sick kids, and volunteers, and you experimented on them until you got the results you wanted. I didn't get the results I wanted, Marco said. Only one of you ended up immortal. Armin bolted upright, staring at Marco quizzically. No, he said. That's not true. Aaron and Annie were incredibly successful results of cell regeneration. Marco shrugged, still smiling his wan little smile. Not immortality. They can still die. Then Armin had to think for a moment. Immortality, he thought. That would mean a perfect body, right? No imperfections, no. He suddenly felt very sick. He looked at Marco dimly as he shook his head, not able to believe in this terrible, terrible reality. I'm begging you, he said, his shoulders shaking in despair, stay away from Historia. You and Amir, Marco sighed. What do you see in that girl, anyway? She's my sister. Armin was so angry, but only mostly because he hadn't seen it before. God, can't you just leave us alone? I tried that, Marco said darkly, sitting up and staring into Armin's eyes. You ended up getting a brain tumor again. So, no. I don't think I'm going to leave you alone anymore. But I don't even care, I just... Armin needed to rein in his emotions. This was getting him nowhere. Marco glanced at Armin, and he shook his head. Maybe we can compromise, Marco offered. Your friends will find you eventually, but at the moment, I'm your best chance at survival. So, here's the deal. I keep you, Amir, and Historia. The others are free to go as long as they come back every 6 months or so for screenings. Armin could not reply. Because it wasn't a bad deal, really. Most of them were free, and it made sense that they would have to get screenings. It was what he'd been so afraid of when he'd realized how sick he was. If he was sick again, what about everyone he loved? One checkup every 6 months wouldn't be bad, and Armin doubted he'd live that long anyway. But, then again, Historia would be forced to live out her eternity with Marco. Not happening, Armin said. Marco shrugged. It's not really your choice, he said. I was just giving you a heads up. If it were up to you, you'd just go home and let yourself die. That's not going to happen. I've worked too hard to keep you all alive, and I swear you're going to live. Have your sister, Armin said, have me. Just let everyone else go. Please stop yelling, Marco sighed. He swung his leg idly off the end of the bed. I understand it's difficult, but... You don't understand anything, he spat, tears springing into his eyes. You're never going to die. But I don't have much time left. Oh, don't say that. Shut up. His tears welled over, and splashed against the tube that was fastened against his nose. You haven't had to own up to your own mortality in over 300 years. And I'm stuck dying in here, alone, when all I want is to be free of this. You don't care about any of us at all. You're so selfish. All you truly want is to stave off your loneliness using those of us who can't refuse. Marco stared at him. Are you done? He asked, tilting his head. No. Armin was furious, and he was sick to death of these games. Stop this. Stop all of this. We'll accept you, gladly, if you just shut all of this down. Stop pretending, stop lying. Just be you. For once, just be yourself. Marco looked so startled, and Armin wasn't sure why. Were his words striking a chord with him, or was he simply spouting nonsense? He was so numb to the world, he didn't even know. Why don't you come with me back home? Maybe if we just explain. It won't go over well, Marco said. Your sentiment is very touching, but I've done too much damage. Yeah, well, that's your own fault. Armin inhaled sharply, and he wondered if the oxygen was helping him at all, because he felt as though he couldn't breathe. You did all of this, just so you wouldn't have to be alone anymore, right? Marco stared at him. If he was reading his thoughts, then he'd know how genuine Armin was. He was too exhausted to think up a solution that would thwart Marco. His silence was enough to give Armin the confirmation he needed. "Then stop," he said desperately, his voice breaking apart from the tears. "Stop trying to help us. Just, for once, let us help you." Marco looked away. He stood, smiling down at Armin, and he saw that there were tears in his eyes as well. "Thank you," Marco said gently. "You have no idea how much that means to me." Not enough, Armin thought miserably, burying his teary face into his bed as Marco turned toward the door. Clearly, he was left to listen to the sound of his own heartbeat and his sobs muffled by the soft, squishy fabric of his pillow. Later, Reiner and Berthold came to visit him. They had flowers, which was a nice touch, but Armin told them to go away anyway. He wasn't in the mood to talk to them. Berthold was pretty eager to leave, but Reiner forced him to stay. He sat down at the edge of Armin's bed, and he stared at him apologetically. "I'm sorry things turned out like this," he said. "I'm sorry your procedure seemed to have impaired your hearing." Armin stared at his oxygen tank, wondering what Aaron would think of it. He'd probably want to decorate it, or something fun like that, he thought, nearly smiling. "Marco can be really weird," he sighed. "Like, it's so hard to tell what's real with him, you know." "Trust me," Armin murmured, "I know." "Come on, Reiner," Berthold said, sounding stressed. "He really doesn't want to talk to us." Armin found himself sitting up, rubbing his head irritably. His headache had not returned yet, but someone had come in and injected something into his drip, so he was pretty sure he'd gotten even more drugged since Marco had left. "He tortured Annie," he reminded them, pulling his knees to his chest. The world felt so muted, and he almost missed the sting of emotions that flooded onto his tongue, the rush of words, the thoughts streaming through him, thoughts that could not be his own. Was this how normal people felt all the time? Dull and lethargic and empty? He could not breathe, and he could not think, and it was so jarring, because he felt as though he was peering through a foggy glass into a great sea of unknown territory. "Yeah." Reiner rubbed the back of his neck. "I seriously don't know with that one." "Emir thinks it's because he's in love with Jean," Berthold said quietly. Armin perked up at that. "What?" he asked flatly. Berthold blinked rapidly, and he shook his head. "Oh," he gasped, "ignore me, I—" "No," Armin said, leaning forward eagerly. "That. Tell me more about that." "Why?" Reiner snorted. "So you can blackmail him." "I like to keep my options open, Reiner." Armin stared at Berthold expectantly. "Well? Are you going to tell me?" "Oh." Berthold looked uncomfortable as he glanced toward the door. "I really shouldn't have. I mean, he'll be angry if I—" "I'll deal with Marco," Armin said firmly. "Better yet, Emir will deal with Marco. She seems to be the only person here capable of knowing how to act around him." "True," Reiner said. "But she's also like his sister, or something weird like that." "Do you know how that's even possible?" Armin asked, finding that he was intrigued by these two. They knew something, and he'd rather get them talking than have to speak to Marco again. "How Emir's his sister?" Reiner asked, blinking at Armin curiously. "She's not," Berthold said softly. "Not really. Then what relates them?" Armin asked eagerly. "Well." Berthold sighed, and he wrung his hands nervously. "Okay, it's really weird, but it was some kind of primitive cloning process." "A clone of Ilse," Armin said. "Yes, okay. But none of us really know the details," he said earnestly, staring at Armin with large eyes. He looked very honest, but Armin couldn't be certain. "Emir definitely isn't a genetic identical to Ilse, though." "Yeah, she's like Mexican, or something," Reiner said. Berthold glanced at Reiner, and sighed. "Or something," he muttered, shaking his head. "But, from what I know, at least, Emir was raised like a replacement for Ilse. That's why she's kinda messed up about the entire thing, I guess. He made her go by the name Ilse and everything." Armin grimaced, taking up fistfuls of his blanket and glowering at his knees. "He's a creep," Armin said firmly. He's had it pretty rough, Reiner said. I mean, would you want to live forever all alone? No, Armin thought, I want to die right now. But that was pretty unlikely, and also selfish. Even if I could live forever, Armin said, staring vacantly ahead, I'd never resort to the methods Marco has used to keep us alive. You use pretty unethical methods yourself, Reiner pointed out. Armin turned his face to Reiner's, his tired eyes watching very carefully for some kind of crack in his severe features. He tucked his hair behind his ears, feeling the soft wave of it against his fingers and wondering if they'd bathed him. He didn't want to think about it. I wish I'd died 5 years ago, Armin told him quietly. No, Reiner said, his face crumpling, you don't. Armin wasn't sure if he liked that Reiner was telling him what he wanted, especially because he couldn't tell if it was true. The world was abuzz, muted colors and muted feelings, and he was stuck thinking about suffocating over and over and over again. There was no remorse from nature. He let his fingers glide over the nasal cannula resting against his cheek, and he wondered what would happen if he took it out. Of course, the effect would not be instantaneous, even if he managed to have an asthma attack right on the spot. You used to say. Armin blinked dazedly. You used to think, about how we didn't exist in the eyes of gods. What did that mean? Reiner averted his gaze. If Armin focused, he could hear the buzzing of his thoughts as they flew from his head and ricocheted off the walls. Armin's fortune was suspended in midair, for he had no idea if he liked the absence of coherent thought. It was all rushing through him, never taking purchase inside his head. He was drowning in the distant rumble of words, and in the cacophony of silence. We're abominations, Reiner whispered. This is something I've accepted. We don't exist, or we shouldn't exist. It's all the same, I guess. Berthold was bowing his head. Armin felt dizzy and sick, despite the drugs that were supposed to keep him from feeling these sorts of abnormal things. His nausea was returning, and he was furious with the world, and with himself for being so easily tricked. You want to die too, Armin said, cocking his head. Reiner glanced at him, his eyes flashing wide. And Armin smiled in resignation. Ah. I see. We are all completely and utterly hopeless. They bowed their heads. Neither of them disagreed. Chapter 32, Eternal Light. Lux Eterna. Salem, Oregon. 83 Non. November, 2766 AUC. Her chest ached. There were particles bouncing off her ribs, light as feathers but stinging like needles, puncturing her fleshy innards and leaving her dizzy and sick. She'd been through this before, once. It had been worse then. Now it was just a dull sort of prickle, a sharp increase in the way her senses reached. She could feel every breath exhaled from the lips of every person around her, taste the sweat licking up the back of Aaron's neck as he dropped beside her. Hey, he said, peering at her face. She leaned carefully away from him, her breath rattling inside her chest. She was hopelessly lost inside her own head, and she was scared of what might happen if she didn't catch up with herself. There was something toiling inside her, something that was eating her alive, sending her into a frenzied high. Power was slithering around her bones and crushing them with coiled muscles. She took a deep breath, and buried her face in her hands. Hey, hey. She flinched away from this hand as it landed on his shoulder. Don't, she blurted, her nails dragging from her forehead over her eyelids, and scraping her lips. Don't touch me, okay? Okay, Aaron said easily. Just, okay, deep breaths. In through your nose, out through your mouth. Like that. She was angry at him for being near her, and yet she was doing as he said, inhaling sharply through her nose and exhaling shakily from her lips. Tears stung her eyes. Was this a panic attack? She was shaking so badly, and her blood was pumping in her ears, little pinpricks of power stabbing into her heart like some twisted form of acupuncture. She slid her hands up and knotted her fingers through her hair, smoothing it back and heaving a great gulp of air as tears splashed against her flushed cheeks. Aaron was watching her with heavily lidded eyes, his brow knitted and his shoulders slumped, and she wanted to smash her fist into his face, but she couldn't move because she was too terrified she might accidentally tear apart his life with just a flick of her wrist. Did I? She swallowed the phlegm caught in her throat, her voice thin and reedy as it caught onto the heavy antiseptic air. "Did I do the right thing? Do you think?" "Absolutely," Aaron said firmly. She stared at him, tears streaking her face, and she watched his blazing eyes as they watched hers, fervent and assured, as though he could tell the sky it was the earth and the earth that it must shatter. He deserved it. He treated all of us like scum, especially Levi and Mikasa. He was a disgusting piece of shit human being, and you know what, Historia. Aaron put his hand on her head, and he ruffled her hair between his long fingers. You probably just saved a whole lot of people. So, don't beat yourself up over it, okay? It was a good thing. It doesn't feel good at all, she thought, her stomach squirming with all the power bubbling up inside her, life taken and swimming through her bloodstream like some tickly parasite gnawing at her muscles. She didn't want him to know that, though. She just leaned into his touch, imagining that everything was okay, and that she was normal, and that she could just enjoy the feeling of someone mussing her hair affectionately. "How's Levi?" she asked hoarsely. She wasn't sure if she cared, but it seemed appropriate to ask, since she'd only just killed his father. Aaron grimaced, his eyes lowering to the floor uncertainly. He's Levi. That didn't make her feel any better. She was tossing up the thoughts of possibly just running away, just forgetting about all of this nonsense, but she didn't know where she'd go, and she didn't know what she'd do. She couldn't die. She couldn't do anything worth anything, but she couldn't die, so she was stuck in this world until, what? What would be the end of her? "I was dead," she said quietly. Aaron shrugged. He shrugged, and she felt her anger spike, because how could he be so nonchalant about this? Didn't he care? Do I even care? She found herself wondering, dizzy and sick of herself, and of the feeling of life swirling inside her chest, dusty sands falling through her rib cage and clogging her arteries. "I was really scared," Aaron admitted. She looked at him sharply, her hair flying into her eyes, and she parted it quickly, finding herself alert and at attention. "You were scared?" she asked, her voice feeble in her shock. "Scared? Of what? Of her?" "Yeah," he said, smiling at her grimly. "I mean, I thought for sure you were dead. You looked really dead, you know? But I've gone through all that stuff before, so no biggie." "No biggie," she repeated dully. Yeah, that didn't seem to make her feel any better at all. She sighed, slumping in her seat and watching her cloak fall around her knees. They'd left the hospital on account of the fact that someone was dead because of them, and they'd blown a hole through one of the rooms, but at the moment they were all a bit scattered. Sasha and Connie were talking down their parents, Levi was off somewhere with Mikasa, Jean was smoking on a bench not too far away, and Erwin had gone to call Hang. "Don't think about it too much," Aaron said. "That's how I got over it. It's not important. Who cares if you can't die? A lot of people." Historia wasn't sure what he was trying to do for her. She wished it could work, but she was feeling too lousy, and her mind was on a rush from consuming the aura of another person. Her thoughts were in jumbles. She wished someone who understood was here, like Armin or Amir. But she was with Aaron. And he wasn't so bad, not really. He just didn't get it. "Okay, well," he said with a huff, "I ain't one of 'em." "Okay. Okay." She glanced at him, and turned her face forward. They were sitting in a mall parking lot. She was struggling with the thing toiling inside her, and struggling with her own soul as it struggled and struggled and struggled on. This was the worst. She was plagued by thoughts of death and dust, and her body was too strong for her weak heart to stand. She wanted to be rid of this thing, once and for all. It wasn't fair. It wasn't fair that Armin was on his way to his death when he deserved so much more, and she was forced to live, when all she wanted was to let this power die with her. She was too cowardly for such immense power. She was too frightened to deal with all these things at once. She just wanted to curl up and cry, but she couldn't because she was already such a huge burden. She didn't deserve this. She didn't deserve to be the powerful, immortal one, not when there were so many nice, kind people who had so much more to offer the world. "I feel like I'm falling apart," she whispered, her shoulders shaking as she stared down at her twitching fingers. Her heart was rumbling like a volcano about to spit ash into a sweet blue sky, turning fluffy white clouds ugly and caked with gray and black. She was a bomb inside a glass container, and she was about to smash the entire world into pieces, taking her pretty exterior down with it. She wanted nothing but to lay down and let the world crumble beneath her. "You're just wallowing again. I killed someone." She heard her own voice, thick and distant, a crash of thunder and a screech of a dying cat. "I'm allowed to hate myself for that." "Shut up." Aaron leapt to his feet, startling her. "Geez, Historia, get yourself fucking together. Everyone's done bad shit. Hell, that guy you killed was like an assassin, or some shit like that, so you know what." He straightened up and smashed his fist into his palm. "Fuck him. You're a fucking hero. You did what you had to." She was breathing so heavily, and she could feel Jean's eyes on her from a little ways away, and some other people were staring as well, and she could taste their lives like sparks of fireworks trailing through the air and exploding in her eyes, spitting explosions, and crashing into her chest, toying with her mind and stealing her breath. She saw golden sparks flooding the air, sailing, and guttering, spitting and drizzling, fire like water all around her, and she heard the hiss like ocean waves across palisades. Drums were thundering inside her skull, bass chords striking the grooves of her brain. She flung her hood up, pulling her legs to her chest and embracing them tightly as she let herself drown in purple fabric, her heavy breaths hitting her thighs as she tried to get a hold of herself. She needed to get a hold of herself. "I don't know what I'm doing," she realized. "Oh God, oh God, oh God, help me. I'm not." Hey. The taste of smoke was overwhelming, and it made her stomach churn. Jean's aura was pulsing around her. "Go away," she wanted to snap. "All of you. Damn it, Jaeger. Let the girl have her guilt, okay?" "Yes, because I need a chain smoker deadbeat like you to tell me how to deal with people," Aaron snapped. "Seriously, put that thing out. Does it really bother you that much?" Jean's voice was clipped, and she could hear his incredulity. "Well, that's just too bad. God, grow up. Okay, you know what?" Historia leapt to her feet, pushing herself between Aaron and Jean just as Aaron's fist came flying over her head. She shoved him hard, and then shoved Jean too, her eyes flashing between both boys, as her anger surfaced so thoroughly that she heard herself snarling, "Stop." And they did. They both looked down at her, remorse glittering in their eyes. God, they were so easy. "I don't." She took a deep breath, and she swiped her tears away. "I don't want to hear any of this. I don't care. Go beat each other up on your own time, I don't care. I don't care." She marched past them, scrubbing at the hollows of her eyelids and all but tripping over her cloak as she took to the street, pausing for a moment to gain some breath. She nearly started forward again, but she found herself wondering, and so she stayed in place, tears still streaming steadily as she listened to a car horn blare, and she turned to stare at the bewildered face of the driver as they came closer and closer until they were right upon her. "Let's see," she thought, "just how invincible I really am." She was tackled to the street, her face skimming the pavement, and she tasted blood in her mouth as a strong pair of arms gripped her tightly, hefting her up and dragging her to the sidewalk as screams and horns and dizzy little sparks filled her bloody ears. She was lost in all the gold and all the red, and she giggled a little as memories choked her, filling her lungs with red dust. "You call that aim?" A silvery voice was bleeding through her ears, leaking across her tender skin, and she saw dust, red dust. She felt her fist striking tender flesh beneath the ear. "Do it again." Crack. 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 She was a porcelain doll, and she was cracking. "You fucking idiot." Aaron shouted at her, holding her by both arms and shaking her so hard that she smacked her face against his chest. She didn't know if she was crying or laughing or if the blood was too much for her. She licked her lips, and found that the grooves of her skin were caked with something acrid, and then something salty. Blood and tears splashed against her tongue. "Sweet Jesus fucking Christ, okay, here's what's gonna happen. You are gonna just stop acting like a crazy person, and let yourself go. Cry about it. Try to beat me up. I don't care, just stop talking this shit out on yourself. You hear me? He shook her again, and she found herself staring up at his face, peering at him dazedly through the blood and the tears. Her mouth hurt, but it was healing, and her face was pressed to his chest, and she had trouble breathing because there was dust clogging her lungs. She was dizzy and sick of herself, but she was okay, possibly, maybe, it all depended. She let herself slump, and she wished she could just turn her mind off for a little while so she could get rid of this incessant nagging of how terrible she was, and how Armin deserved this immortal body more, and she hated it. I think I need to lay down, she mumbled into his shirt. He scooped her into his arms, and she blinked rapidly as she tried to wrap her head around this. He was taking care of her. Why? Was she manipulating him, or was this just how he was? She didn't even know, and that was so terrible. She wanted to puke. Instead, she laid her head against his chest and listened as he shouted over at the cars that had stopped that she was okay. Here we go, he said, lying her down on the bench they'd been sitting on earlier. She was seeing stars, and they were all red and blurry and they tasted so foul, and she wished she could understand what was happening to her. No more stunts like that, okay? Just cause you can't die, doesn't mean you can just throw yourself into death's grips, it's just, not okay. Don't do that. He knelt down so they were eye level, and she stared at him dazedly. I get why Armin hangs around you so much, she murmured, her stomach twisting at the very thought of her sick brother, her sick little brother who was missing and very likely in the hands of their enemies, and oh, she was going to puke. Huh. Aaron's face was hazy, but she could see the confusion in his bright green eyes, and that was enough. This was enough. She could handle it. She could get through this. Even if it felt like there was something attempting to devour her from the inside, she would handle this, if only because of this stupid boy, if only because she felt as though she was being treated as anyone else would be treated, for once. She watched him, her head reeling, and she felt as though it was about to roll right off her shoulders. You really? She said, her voice croaky and lost. You make people feel like they belong. Jean laughed at that, and Aaron elbowed him rather hard in the stomach. She listened to the soft choking sounds, and she smiled into her hair. She wasn't sure what she wanted right now, if it was death or hope or just some semblance of normalcy, but she was glad that Aaron was on her side regardless. I'm sorry I tried to get hit by a car, she said quietly. I'm sorry you're a fucking moron, Aaron said. His voice was surprisingly tender, and he bopped her on the forehead. Don't ever try something like that again, okay? Yeah. She sat up, rubbing her head as she tried to clear it, desperate to find something to latch onto in the sandstorm of red dust that was pouring as though through a foggy hourglass into her lungs. She stared distantly ahead of her, listening to cracking of a fist upon a boy's head, and she winced, coiling back. God. What? Aaron's face floated above hers, and he looked stricken and confused and horrified, and it was all so strange, because she was so aware of everything around her and it was so much. Is this how Armin feels, she wondered, gritting her teeth as she batted the feelings and the sounds away from her head. These senses in overdrive, these thoughts unexplained, these feelings that overwhelm every little breath and every little motion? She could not stand it. I'm feeling things. She tossed her head from side to side, rubbing the sensitive skin beneath her ear. I'm hearing things. I think it's something to do with Levi's father, with what I did. Oh, Aaron said. Okay. Is that fixable? I don't know. Well, we'll fix it somehow. Aaron nodded at her. Don't worry about it. I'm trying really hard, she whispered, her fingers bunching against the thick fabric of her purple cloak. I don't want to be so lost and helpless and falling apart. I don't want that at all, but just breathe, Aaron told her. And she did. She breathed in deeply, and tried not to sob as she wiped the blood from her face. He helped her hastily, his touch a little too rough, and she winced as he scrubbed at the drying blood. Maybe you're trying a little too hard. Why don't you just take it easy? She sighed, and she nodded faintly, unsure of what that might entail. She was already messing up too many things at once. If she ran off again, Aaron might kill her himself, which would be interesting, if not for the fact that she couldn't die, and she wasn't sure if she was masochistic enough to enjoy that kind of pain. Jean sat down beside her. "You're a real mess, Historia," he said. He was smirking, but it still made her feel like she'd swallowed a rock, and she stared ahead of her with dull eyes, wondering why there was sand clogging her lungs, dust clinging to her muscles and making it difficult to move. She was being consumed by some silvery crimson aura toiling inside of her, and she was scared of what it might do once it devoured her whole. "Yeah." She sighed, and she slumped a little as she tried to regain her composure. "I guess so." She nearly jumped out of her skin when Connie appeared at her side, a blur of blue as he reached up, scratching the stubble on his scalp and frowning. Sasha and Petra followed him at a much slower pace, looking less enthusiastic than the boy beside her. "Hey, Tori," he chirped. She was alarmed. Tori? She didn't know what to think. She'd never been given a nickname like that before. Unless Amir's incessant use of darling counted. "Okay, so we talked to the Browse clan, and it's a little pinched, but if you've gotta, you can stay with them for the night." Connie grinned broadly, waving his hands so fast that they disappeared in the blur. "It'd be like a sleepover." "Charming," Jean stated. "Sounds like fun," Aaron said, sounding earnest. "I figured we'd be home by then, though. I mean, it's been a little hectic, but we've got Kenny Ackerman's cell phone now, right? So Petra can definitely track the phone calls made recently, and then we'll be able to sort this shit out for good." Historia couldn't help but sigh at that. Relieved, mostly, at the idea of having a solid plan. Maybe once they found the institute they'd be able to figure out how to fix her power so she didn't hurt people, or at the very least get this disgusting man's aura out of her. She could do without the anxiety. "Hey." Sasha waved. "Hey, asshole. Do you mind waiting up? Petra here isn't exactly in the greatest shape." "I'm fine, actually," Petra laughed sheepishly, rubbing her cheek. Her hair was curling around her cheek in limp waves, all wispy at the ends. Historia peered at her own hair, plucking at the strands and tilting her head. "Maybe I should cut it," she thought. "Then I'd look like Armin. Though I'm really excited to get home. I have so much work to do, but it'll be nice to just be somewhere familiar, you know." "I feel you," Aaron said. Historia nodded. She understood now what it was to have a home, and she understood that leaving it was harder than it looked. If it was easy to forsake a home, she wouldn't have been so reluctant to go with Amir when she'd left. But then, if she had gone with Amir, she would never have gotten so close to Armin. So was it worth it, then? Oh, she didn't know. "So, where's Levi?" Petra asked, looking around. They'd all changed their clothes, and Historia felt as though she was standing out in her purple cloak. Beneath it was normal clothes, though, so it wasn't too strange. "Talkin' to Mikasa," Aaron said. He grimaced, and scratched the back of his head. Probably about his dad. Maybe about the Ackerman thing. I don't know for sure." "That makes sense," she said, though she looked a little distant. Historia supposed she couldn't be one to talk, all things considering, but even so. "I always thought they seemed like they were related for real, but this is just uncanny." "Why would he lie about it?" Jean asked, folding his arms across his chest. Clearly his name has always been Ackerman, but he kept refusing to admit that he and Mikasa were actually related. "That's kinda his own fucking business," Aaron said. "I honestly don't care. What matters is that guy is toast, thanks to Historia." He smiled at her warmly. "You kinda saved our asses. High five." He offered his hand, and she slapped it meekly. "And, additionally," Connie said, pulling Kenny's phone from his pocket and waving it at them, "we've got our ticket to figuring things out. Go Tori. Why do you keep?" She couldn't find it in herself to criticize him for giving her a nickname. It was sweet, actually. Thanks. I think. Since Jean saved my computer," Petra said, adjusting the sweater she'd been hastily given to change into, "I'll be able to locate the source of all our problems within an hour." I was already well on my way to figuring out which location was our ultimate destination, but with the phone I can limit the search extensively. We'll have our answers soon enough. Thank God, Sasha laughed, rubbing her hair. I mean, I love you guys, but this has all been super weird. Even for my standards. Question. Connie looked a little apprehensive as he tucked the phone back into his pocket, his eyes flitting up toward the sky. So, like, say we find Amir with the bad guys, what then? Aaron's face darkened considerably. Historia couldn't help but wonder if he'd ever look past Amir's misdeeds, but she supposed she really couldn't blame him. His fury was understandable. And, of course, Amir always did make it difficult for people to like her. Historia wished she'd get past her determination to be the self-absorbed brat she continuously pretended to be. That was Historia, in truth. I have no idea, okay. Aaron's teeth were gritted, and he looked about ready to wring someone's neck. Who the fuck cares, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Connie flinched, and nodded in spite of his shock. Yeah. He gasped. Geez, man. I'm sorry I asked. Aaron scowled, and he glared at the ground. Behind him, Historia could see the slumped figure of Levi stalking toward them, Mikasa striding not too far behind. He looked furious. Typical. Historia sunk into the fabric of her cloak, and she wished she and Armin could switch places once more. Then she'd have invisibility powers, and she's give anything to disappear. Aaron moved automatically, while Levi had to actually physically shove Jean away to get to Historia. She stared up at him blankly. You, he said, his voice clipped. What did you say to Erwin? What? She blurted, utterly shocked. Erwin? What about Erwin? I don't. Levi, Mikasa warned. Don't scare her. Yeah, you seriously owe her, Aaron piped up. Levi shot him a look, and for a moment it looked as though Aaron was about to back down, but Historia was honestly alarmed when he stood up straighter and stood his ground. She killed your good-for-nothing father even though you couldn't. You owe her. She said weakly. Aaron, that's not entirely. I'm not interested in playing a game of guilt, Levi said tersely. All I want is to know what the fuck you said to Erwin to set him off. Said. Erwin. She didn't understand. Erwin is unshakable. Nothing fazed him. Nothing. Did something happen? He took the fucking jet and left for fuck knows where. Levi's eyes were narrowed into slits, and she could barely see the light in them. So yeah. I'd say so. What? They all seemed to cry in unison. Historia was reeling with the thought of it. Erwin had always seemed like an untouchable, unbreakable wall amongst sandcastle children. What on earth had she done to make him act so rashly? Yeah, Levi said. Do you get it now? I honestly didn't say anything. Historia gasped, her chest tightening as she thought and thought and thought, red sand filling up her lungs as she stared upon this man's face. The aura inside of her was all jumpy and lucid, swirling and coiling and snapping its jaws around her heart, wispy teeth slicing through major arteries. I told him about what happened on the roof. About how I killed your father. Yes, fine. Levi rolled his eyes. And? There was something else. Tell me. I don't know. She cried, her shoulders shaking and her breath shortening. She felt the urge to punch him, to snarl at him for being an ungrateful brat, but that wasn't her at all, and she was terrified. She brushed off Aaron's hand when she reached for her, and she focused her energy on facing this stupid little bastard of a man. I don't understand Erwin at all. How could you expect me to read his actions? Because you were the last one to speak with him, he said. He studied her face, his eyes narrowing for a moment. And then they flashed wide as though struck with some vague idea. Oh. Petra repeated, sounding vaguely amused. How about you enlighten those of us who don't speak monosyllabic, Levi? Oh, he repeated, shooting her a dark look, I think I know what happened. Would you like an award? Mikasa asked blandly. Historia almost smiled. Go stick your tongue to an icy pole, you little brat, he told her curtly. He turned his attention back to Historia. Did you tell Erwin anything about Armin? Armin? Her heart sped up in anxiety. You mean, my dying brother? My missing, dying brother, who I hardly even know. Ha. Levi, Aaron said, stepping between him and Historia, allowing her some reprieve from his vicious gaze. When your dad was holding us at gunpoint, he said that the Institute had Armin. It's probably not true though, I mean, it was just a ruse to get us to go with him, right? There was a heavy silence, and Historia blinked dazedly. Ah. They were all such fools. Levi peeked over Aaron's shoulder at her. Did you tell him that? He asked. He sounded almost patient. Almost. Yeah. I guess, I mean. She swallowed thickly. Ah, probably. Well, Levi said. Shit. But, Connie gasped, wait. That's not enough reason to just steal a jet without warning and skedaddle. Like, come on. Yeah. Sasha agreed. Just because your creepy dad mentioned Armin doesn't make anything he says true. No, Levi said calmly, but you're forgetting. Erwin's power is precognition. What the frick-frack is that? Connie stated blankly. He can see the future, dummy, Sasha sighed. Wait, he said, blinking wildly. Wait, I totally knew that. My comic book knowledge failed me for a moment. I'm so ashamed. As you should be, Sasha said. You are a shameful excuse for a human being. For shame, Constantino. For shame. Levi was staring at them so intensely that they both squeaked in absolute terror and clung to each other's shirts for support. He turned his face from them, possibly legitimately ashamed to be in their presence, and he addressed Historia once more. Erwin can't see Armin's future directly, he said. So I'm gonna bet that whatever he saw, it was terrible. Really bad. Erwin doesn't react like this over anything. Oh God, she thought, biting down on her lower lip hard. Maybe he's just really worried about Armin, she said weakly. We're all really worried about Armin, though, Aaron said, blinking down at her. I mean, he's missing? And kinda sick. Kinda, Historia repeated in a thick, bland tone. She couldn't believe this. She smiled wanly, and when she took a deep breath, all that came out was a broken sob. Oh, this was the worst. This was an absolute disaster. She buried her face in her hands, and dug her fingernails into the flesh of her forehead. Here she was, crying again. This time in front of everyone. She didn't want them to know why, but she couldn't help it. It just wasn't fair. Historia. It was Mikasa. Her voice was light for once, very soft and gentle and so unlike the girl that she'd almost mistaken it. Hey, Aaron said. His hand rested once again on her head. We're gonna bring him home. Don't worry. That's not the problem. She couldn't even look at them, she was too ashamed and frightened of their faces. They'd hate her if she told them. And Armin would hate her too. She couldn't win. She's been like this for an hour, Jean said. 1 minute she's okay, and the next she's crying her eyes out. With good fucking reason, you grade a douche bag, Aaron snapped. You kill someone and feel jolly about it. Both of you, Mikasa said in a loud, slicing voice. Shut up. Now. But, Mikasa oof. Aaron grunted, and when she peeked through her fingers she saw him holding his stomach, doubled over in pain. Why don't we all give Historia some space? Petra offered. Starting with Levi. Fine. She listened as his boots scuffed against the sidewalk, and she jumped to her feet, tears streaking freely down her cheeks. No. She gasped. He stopped, and when he turned to face her she couldn't help but shrink back. Everyone was staring at her, and she had a peculiar feeling in the pit of her stomach, as though something had slithered down there and pierced through the soft fleshy insides of her viscera. I mean. Spit it out. She scrubbed at her eyes with the heels of her hands. I'm sorry, she mumbled, breathless and uncertain. I want to tell you the truth, about Armin. Truth. Aaron seemed to be able to speak now, in spite of his pain. Wait, come on. You were keepin' secrets about Armin from us. Levi turned his full attention to her. That made her uncomfortable. He made me promise, she uttered in a quiet little breath of a voice, not to tell, he wanted to be the one, to. She sniffed, wiping her teary, snotty face on her cloak. She then hiccuped. Okay. Aaron said. So what is it? It can't be worse than him getting kidnapped, right? Historia looked up at him, staring into his eyes until his expression crumpled. No way, he said. Erwin made me promise not to tell too, she said, her voice shaky and weak. But Erwin's not here. Yes, Sasha said eagerly. Tell us. Is this remotely relevant? Levi asked. Because if not, I'm leaving. She bit back a command to hold his tongue. Even standing up straight, she was the smallest among them. She felt sad. Armin. She didn't know how to say it. How did you say something like this? It was so strange. Seriously, kid, Levi said sharply. Spit it out. Fine, she snapped, surprising everyone. Herself included. The reason Armin has been so strange the past few weeks or maybe even months. The reason he's been acting so jumpy, having hallucinations, and mood swings, and seizures? It's not because of his powers. Wait, what? Aaron asked flatly. What else could it be, I mean? Aaron, Mikasa whispered. Hush. And, surprisingly, he clamped his mouth shut. She had to wipe another batch of tears away, and she shook her head as she rubbed her eyes to her sleeve. We had to go to a hospital in DC, she croaked. To see our mom. Armin collapsed in the hallway, and the doctors just took him before I even knew what had happened. They were all listening to her intently when she opened her eyes again. They stared at her. Aaron's lips were locked tight, and he looked about ready to simultaneously burst into tears and rip someone's throat out. She took a deep breath. This time it didn't end in a sob. Armin has a tumor, she said. She directed her attention forward, unable to look any of them in the eye. He said not to tell you. He probably wanted to be here himself, to calm you down. I don't really know. They were all very quiet. Even Aaron. Even Jean. It was eerie, and she hated it, and she would rather peel her skin off bit by bit than wallow in this horror. I'm sorry, she said. The words tasted bland and dull on her tongue. Tell me that's a lie, Aaron said. She heard the fury and the pain in his rising, shuddering voice. Or something. What does that mean? A tumor, what does that? Yo. Jean swatted Aaron over the head, in which Aaron responded by grabbing his arm and nearly twisting it behind the boy's back. Mikasa tore them apart. Shit. Will you quit pulling stunts like that? Just listen to Historia, and quit acting like such a child. A tumor, Levi stated. Historia nodded furiously. What kind of tumor? They didn't run a biopsy, if that's what you're asking, she said uncertainly. But the last time this happened, it was malignant. The last time. Jean spluttered. Sasha said weakly. Connie merely looked uncomfortable. Petra looked horrified, but fascinated. And Aaron was tearfully furious. I understand, Levi said quietly. And Erwin knew this. Yes, she gasped, her eyes widening. Yes, he knew all of it. He knows even more than I do, since he actually talked with the doctor and Armin. She grimaced. I think there's a good chance for a successful operation though. That's what the doctor implied. I imagine the doctor would, Levi said. He closed his eyes, pinching his nose irritably. Okay, this changes things. How? Aaron asked, his voice cracking desperately. How can we change this? Levi looked at him. There was something stricken in his face as his lips drew back into a grimace, his eyes averting fast. Unfortunately, he said, we can't. Armin's best bet right now is the facility. Fuck no, Mikasa said. Don't fuck no me, bitch. I'm not kidding. He straightened up, and he looked around at them, at each of their faces. Historia has no way to heal the kid, right? The facility does. As gross as it is, if they have him already, they're probably well on their way to fixing him. But they're evil. Aaron cried. They saved our lives once, Historia whispered. And, isn't evil a relative term? They've killed loads of people, and that ain't even the start. They've wrecked so many lives. Aaron shook his head furiously. I don't trust them with Armin's life. I'm not suggesting he stay there forever, Levi said. I'm only saying that it's very likely that he's safe at the moment. And it seems like Erwin has a plan. He took off on a jet without warning, Jean said, his voice dull and snide. What about that seems planned out to you? Well. Aaron grimaced a little, still looking ready to begin sobbing while ramming his fist through a wall. It is Erwin, I mean like, if anyone has a plan. If the Institute has Armin, Mikasa said, turning to face Levi, then both our goals will converge in one place when we manage to locate their current base, right? Petra, how fast can you track the location? Aaron asked eagerly. She could hear the edge to his voice, the fear and the uncertainty that she understood very well. Well, Petra began. Levi cut her off, his eyes flashing dangerously. First of all, he said, we need to recuperate from what happened at the hospital. I'm going to call Hang so they can fly out here and get us, but for the time being you little shits need to be patient. We can't get to Armin immediately, so you might as well relax while you still can. But... Aaron gasped. Levi's eyes shot to his face, and Aaron seemed to swallow his words, though his face contorted in ferocity that he seemed unable to quell. Erwin and Armin are clearly a lot alike, Levi said, staring into Aaron's face and forcing the boy to back down. Would you trust Armin if he were in the position Erwin is in right now? Aaron said nothing in reply. He merely slumped, his head bowed and his eyes lowered to the ground. Historia stood, her cloak wavering in the bitter wind, and Levi nodded as though to say, thought so. She thought him very smug, for a bastard whore. She flinched at her own awful thoughts, and her blood seemed to squirm inside her veins in disgust of her own warped body. How cruel this was. She was cruel, and she was monstrous, and there was a disgusting man's essence inside her, toiling and boiling and waiting to strike. She'd have to overcome it somehow. Levi pulled out his phone and wandered away from them. Historia was left to stand, her cheeks numb from the icy wind lashing upon her tears. She rubbed her face tiredly, trying to find some solace in this. She was unstable, and she knew it, but there was an emptiness crawling inside her, and she wanted to be rid of all this uncertainty and fear. Aaron had turned to her, grabbing her by the arms. Is Armin going to be okay? He asked her urgently. She stared up at him, her mouth parted and her eyes wide. She couldn't speak. Aaron, Mikasa said softly. She resting the tips of his fingers against his bicep, and after some fierce contemplation, his expression echoing a myriad of emotions like beacons piercing her eyes, he released her. I'm sorry, she said weakly. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Sasha spoke very softly. I'm gonna have my dad pick us up, okay? That's fine, Mikasa said. Thank you. Historia found herself sullenly trailing after Levi. Her mind was in a cloud, and her heart was in the crushing grip of some terrible, terrible aura. She ignored her friends' shouts, waving them off and breaking into a sprint, her feet clapping against the pavement as she slid easily before the man, staring up into his chilly blue eyes. He had his phone pressed firmly to his ear. I want to talk to you, she said, breathless. He stared at her blankly. Hang, he said, I'll call you back. She was a little relieved when he drew the phone from his ear, watching her rather warily. She wasn't very confident, and she had no idea what had come over her to act on the thoughts rattling inside her brain, but now that she supposed there was no point in backing down. Well? He asked her. He looked irritated. She wrung her hands nervously. He stared at her expectantly. When she made a soft squeaking sound, he rolled his eyes and turned away from her. Wait. She gasped, grabbing him by the arm. I want you to tell me about my mother. He shoved her away, looking incredibly uncomfortable as he blinked down at her. What? His voice was flat and clipped. What the hell are you talking about? My mother, she said, her breath caught inside her throat. You used to work with her, didn't you? She was at the institute, and her procedure went wrong, so they... Rose, he said. She winced. Well, that's not her real name, but yes. Rose is your mother, he said. Yes. She wondered if this was odd for him. Then she recalled that Levi being a prostitute was not really common knowledge, and it was probably something to be ashamed of. She's being taken care of in a hospital in Washington, D.C. I don't really know anything about her. She's not really all there, so when we went to see her it was just... She stared at him, and he stared back. Upsetting. I can imagine, he said darkly. So, I thought maybe you'd be able to, just tell me what she was like. Before, I mean. Historia rubbed her head, spitting words bubbling fiercely inside her cracked little mind. She hated it. We didn't know each other well, he said. He turned away from her, shaking his head. Sorry. The most we talked about was work-related. Which is not something you'll want to hear. She stood on wobbly legs, her body beaten by the gusts of wind that toyed with her cloak, whipping it around her. She'd cracked right open, and now her heart and her mind were pouring right out of her. Your father keeps talking to me, she said in a voice that sounded vague and blank, despite her shaky form. He whirled around to face her, his expression dark and his eyes ablaze. I can't get his voice out of my head. He keeps showing me things. Things he'd put you through. How do I make this go away? His stare pierced through her, and it made her leaky mind boil. You're insane, he told her. She shook her head furiously. No, she said, no, I'm not, She held her head dizzily. He used to drag you out of bed in the middle of the night and take you into the forest. He'd put a knife in your hand, and he'd just leave you there. If you didn't have blood on your hands when he came back for you in the morning, he'd leave you for a whole day and a night more. This went on until you were too big for games, and then he started sending you off to kill people. She smiled tremulously, tears swimming in her eyes. You were so good at it. He snatched by the wrists, and for a moment she thought he might strike her. The voice in her head was giddy over that idea, and she was lost amongst the red sands and the pulsating emotions that could not be her own. She fell to her knees, tears stinging her eyes, and she coughed a laugh of disbelief. Help me, she giggled, tears streaking freely down her cheeks. Help me, please, get him out of my head. His aura was all gold and whooshing, swirling in her hands as he held her by her wrists, her eyes upon the ground as the voice taunted her. Too dramatic, too weak, too careless. Fuck, Levi said. To her alarm, he knelt down before her. No wonder you're acting so fucked up. That bastard hasn't got any business being in anyone's head. Why you? She glanced up at him with teary eyes. You believe me? Unless you're a mind reader, he said, grimacing as he released her wrists, I don't see any other explanation for how you knew that shit. Look. Calm down. It's probably just a dumb side effect. He wants me to kill you, she whispered, sinking into the depths of her cloak. I just wanted to help. I didn't think this would. Listen, he said. If you can weather my father's goddamn voice in your head, then you'll be my fucking hero. He looked very uncomfortable, his eyes hardly reaching her face, but when they did they looked surprisingly earnest. And then, without warning, he rose to his feet. Stand up. You are alive, and he's dead. If he's really trying to control you, then he'll just fade away the longer you resist him. She stared at him confusedly. Go on, he said. Stand up. She leapt upright, her feet colliding with the sidewalk, and she wobbled and blinked, banishing the sight of his bleeding gold aura with a swift wave of her hand. She had no reason to look at it, after all. Good. Levi shrugged. Tell me if it gets worse, okay? She was still wobbling pitifully. I feel like I'm gonna throw up, she admitted. Welcome to the club, kid. Eventually Sasha's father came to pick them all up in a van, and by they she was simply trying to distract herself by listening intently to the others and avoiding questions about Armin. They seemed to be too scared to ask, thankfully. Heng was taking quite a bit of time to get there, so they ended up staying overnight. It wasn't that bad, but Sasha's house was a little cramped because Connie's family was staying there as well. Historia sat on the floor, swimming in the sweatshirt Sasha had given her to sleep in. Mikasa was lying on her stomach, staring at her phone, and Sasha was conversing happily with Connie's younger sister, Eliza. Petra was off speaking to Sasha's parents, or Levi, or something. The boys were in a completely different room. So what do you do? Historia glanced at the girl. She was young, but not much younger than them. Probably 2 years or so. She had long brown hair, a light shade that was almost sandy as it fell across her rounded cheek. She had Connie's acute eyebrows and sharp stare. What? Historia asked weakly. Your power, Eliza said. You're Vitae, I know that much, but what does that even mean? Life, Historia replied. Both Sasha and Eliza stared at her incredulously. In Latin. Sometimes she forgot not everyone had her and Armin's penchant for Latin. It couldn't really be helped. Vitae is the genitive case of vita, which means life. Ah, it's the plural too. Vita, Vitae. She rubbed her head, her hair gathering between her fingers. Sorry, it's been a while since I looked at a Latin textbook. You're weird, Eliza said matter-of-factly. You and Armin are definitely related, Mikasa mused aloud. Historia glanced down at her, and she found that her words actually warmed her hollow chest a bit, batting away the vice-like sands and making her feel something akin to pride. If that was possible for someone like her. I'm sorry, she told Mikasa quietly. I know you'd rather have him here than me. Yeah, she said, rolling onto her side. Historia was able to hide how hurt that made her feel, but even so, she had to look away. Listen, I've known Armin for about half my life. But I don't hate you, and I wouldn't want you to be put in the position Armin's in right now. You really need to stop selling yourself short. Historia's mouth fell open. You guys are really weird, Eliza sighed. Why do you gotta talk about such serious stuff? They're both super serious, Lizzie. Sasha gasped, flopping backwards onto her pillow. You're the only one who gets how stuffy it is, talking about this sort of stuff. You're the weirdest out of all of you. Eliza scoffed, throwing her pillow over Sasha's face. Sasha screamed into it lowly, almost moaning, and she kicked her legs and flailed as the pillow muffled her voice. See? So weird. Thank you, she said to Mikasa, ignoring the scuffle between Connie's sister and Sasha. I didn't do anything, she said, turning her face back to her phone. Historia nodded, though she didn't really believe that. She bowed her head and stared at her skinny legs, wondering if Armin was faring all right, or if he was. No, she thought, squeezing her eyes shut. He's fine. He's fine. No bad thoughts. Not tonight. She felt a heavy hand on her shoulder, and she looked up at Mikasa, startled. The girl was slumped a little, but she stared into Historia's eyes and tilted her head almost innocently. Can you braid my hair? She asked. Historia wondered if she'd heard her right. Wah. She straightened up as Mikasa turned her back to her, sitting cross-legged with her hands on her knees. Her head was tilted back ever so slightly. Oh. Oh. Yes, okay. Of course. She reached forward, taking a clump of thick black hair between her fingers. It was soft and shiny, and she recalled that Mikasa had the most beautiful hair. How do you want me to braid it? However. Mikasa sat very still, like a slender stone statue as Historia weaved the mass of hair together with ease even in spite of its length. It was strange, doing something so normal. She'd missed normalcy more than any of them could ever know. She missed sitting on the floor with Armin, sharing a bowl of popcorn and making snide remarks about the quality of the horror movie they were watching. She liked this sort of thing, because it made her feel like she was something more than this cracked foundation of something that could have been so much better if given the right chance. She was so ashamed of herself. But, in the end, she was beginning to appreciate the little gift she'd been given. Yes, she'd lost herself completely and utterly somewhere along the way. Yes, she was half losing her mind. But she genuinely enjoyed the company of those around her. She adored having friends, and they had to like her for who she was, right? She hadn't acted like Crystalents at all recently. So they must like the real her fine. And if they didn't, it didn't matter. Because this was who she was. She smiled contentedly, burying the hyped feelings of something inside her bubbling up, because she felt as though maybe, perhaps, she could handle this. There, she said happily. All done. Mikasa ran her fingers down the surface of the smooth French braid that ran down the back of her head. Nice, she said, twisting to peer at a mirror. You're really good at this. Ah. Historia flushed. My mother taught me. My, fake mother. I guess. It's complicated. Yes, I'd imagine. Mikasa faced her. She was so very pretty, with her delicate features only making her more fearsome when the revelation came to play that she could easily crush every bone in your body. Well, at least you know your family history. I'm totally in the dark. About Levi? She asked eagerly. Mikasa grimaced. So, you really think you guys are related? Oh. Sasha bolted upright, the pillow on her face falling into her lap. This sounds scandalous. And considering half this team is related, I'm not surprised at all. Tell. I don't know what's going on, Eliza announced, flopping onto her back and yanking a blanket over her. I'm gonna sleep. Night. Night, they said in unison. Then they focused once more on Mikasa. Well, he's definitely not my brother, Mikasa said. My parents were pretty young. And clearly, if he is related to me, it's from my dad's side. Since he's not Asian. White as a baby's tushy, Sasha said, smiling a little dopily. Right, Mikasa said. I guess. So, I don't know much about my grandparents. On either side. It's possible that Levi is my cousin, which would make Kenny Ackerman my uncle. Ackerman isn't an incredibly common last name, but it's not rare either. So we really just don't know. You could always just do a DNA test, Historia offered. That's what Armin and I did. We could do that, she said quietly. Ah. Sasha scooted closer to Mikasa, smirking at her. You don't want to know, do you? It's complicated. Mikasa sighed. Historia wondered what was so complicated about it. She'd been so eager to find out if she and Armin were brother and sister, she'd hardly felt anything but anxiety at the thought of waiting to find out. And then, with a start, she realized. You don't want things to change between you two, she said softly. Mikasa raised her eyes to Historia's. She said nothing. That's a silly way to think, Sasha huffed. Levi and I have a strange relationship, Mikasa said slowly. It's always been very hard to empathize or communicate with him. But I think we agree on this. We don't need to know if we're related or not. It wouldn't change a thing. They could only stare at her. And so she shrugged, and she laid down on her pillow. It seemed that was all the conversation she wanted for the evening, which was unfortunate. Historia had been really enjoying herself, getting to know Mikasa and Sasha better. She sighed, lying down herself, and batting away the dangerous thoughts that were not her own. She wished she could fight it off better. She wished she had Armin's mental strength. She fell asleep thinking of him in that hospital bed. Would that be how it was? With everyone in her life? Just sitting by hospital bed after hospital bed as all her friends expired? She did not think she'd survive the loneliness. When she woke up, it was only because of the soft tapping against the glass of the window she was lying under. She sat up dazedly, rubbing her eyes and looking to make sure Mikasa, Sasha, and Eliza were all still sleeping. Mikasa had stirred, her shoulders going taut, and the tapping continued in slow intervals. Historia sat upon her knees and peered outside into the darkness. There was a silhouette outside. Down below. Head craned up to look up at her. Historia's breath fogged the glass, and she pressed her hand to it, wiping at it slowly to keep it from squeaking against her palm. Then, To her awe and disbelief, a fire burst into life below, bathing the silhouette in a grand blur of sweet yellow light. Historia's heart jumped into her throat. She pushed off from the window, leaping to her feet and carefully stepping over her temporary roommates, slipping out the door and grimacing as her small bare feet hit a creaky stair. She was breathless, and her blood was rushing, and her heart was racing, and oh, was she imagining this? She must be imagining it. But when she opened the front door, her fear left in her lonely nightmares, resting upon a thousand graves. She found that reality was in her favor for once. The door clicked shut behind her, and Historia grinned into the stark November night, fire glowing brightly before her and warming the entire expanse of the yard in spite of the snarling wind around them. "Emir," she said, testing the name as though dipping her toe into a frozen lake. And then, laughing, she ran at her friend and hurled her arms around her neck, feeling the fire go out as Emir returned the hug twofold, her arms snaking around Historia's waist and pulling her close to her chest. She then promptly lifted Historia into the air, laughing her jaunty old laugh, swinging her from side to side. "Ah," she gasped into Historia's shoulder. "Ah, Carino, missed me that much, huh?" "I'd 'spect so, I'm too dashingly good lookin'." "Oh, cut it out," Historia laughed, kicking the air wildly as she rested her chin in Emir's hair. "What are you even doing here?" "Emir, we've all been scared to death." "Doubt it," she scoffed, lowering her to the ground but never releasing her from her firm grip. Historia's toes wiggled in the dewy grass. "Aaron loathes me like I'm the scum of the earth." "Aha. Perhaps I am. Ain't that something sweet to suck on?" "No, I'm serious," Historia said firmly. "You should really come back. We need you now more than ever, especially with what's going on with Armin." "Love," she whispered. "That's why I'm here." Historia stood, her arms circled around Emir's neck, her body pressed up against hers, and she found herself utterly at a loss as she stared into her dark face. "What?" she asked confusedly. Emir began to pet her hair, and Historia decidedly ignored that in favor of finding out what she knew about Armin. Oh, she was hiding something all right. Historia's eyes narrowed. "Emir," she said. When she did not reply, she stood on her tiptoes. "Emir, come on. No bullshit. He's my brother, and he's not okay right now. What did you come here to tell me?" "Tell you?" Emir laughed. My love, I didn't come here to spill some info and leave. Unfortunately." Historia realized. She took a tentative step back, but Emir had her too tight. Right, okay. This was bad. But I trust Emir, Historia told herself. I trust Emir with my life. But Historia knew well that some things changed. And she was stuck as the bitter result. "I can't run away with you," she said gently, though part of her felt as though there was much more than just that. "I love you too, of course, but my decision from the day you left still stands." "Come on," Emir moaned, "let's just give it a go." "No." Historia scowled. "What is wrong with you?" "I don't want to go with you, and that's final. Let go of me." Emir smiled dimly in the darkness. "They have Armin," she said quietly. Historia stood. She swallowed thickly, and raised her chin high. "I know," she said. Her eyes seemed to widen considerably, and they darted from her face to the side and back to her face, averting and reverting in a strange, frantic rhythm. "You know," she said, utterly shocked. "Wow. I see. Well, he's dying." "I know that too," she said. "Emir, what are they doing to you? Did they threaten me, or something? Because I'm perfectly capable of taking care of myself." She barked a cynical little laugh, and she kissed her hair. "Oh," she breathed, "you foolish girl." And then, without warning, she lifted Historia's chin and crushed her lips with her own. Historia had never kissed anyone before, but she'd always imagined it'd be different. Nicer. Emir was being strangely aggressive with her kiss, her lips moving in an odd rhythm against Historia's. She wasn't sure if she was supposed to reciprocate, or even if she wanted to at this point, because it had been out of nowhere, and she was already angry with Emir. The kissing didn't stop immediately, and Emir's lips were hot against hers, pushing and pulling and strange, and Historia stared at her face, utterly bewildered and a little wary, especially when Amir's lips trailed steadily away from her mouth and against her jawbone, softer now and quicker. Historia stood very still, not sure what else to do at the moment. Maybe someone would find them in this very compromising position, and she'd be saved. You Amir, Historia laughed uncertainly. This doesn't actually excuse anything at all. I'm still angry at you. Amir groaned, and the sound vibrated against Historia's skin as the girl left a hot trail of kisses down the line of her jaw. And then, just when Historia had just about had enough, a little close to giggles but also a little close to bashing Amir on the head for acting in such a way, Amir's lips reached her ear. "Keep your mind blank," she exhaled, her nails digging into Historia's back. "He's always listening. You can't trust him. He's weaker than Armin, but he can actually read your mind." Historia's mouth dropped open. Her mind? Clear. Well, with the rampaging voice of Mr. Terrible Ackerman, that was unlikely. His words were filling up her brain, snide and disgusted. She wished him dead all over again. She understood, suddenly, what Amir was trying to do. She turned Amir's face from her ear, and she kissed her back. It lacked the passion and aggression held in Amir's kiss, but she hoped it relayed what she was trying to say. Well, she was thinking that Amir sucked a lot for dragging her into this. So much for keeping her mind blank. She had no idea what was going on. It was probably best if she didn't think about it. The door burst open behind her, and Historia broke away from Amir to whip around. She squinted into the darkness, watching a slow silhouette emerge from the house. Amir's arms were still firmly around her waist. "Mikasa!" Historia grimaced. "Wait, hold on." She shrieked in alarm as she was hefted up by Amir, and tossed over her shoulder like a rag doll. "Hey!" She wriggled in Amir's grasp. "Hey, stop that! Let me down!" "No can do, princess," she gasped, the world a blur of blackness as Historia twisted to watch Mikasa pursue. She was fast. Faster than Amir. And then the entire world lit up. Historia screamed, pain lancing through her as fire licked up her arms and legs and devoured her torso. Her eyes were melting as she was wrapped in blanket. A car door slammed in the sweet ringing silence, and a snarling scream broke through the vague crackle of her healing flesh. Chapter 33, Free Knowledge. Libertatis. AD. Non. November, 2766 AUC. The drugs were doing their job. Miraculously, he was feeling better. He was breathing easier now, and he was even free to breathe on his own. The only time he was mandated to use the nasal cannula was when he left his bed to walk around. He was astonished to find that he was allowed to do that. He wandered the halls of the institute, feeling his memories begin to surface of the old building in Pennsylvania that held his childhood in a tight grip. This building looked familiar too. Armin found that he actually enjoyed Reiner and Berthold's company a lot more than he thought he would. They were familiar, and they weren't Marco, so they were pretty much his best friends in the world for the time being. His powers were dulled, so he didn't mind being around them at all. In fact, he could probably get used to this. The fact that drugs dulled his powers, of course. Not that institute. He was getting the hell out of here. Somehow. He'd observed several security cameras, and he'd noted all the exits, taking his time to examine each and every one. Marco would knew what he was doing, but as it currently stood, Armin had no way of getting out, and his condition was still too serious to consider leaving on his own. He was a fool in part, but if he was going to escape he at least wanted to live long enough to see his family and friends again. Armin. Reiner found him wandering an upper corridor, his oxygen tank at his side as he studied the blind spot between two cameras. Armin found himself smiling, genuinely, as the boy threw his arm around his tiny shoulders. "Morning. Look at you all up and at it. Bet you're feeling better, huh?" Actually, Armin admitted, laughing a little as he let his oxygen tank rest beside him, "Yeah. I haven't had a headache in a while, and my breathing has significantly improved. My heart rate still isn't great, but that's unsurprising." "Yeah," Reiner said, making a show of wiping his brow. "I'm really glad. I know you kinda hate me a little, For lying and shit, but you know I care about you, right? I can tell, Reiner, Armin replied gently. Don't worry. Ha. He said, ruffling Armin's hair. Good, good. So, what? Checking your escape routes. Nothing gets past you, huh? Armin smiled, waggling his finger. Damn it all. I've been foiled again. Marco will probably just let you go when you're healthy again, Reiner said with a shrug. He lets me, Berthold, and Annie come and go as we please, so why not you? Because I'm dying, Armin sighed. And because we have the same power. It's unlikely Marco will just allow me my freedom. But that's just a temporary thing, Reiner insisted. He's just worried about you right now, that's all. Once you're in good shape, he'll probably realize how dumb it is to keep you trapped in here, and you'll be free to go. We'll never be free of him, Armin thought, shrugging meagerly at Reiner. At the moment, Armin said, my biggest concern is the others. I know their scans came up clean from the robot thing, but the question still stands. What if their impairments come back? Then they'll be treated, Reiner said. Just the same as you. And we have Dr. Jaeger again, so that's good. Again. Armin tilted his head. Did you not have him at some point? Reiner waved his hand, indicating the question was a little up in the air. He was here sometimes, but he liked to travel. Study different illnesses in different places, look for natural anomalies, and stuff. He was actually away when the institute burned down, so when he came back he was kinda furious that Marco had just let Eren go. I'd imagine, Armin murmured. He grasped his oxygen tank, and started forward, listening to it roll against the linoleum tile. Walk with me. Sure. Reiner followed Armin slowly, taking great care to keep to a steady pace. So, curious. Do you still want to die? That's a complicated question. No, it really is not. Reiner stared down at him, and Armin could sense his concern even with his powers numbed to the point of barely existing. Dude, you gotta fight this. I am, Armin sighed. No, Reiner accused, you're trying to succumb to it. Because, what? You think you're dangerous, or whatever. We're all dangerous. I'm just not as concerned about dying as everyone else is at this point, he replied, his fingers tightening around the handle of his oxygen tank. I mean, you've been around this track once, you've been around it 100 times. It's not something I really want to put effort into caring about. I don't really like the idea of suffering on and on until I finally expire, so I'm really just trying to make this easier on myself and everyone else. We should all prepare ourselves for the worst, don't you think? Nah, Reiner said, shaking his head furiously. You're not gonna die. You're completely ignoring everything I just said. I am casually brushing it aside as complete and utter bullshit, Reiner said, grinning broadly. Armin glanced up at him, and he found himself smiling in spite of himself. You're really strong, you know. You can beat this thing. Armin chose to keep his bitter words to himself. Reiner was the closest thing to a friend he had right now, and pissing him off wouldn't be very productive. So, about Dr. Jaeger, Armin said, changing the subject hastily. Did he ever think about going after Eren? Oh, yeah. Reiner waved his hand, his eyes cast toward the ceiling. Lots of times. But Eren was pretty happy where he was, and Marco advised against it. For Marco reasons. Gotta love it when he has zero explanation for his decisions, huh? Armin smiled grimly. He can probably hear you. I hope he does. Armin stared ahead of him, listening to the sound of his slippers against the tile floor, muted scuffing beside the squeak of wheels. Honestly, if I feared him in any way, I feel like it'd give him some sick satisfaction. So, I'll be pretty candid about how I feel about him. I think he's disgusting. Reiner grimaced. I guess you have your reasons, he said slowly. But he's really not a bad guy. Armin laughed. The sound was sharp and bitter as it tore from his throat, and he raised his eyes to Reiner and tilted his head. Sorry, he said, covering his mouth with his hand. But I just can't take that seriously. I'm not exactly the nicest person in the world, not by any means, but what Marco's done goes beyond disturbing. Bad, good, I don't care. He'll always be a monster to me. That's not really fair, Reiner argued. You don't know his reasoning. No, I do. Armin sighed. I understand perfectly well why he did everything he did, and even then, I just can't fathom it. Marco and I are a lot alike in a lot of different ways, but I draw the line at his disregard for the sanity of others. He does not care if he pushes someone over the edge. I mean, look what he did to my mother. Reiner looked a little unsure, and Armin realized he likely did not know what Marco had done to his mother. Well. Oh well. Armin didn't care. His point stood, and he was sticking with it. Also, he really just wanted to differentiate himself from Marco to justify his hatred. Sure, Armin hated himself a good amount, but he didn't think he was like Marco. He didn't think he could ever be like Marco. Even if I lived a few centuries all alone. He thought about Historia. He prayed she wouldn't suffer the same fate. Anyway, Armin said, shaking his head, I guess it just boils down to the fact that he made me think I was losing my mind for a while. That wasn't really fun. Sorry, dude. He shrugged. It happens. So, sorry if this is invasive, or something. Reiner, he said, you're talking to me here. I'm like, the reigning supreme of invasive, unless you count Marco. Ha. Reiner's massive hand clamped over Armin's head as he ruffled his hair. True. So, do you have to do chemo? Ah. That was the question. I asked that to Dr. Jaeger this morning, Armin said slowly, but he wouldn't give me a concrete answer. But chances are, yes. Sorry, man. It's fine, he lied easily, shaking his head. I've been through this before, so it's not so bad. Still. Reiner smirked, and he swatted the back of Armin's head lightly. It'll be a shame to lose this gorgeous friggin' bowl cut. Are you making fun of my hair? Armin squeaked, his hand flying to his head. He actually was very sad about it. He liked his hair. Of course not. I'm very passionate about the bowl cut. Armin flushed, his fingers knotting in the yellow strands, and he huffed. It's not a bowl cut, he murmured. And cut it out. Swag, 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 Reiner stated, waving two fingers in front of Armin's face. In turn, Armin swatted his arm away, laughing in disbelief. I'm embarrassed for your existence, he said. It went on like that for a little while until Dr. Jaeger found him and chastised him for not returning at the appointed time for his medication. Armin settled back onto his bed, lifting the nasal cannula over his head and setting it to the side. It was nice to breathe real air, albeit strange. He was hooked back onto his heart monitor and he bounced his head from side to side, thinking about how Eren and Mikasa were faring. Tell me how you're feeling, Armin, Dr. Jaeger said. Armin often looked at him and wondered how Eren had come from him. Dr. Jaeger was very calm, his actions very meticulous and yet, very cautious. He seemed to understand very well that Armin loathed to be touched, and thus worked around his skin, using gloves when he had to. He wasn't very talkative, either, which was jarring. Eren could chat your ear off. Better, Armin said. I'm hungry, actually, which is strange. I'd imagine, Dr. Jaeger said, smiling. I'll have some food brought to you. Are you adjusting well to the medication? I think so. No nausea. Dr. Jaeger shined a light into Armin's eyes, and Armin stared forward, knowing this procedure. Dizziness. No, that hasn't happened since I got defrosted, he said. That's because of the medication, right? Dr. Jaeger nodded, clicking his light off. Armin, do you remember the last time this happened? He asked. Armin watched his face, which was a little hazy because he didn't have his glasses. He was pretty positive they were lost for good. A bit, yeah. Some days better than others. Are you asking if I remember the procedure? I'm merely wondering how your memory is faring. You should ask Marco that, he said darkly, staring blankly ahead of him. Considering he decided to wipe my memory. Dr. Jaeger turned away, typing something into a tablet he had set up on his trolley of infinite medicines. You are aware of the risks and limitations of brain surgery, I imagine. Of course, Armin said nervously. If I had it my way, I wouldn't have to go through with it. Would you like to try reducing the size of the tumor first? Dr. Yeager asked. Perhaps some radiation or chemotherapy. Armin wasn't sure. He knew the risks of all three. Couldn't he choose the fourth option, and not do anything? This was difficult. I'm not really fit to make that kind of decision, Armin admitted quietly. I don't have the medical knowledge, or the mental stability at the moment. Do what you have to. Dr. Yeager watched him. It seemed to Armin that he wasn't so enthusiastic about making the choice himself. Maybe in the end it didn't matter. Was he just going to die anyway? Who knew? And so the man turned from Armin, typing away at his tablet, and then collecting his instruments. Armin felt the drugs taking effect, but even so, he had to wonder about Grisha Yeager. He seemed to have no more questions for Armin, and now he was on his way. Wait, Armin said, sitting up straighter as Dr. Yeager neared the door. He paused, turning to look at Armin over his spectacles. So unlike Aaron in most things, but the eyes were echoes of Armin's dearest friend. That was for certain. Dr. Yeager, I've been wondering something. Yes. The man was patient. Armin would give him that. He settled in his bed, his hands resting on his folded knees. Why haven't you asked me about Aaron? He asked. Dr. Yeager's face grew grim as he stared, his gaze darkening. Grisha Yeager said, adjusting his glasses. I suppose it's a rather frightening prospect. Learning of the son who loathes you. Armin could not deny that Aaron didn't particularly care for his father. But even so, it boggled his mind that Dr. Yeager had no inclination on simply asking. But you do want to know, Armin clarified. I mean, what kind of person he is. Right. Dr. Yeager smiled wanly. I wouldn't be opposed to it, he admitted. He moved closer to Armin's bed. How has my son grown up? He's in a really good home, Armin said, giving him an apologetic smile. Sorry, I know that's probably not something you want to hear. No. Dr. Yeager shook his head. I'm glad. It was a terrible fear of mine, thinking he might have ended up in an unhappy place. It's good to hear that there was no ground to my fear. He was adopted by Hang Zoe, who is a really wonderful person, he said. Aaron thinks really highly of them, and Hang, God, they love him a lot. And I mean, I'd know. I'm an empathy. Dr. Yeager smiled warmly. For once, Armin wished his powers weren't numb to him, because he'd very much like to understand what the man was feeling. Was he conflicted about this information, envious of Hang and their relationship with Aaron? Or was he truly happy that Aaron had found a home and someone to love and care for him when he could not? Armin was lost in his guesses, and all his senses were dulled on top of his powerlessness, so he could not evaluate Dr. Yeager's expression or posture to assume what the man might be thinking about. Which was infuriating. Thank you, Dr. Yeager said quietly. I'm very much a stranger to him. My own son. And I understand his rage toward me. I deserve it. But I could never stop loving him. I hope he might one day comprehend that. Why don't you tell him? Armin asked. If I vouch for you, Aaron will definitely listen. Dr. Yeager could only smile, and Armin understood that the smile was of a very sad man who had lost any faith in a future with his only remaining family. It's not my intent to put Aaron through that kind of pain, he said softly. But thank you, Armin, for offering to do such a thing. After all, you have no real reason to trust me. No, Armin admitted, but you are Aaron's father, so I'm disinclined to believe you're all bad. Disinclined, Dr. Yeager repeated, sounding amused. Armin's face heated up, undeniably from embarrassment. He wasn't sure why he was even embarrassed, but he was, and it was irritating. You're a very smart boy. Yes, Armin said warily. He winced. I don't mean that in an arrogant way, or anything like that. I mean that I just take to intellectual sorts of things very well and I'm mm. His speech was slurred now, and he thought it might be the drugs, but Dr. Jaeger swept to his side, plucking up his wrist and checking his pulse. CWA crap. Armin, Dr. Jaeger said carefully. Armin blinked dazedly ahead of him. Armin, look at me. Look at me right now. There, that's it. Now, I want you to continue speaking. Very slowly. Get the words correctly. Armin sighed. Like, what? Do you mean? Ah. Armin held his head in his hand, and he felt stupid and foolish and afraid. This is the tumor, right? He tried to follow Dr. Jaeger's face. He felt like laughing. I get it. Armin, I know I've asked this before, but honestly, how long has this been going on? Dr. Jaeger pressed his hand to Armin's head, and when Armin gave a sheepish shrug, he sighed exasperatedly. May I touch you for a moment? Ick, Armin spat. Armin, please. Fine. He sighed, closing his eyes. He felt Dr. Jaeger's bare palm, a cool touch against his forehead. You have a fever. Like that's new. Armin shook his head furiously. Dr. Jaeger, you can tell me. If there's nothing that you can do, I get it, Don't be ridiculous, he said stiffly. This is my job, Armin. I'm fully capable of helping you. Armin said, smiling at him knowingly, but are you capable of saving me? The expression on his face was too good to pass up. Maybe I'm more like Marco than I thought. He got a good deal of glee from how quiet Dr. Jaeger was in response to Armin's cruel question. It couldn't be helped, he supposed. Not everyone could be a hero. I'll do my best, Armin, Dr. Jaeger said. Sure, Armin said earnestly. I don't doubt it. He let Dr. Jaeger leave, then, if only to spare him the discomfort of lying once more. Armin wasn't sure if he was truly going to die, but it was easier to tell himself that he was, because it makes surviving a whole lot sweeter. He'd been so enwrapped in the present, he'd never looked to the future. He hadn't any real plans for the future, which was admittedly in bad taste for someone as thorough as him. He supposed it mattered very little now. He thought he might get a bit of rest before he was sent to get another test done, or something equally unpleasant, but before he even began to fall asleep his door opened again. This time, much to his dismay, it was Marco. Armin made his bitter thoughts plan, and Marco stood with his back against the door, smiling wanly. I know, he sighed. You hate me. For good reason, Armin spat. Armin, please hear me out, Marco said desperately, his eyes widening. I make a lot of mistakes, okay? I know, and I just... He laughed shakily, holding his head and shaking it slowly. God, I'm a fool. I have zero grip on this situation, and I'm sorry for that. I made everything so much worse. Yeah, Armin said. You did. I was trying to protect all of you. And you did it beautifully, Armin snapped. Please leave me alone. Marco shook his head furiously. Tell me how I can make this right, he said, pushing off the door. I'm begging you. Oh, you're begging me, Armin sighed, his voice trailing away into a wisp of a breath. He was sleepy. That's nice. I really don't want the only person in the entire world who understands me to hate my guts, Marco sighed, plopping down on Armin's bed. Too late. Armin glowered at him. You should have thought of that before you effectively screwed my brain over. Thanks for that. Asshole. Yes, he sighed. I am a terrible person. I know this. I suppose it's gotten worse in the recent years though. I'm terribly selfish, and I know it, which makes it all the worse. Aren't you ever selfish, Armin? Yes, he said. But I can control my desire to be driven only by what works solely for myself. Your only goal is to sate your loneliness. That's pretty damn pathetic. Thank you, Marco said, rolling his eyes. Thanks a lot. As if I didn't hate myself enough. Did you mentally age at all? Armin asked, his eyes flashing angrily. You're over 3 centuries old, and yet you act like you're still a teenager. I am a teenager, Marco said firmly. I was 15 I believe, when Ilse gave me her immortality. As much as I've developed over the course of the centuries, my brain didn't finish growing, and so I'm at a bit of a standstill. I don't know, okay? I'm still figuring it all out myself, even after all this time. That is bullshit, Armin said, raising his chin at Marco. Historia stopped aging when she was what? 9. 10. And her brain developed just fine. Well, I have no explanation for that, do I? Marco rested his chin in his palm. You know, considering she hasn't been a subject of my investigation for a good 5 years. Fuck you. You've got quite a mouth on you, you know. He was smiling, which made Armin even angrier. Anyhow, about patching up things with you. You mean, Armin said blandly, the most unlikely thing to ever grace the earth? Yes. About that. Well, I was thinking, Marco said, rocking back and forth, maybe you don't have to stay here forever. Wow. I know, Marco said, nodding. A huge sacrifice on my part. Hold your tears. You're ridiculous. I know that too. Seriously, go fuck yourself, Armin said as viciously as he could with his weak voice and weak muscles. He was so tired, he didn't even know if he could move his face to look angry. Perhaps the words meant more if he looked utterly calm. What if we made a deal? Marco asked eagerly. I hate your deals. A new deal. Marco clasped his hands together, looking very eager. You have to stay here, of course, while we treat your condition. But once you get better, you'll be free to go. And the price of that? Armin asked warily. Marco smiled wanly. Well, Emir really likes Historia. I hate you. Hear me out, please, Marco begged, leaning forward. It's really not that bad. I'm not trading myself for my sister. Armin shook his head furiously. No way. It's not really a trade, more like a bargain. Trust me, it took a lot to convince Emir to agree. She was pretty firmly against getting Historia anywhere near here at first. But you got into her head, didn't you? Armin smiled at him, absolutely disgusted. God, I hate you. Yes, I know, we've established this. Marco waved his hand. I am the worst there is, right? Pretty much. Well, think on it, Marco said. You get to go home. Historia, well, her situation is different. She can very well decide for herself, I think. Excuse me. Armin sat up very straight, and he took a deep breath. His vision was hazy, and his body was weak, but he didn't care. He was furious. Stay away from my sister. I understand your concern, Marco said gently, however. Stay away from my sister. Armin cried, startled by the mental shockwave that burst from his very words, the shattering feeling of his own emotions scattering across an endless void and then suddenly taking purchase in Marco's open mind. And Marco buckled, gasping in pain as he grasped his head, shaking it furiously. Wow! Marco choked, still holding his head. Armin could hear his own scream rattling in his head. Wow, that was... Armin, your power is amazing. Not amazing enough to control you, Armin thought bitterly. Unfortunately, no, Marco said, smiling sheepishly. It's terribly hard to control mind readers once they know you're there. Trust me. If I could control you, we wouldn't be having this conversation. Get out, Armin said breathlessly. Get out, get out. I'm sorry, Marco gasped, waving his hands hurriedly. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. It was a joke, I swear. Armin was close to tears. No, no. Not close. He was really crying. He was sobbing into his hands, and God. He wanted none of this. He just wanted to go home, but this stupid immortal boy was fixated on the idea that they were like, power soulmates, or something. Armin just wanted to be free of this. Death or life, captivity or freedom, nothing seemed to make any sense, and his world was all upside down because of it. Armin. Marco said gently. Oh, Armin, please don't cry. Stay away from me. Armin choked, his voice muffled against his hands as he recoiled from the taste of Marco drifting closer to him. Stay back. I'll turn your mind to mush. Oh, you couldn't do that, Marco said with a vacant laugh. You're welcome to try, though. Armin's sobs were louder now, and his face was wet and sticky. He couldn't even think, because his thoughts weren't safe. Nothing was safe, and nothing was sacred, and he hated it all. He realized how painful his power must be to others, how disturbing and uncomfortable. He realized why Levi had been so disgusted with him at first, why Annie had always been reluctant to come near him, why everyone was so cautious in dealing with him. This was terrible. This was too terrible. I'm sorry, Marco said weakly. Leave me. Armin coughed and heaved, and he rocked back and forth, his sobs shattering the air. Leave me alone. It's really not such a bad thing, Marco sighed. I mean, we already have a connection. Shut up. I mean a mind link, he said gently. But yes, that kind of connection too. Armin, it's not a coincidence you and Historia received the exact same powers as myself and Ilse. We are so alike. No. He moaned, no. Yes. You hate it, because you hate me, but it's true. Listen to me, Armin. There's a compromise here, I just know it. Don't you ever, Armin whispered, lowering his hands shakily and staring at them, get sick of hearing your own voice. Oh. Marco laughed. Says the boy who calls himself Cicero. You called yourself a saint. Armin countered, his breath gone. God. It was a play on my name, Marco said. You know, San Marco. Why yeah, I know, it's still pretentious. Cicero, Marco reminded. It talked a guy into killing himself, okay, it seemed fitting. That's endlessly fascination. I hate you so much, Armin thought at him. I know, Marco replied, smiling a hazy smile. God, do I know. Hey, he offered, scooting closer. Armin recoiled, hiccuping and shaking. Why don't I show you some stuff I've seen? No. Oh, come on. Marco smiled at him genially. I met George Washington. Hell, I fought alongside him. I declined signing the Declaration of Independence. Okay. That intrigued him. Really? Armin asked, cursing his weak heart for its curiosity. Marco's smile widened, and he offered his hand. Tired, weak, and out of willpower, Armin let himself be ensnared. He tentatively laid his bare palm across Marco's. Later, when Armin is alone, he wondered if Marco is really all that bad, or if Armin was just biased. He should never have let him inside of his head again. That was for certain. Because now Armin was reeling with the memories that he'd been shown, awed and horrified and exhilarated by seeing history play out as though it was first-hand. And that was amazing. Armin could scarcely believe the memories were real, but he was certain he'd be able to tell a fabrication. In his mind, he was more astute. He had no weakened senses, no limitations from his illness. In his mind, he was free. Years and years of endlessly watching the people you surround yourself with dying could easily drive a person insane. And Marco had been unstable to begin with. In truth, Armin could not blame him. Because Armin was unstable as well. It was telepathy. There was something cursed about having such immense power. It made the mind crack a bit, which was unfortunate for Marco, who'd had years and years to spoil in it. Armin pitied him in spite of his hatred. He'd fallen into a drugged sleep, dreamless and dark, and he felt okay for once. It was nice to sleep and eat again. It was nice to feel normal. And boy, did he feel normal next to Marco. It was difficult to part himself from his slumber and the reality around him. He figured anything could be a dream, though he'd gone through blackness for a good while. Uncertainty was familiar. When he opened his eyes, it was because he was keenly aware of some hazy consciousness knocking upon his own, a hint of spice clinging to his tongue as his eyelids peeled back and his body stiffened. His blankets were soft and warm, and his mind was in a silvery haze, swimming thoughtlessly in the darkness that had shrouded his mind. It had been so nice, and yet he was hating himself a little more and more for being so undeniably weak. "Go away, Emir," he said, his voice soft and slurred. It had been quite a while since she'd visited him, but he was in no mood for her tasteless humor nor her rowdy presence. He was too tired. "Armin." He bolted upright. In the doorway, there was Emir, her dark face partially hidden by a hood, and her sharp features shadowed. In front of her was a tiny girl whose large blue eyes echoed his own, her small body slumped and her clothes hanging limply on her frame. She had her hands pressed to her chest. "No," he thought wildly, "no, no, no, why is she here? Why?" Even amongst his panicked thoughts he couldn't contain his excitement at seeing her face. It'd been too long since he had any interaction with a person he actually trusted, and Historia's face was undeniably a welcome sight. Hastily, Armin pushed away his blankets and attempted to tear the needles out of his skin. Her footsteps were very loud and very hurried as she rushed to his side, planting a hand on his arm and shaking her head furiously. "Armin, no," she said, pushing his fingers from the tubes. You'll hurt yourself." "Historia," he exhaled, tears stinging his eyes. His lips were trembling pitifully as he stared at her. "What are you doing here?" She smiled weakly, and it was such a horrible smile, because she put no effort into making it look real. "I wanted to see you," she said quietly. He could taste it in his mouth, the ugliness in her words. "Liar," he whispered, reaching out and touching her face. His fingers traced her brow, and then moved to the twitching corner of her lips. "You get so antsy when you lie. Your face changes. Historia, you look like, God, it's too dangerous for you to be here." She actually laughed at him. He was stunned as she plopped down on the bed, her fingers still gripping his own, and she laughed at him disbelievingly. "Armin," she said, shaking her head, "there isn't much in the world that can be considered dangerous to me. If it's dangerous here, it's all the more reason to get you out." "I'd love that," he murmured. "I'd love to go home." "There's a but in there," she said, searching his face. "Oh, Armin. Can't we save you some other way?" "I don't even know if it's possible for me to be saved," he croaked. She stared at him, and then averted her gaze sharply. She looked remorseful. "Sad. Aren't we supposed to be heroes?" She muttered bitterly. This is stupid. This is bullshit." He smiled at her, swaying from side to side, and he was glad to see her face in spite of what it meant in the grand scheme of things. Marco would use her, undeniably. Marco was immortal, just as Historia was, and that was very troubling. Armin found himself crying again, rubbing at his eyes and sniffling. Historia didn't seem to know what to do, and she sat across from him, staring at him with a dumb expression. "I'm sorry," she said. "Ah, it's not your fault." He wondered what time it was. There was no clock, and there were no windows, so he was at a loss. He was struggling to breathe as a sob perched upon his chest, so he reached over the side of his bed and pulled his nasal cannula over his head. Historia stared at him blankly. "What's that for?" she whispered. "To regulate my breathing," he said, his voice weak and trembling as he pulled the oxygen tank closer. "My asthma's been acting up." "Oh." Armin glanced at Emir, who was abnormally quiet as she watched them from the doorway. It seemed to him that she didn't want to take part in the conversation, and was only hovering because she was guarding. Yes, that was it. She was guarding the door. "You look better," Historia blurted. Armin quirked an eyebrow, and she flushed, her pale cheeks turning a faded pink hue. "I mean, your face it's fuller than it was before. And your eyes are brighter." She pressed a finger into his cheek, prodding it gently, and he smiled. "I'm feeling better," he said. "I'm eating now, and sleeping. I know it looks bad with all this stuff stuck on me, but it really is helping a lot." "I'm glad," she mumbled. And then, suddenly, she was hugging him. Armin was vaguely alarmed, but not enough that he didn't immediately return the hug, winding his arms around her tiny frame and pulling her very close as she buried her face in his collarbone. It was nice to be hugged. It was nice to feel content in the people surrounding him, safe and sturdy in the arms of his elder sister. Her arms were wrapped firmly around his skinny torso, and her body slumped against him as the front of his shirt became a little damp from her tears. He was having trouble fighting back his own tears, but he knew it was better for them if only one person cried at a time. So he held the back of her head, resting his cheek against her hair, and bit back a sob as she shook against his embrace. He was now frantically trying to figure out how to save her from Marco's grasp, how any of this could possibly have a happy ending. He stroked the back of her head, blinking as tears slipped through his eyelashes, and he turned his face toward Amir. He stared at her desperately. "Help me," he pleaded. "I'm powerless here, mi muchacho lindo," she replied. He wasn't sure what that meant for him, exactly. Amir was the only one who had any leverage over Marco, and yet she claimed to be powerless. Then what the hell was Armin? He sighed into Historia's hair, and he was glad that they at least had this. He wanted to understand his sister better, wanted to know her like he knew Eren and Mikasa, but he understood he was living on borrowed time. This was enough for him. This little bit of time, and this little bit of trust between them. It was enough. "I'm sorry I ran away," he mumbled against the crown of her head. "Everyone was probably really mad, I bet." She pulled back slightly, sniffling as she rubbed her puffy red eyes. "Eren was angry at Erwin, mostly, but otherwise we were all really scared." "At Erwin? Oh, that wasn't good." Armin groaned, rubbing his face tiredly and feeling the softness of his own cheeks as a tube scraped against his flesh. "Oh no, that sounds disastrous. Crap, why couldn't Eren be mad at me?" "Oh, Erwin took it very well," Historia told him gently, her voice a croak left behind by a sob. "Of course he did," Armin sighed, "he's Erwin. That means nothing. He's definitely not okay about any of this." "Historia, can you promise me something?" "Yes," she said immediately. Though, she didn't look so certain. In fact, she had her eyes cast down at her lap, her lips jaw-tightening. Armin looked upon her face, and it was strange to see echoes of his own in little features here and there. He took a deep breath. "Okay, if I die." "Armin, no," she whispered, her voice shaky. "Don't." "I'm sorry," he said, shaking his head furiously. "I know, okay? But it's important that I think about these things. I understand my situation plainly enough that this is something I can't ignore. So please, humor me." She said nothing. She could only slump, her head bowed, and her forehead pressed to his chest. He was glad she wasn't angry at him, but he wasn't very glad that she was in such immense danger. He supposed there was nothing either of them could do about it now, though. "Will you promise to just look after Erwin for me?" he asked her tentatively. She pulled back, eyeing him very quizzically, her eyes darting away and back in a bewildered manner. "What, like a caretaker?" Historia blurted. "Armin, he's a grown man, he's capable of taking care of himself." "Historia, Erwin has pretty severe PTSD, Armin said slowly. Her eyes widened, and her brow furrowed, and he knew he was only confusing her. "Listen, it doesn't show at all, but sometimes Erwin. I mean, it's very, very difficult to understand him. And his motives. I've been trying to figure him out for years, but he's too complex. One thing's for sure though. He needs stability. I know I gave him that, at least. I don't know, pop in on him once a month. Make sure he's eating right." She laughed at him, her eyes flashing disdainfully. "Like I'd be any help convincing him to eat if he wasn't," she told him coldly. Armin took that slap in a stride. He deserved it. "I didn't do a very good job taking care of my body," Armin admitted. "I don't want anyone else to make my mistakes. You understand, right?" She sighed. "I don't know, Armin," she said weakly, biting her lower lip. "I mean, Erwin's. I mean, I like him well enough, but he's..." "I know," Armin said earnestly. He thought about all the times he questioned Erwin's motivations, questioned how truly he cared for Armin and his safety, but Armin knew now it had all just been senseless suspicion. Erwin loved Armin dearly. It was clear to him now. He's difficult to love, that's for sure. But find it in your heart, if you can. She stared at him. He supposed she was thinking about her own heart, evaluating it in terms of who resided there. Armin could only assume he rested somewhere within it, and Amir as well. But he could not say if there was anyone else. I don't even know if I have a heart, she whispered. It was his turn to laugh at her. Don't be stupid, he said, shaking his head. His hair fell against his cheeks, and he was reminded that he was going to lose it soon. Of course you do. You're just not used to using it, I guess. Don't think too much about it, I mean, it's completely normal. He was struck by something incredible, and he smiled at her warmly. In fact, I think that is where you and Erwin have a common ground. Is he emotionally stunted too? She asked vacantly. And then she smiled, and he smiled, and she shook her head. Okay, I guess I'm overstating it a little bit, but still. I'm not very good at keeping my emotions in check. I don't know what to feel half the time, Armin, and when I do feel things it's an absolute disaster. Would you be offended if I told you that I think you need a therapist? Armin asked her, his question innocently posed. The way her expression twisted gave him his answer before she even spoke. Yes, actually. She gave him a sharp, irritated look. You need one more than I do. Touché, he sighed. Hey, how about when you go home, you find a really good therapist for both of us? How about that? Are you trying to tell me something? She quirked an eyebrow. Like, to leave, or something like that. I don't want to leave you and Amir. You can't stay here, he whispered furiously, his eyes darting to the door. Amir had turned her face to him, and he could taste her anguish even behind the well-played mask of firm indifference. Anguish like something burning in an oven, apples blackening and crumpling on his tongue. He shuddered. You're here, she said, reaching out and grabbing his hands. Amir's here. Home can wait a little while, can't it? No, he croaked, squeezing his eyes shut. You don't understand, you're not. Do you even know why Amir brought you here? Do I even know? In truth, he did not. All he knew was that it was forever. She was going to be here forever. He couldn't have that. She leaned back, her expression falling. Then, she looked a little lost, her mouth opening and closing. Well, no. She twisted in place, glancing at the door and meeting Amir's eye. Amir, why am I here exactly? It's a secret, love, Amir said, shrugging. Not one I was trusted with. Heh. Does he trust anyone? Armin found himself uttering in disbelief. Historia glanced between Armin and Amir, her vague blue eyes narrowing acutely. He couldn't tell if she was angry that she was being left out of the loop, or merely suspicious of the entirety of the situation. He hoped it was the latter. What is it? She asked tentatively. What don't I know? A whole lot, Amir said, her back resting against the door frame. Truthfully, I wasn't supposed to bring you here first thing. But I thought, well, I owed you a hell of a lot, you know? For burning you again. Again? Armin asked, staring at Amir with large eyes. Amir. Cool it, Chico, she said, rolling her eyes. It probably won't happen again. Oh, that doesn't matter, Historia huffed, waving offhandedly. Armin stared at her, feeling uncomfortable at how little she seemed to care about the pain Amir had caused her. But then, he supposed, he wasn't much better. He thought about Annie, and his chest constricted painfully at the thought of how her guilt must be treating her. Another loose end he'd need to tie. Only he would loathe to see Annie under Marco's thumb again. He hoped that wherever she was doing better for herself. He hoped she was safe, and free from Marco's terrible influence. He sighed, rubbing the bridge of his nose. There was a sharp sensation pricking his mind, but he couldn't say if it was a headache or just foreign thoughts trying to slither their way into the clouds that had passed over his brain from the variety of drugs injected into him. Armin, Historia said, turning to face him. You don't need to protect me. Firstly, I'm your older sister, so I get to be the protective one, right? Well, he started feebly. Secondly, I'm certifiably immortal, she declared. And you, sorry, you are really not. Thank you, he said, blinking in alarm. Thank you for your perception. Wow. You should listen to your brother, Carino, Emir called. He knows better than you. Emir, Historia said, straightening up. Shut up. Oh. Emir's grin was a mile wide, and Armin blinked as she gave a dramatic little shudder in the doorway. Got me all tingly. No, seriously, Emir, Historia said, rounding on the lanky girl who stood with her lopsided smile and her tousled hair and her sandstorm of freckles. Stop talking. I'm angry at you for keeping me in the dark about this. Whatever this is. It's not like I had much of a choice, you know. Emir tousled her hair. Ah hell. Whatever. Armin, his sister said, whirling back to face him. I won't leave you here. If you can't go home, then I won't either. That's idiotic, he groaned. No, it's not, it's what I want. You can't tell me what to do, you know. Either of you. She waved her hand back at Emir. She wanted me to run away way back when I found out you were my brother. I wanted to come home, because I like having a home, and I wanted to know if it was really true. You want me to go home now, because you think I'm not capable of taking care of myself, right? Well, you're wrong. I can make my own decisions. I don't need either of you telling me where to go, or what to do. Armin couldn't help but crumble beneath her resolve. You're right, he told her, his throat dry and his eyes watery. I'm sorry. She seemed to slump at his words, as though an apology was utterly foreign to her, and she sighed. You're both infuriating, she murmured. Is that why you love us, darling girl? Emir crooned. Because we make you crazy. Emir, please, Armin said, not now. Ah, can't help it. Emir scratched the back of her head. I try to shut up, but the words, mi muchacho lindo. They just come out, I'm powerless to stop them. He wanted to make a snide remark, but before he could speak, he felt a tingling presence that he was more attuned to now that he had been here for a good amount of time. It was oddly terrifying, for once, to understand what this presence was, and he grasped Historia's bicep, his heart thundering in his chest as he realized that he could not protect her against Marco. He could try his best to defend her, but he understood his chances. He stared at the doorway as Emir stumbled back, and Marco entered swiftly, a coy smile already in place. Hello, he said cautiously, closing the door behind him. I'm sorry for interrupting. Historia turned to stare at him, her eyes widening momentarily. She looked between Marco and Emir, and she tucked her hair behind her ear as her eyes flitted back to Armin's face. She said. So, you're Ilse, I'm guessing. Emir snorted into her hand, and Armin gripped her bicep even tighter. It was alarming to him that she saw Ilse and not Marco. Was he truly going to hide behind that disguise after all that had happened? But he supposed it didn't matter much in Marco's mind if Armin knew or not. I'm glad you're here, Marco said, folding his hands carefully behind his back. Armin was astonished at how easy he made it look. Acting like a different person, and yet. Armin felt as though Marco was putting more of himself in his alternate persona than he let on. Though Armin would disagree. Cut it out, Armin said, pulling Historia closer. Stop fooling around. I told you already, you can't have Historia. What do you want me for? Historia asked, sounding a mixture of curious and wary. A good mix, but it still horrified him that she was even entertaining the thought. Your power would be extremely beneficial to our cause, Marco informed her brightly. Armin was growing furious, his eyes narrowing and his breathing uneven and his fingernails digging into his sister's sleeve, begging her to see through this ruse. Armin is an odd exception to your power, but if anyone were to share his fate, you are the one person who can save them. In fact, your power is brimming with untapped potential. Oi, Emir said. None of that. Oh, right, sorry. Marco laughed easily, clapping his hands together. I'd never do anything without your consent, of course. But, really, you understand your significance, don't you, Historia? Not, really. Marco. Armin snarled. Back off. Historia's eyes trailed to Armin's face. Marco? She asked faintly, her voice trailing away as though she simply could not fathom what he had just said. Understandably. Armin leaned back, closing his eyes and wishing for this to all be a terrible nightmare. He wished Historia away to safety, wished himself healthy and happy, wished Marco to be some semblance of sane. But there was no stock in wishing for miracles. Marco smiled wanly, his head tilted ever so slightly. He was very plainly unimpressed with Armin's outburst, and it was likely that he was more irritated than intimidated. But Armin couldn't help but wishing he could be as fierce as Eren, or as frightening as Mikasa. If not for just this once, just to get Marco to quit whatever plan he had for Historia Rice. Come on, Armin, was that really necessary? Is what you're doing necessary? Armin replied in a bitter voice, his eyes narrowing. No. I don't think so. No more hiding, Marco. No more lies. Historia was staring at Marco, her eyes growing steadily wider and her muscles stiffening, allowing Armin to assume Marco had allowed her to see what he truly looked like. Oh, she uttered, her fingernails catching his skin as she clung closer to him. What? Marco has powers, Armin explained to her quietly. Like us. Historia raised her eyes to Marco's, and she frowned a little in suspicion. He was glad for that, at the very least. No, Armin said cautiously. Unlike us, his powers seem to be completely natural. Like Mikasa, then. Ah, Marco said, waggling a finger. Actually, about that. Mikasa was experimented on in utero, right? Armin cut in, throwing a glare Marco's way. The boy merely smiled wanly, and laughed. So perceptive. He nodded. Yeah, Mikasa and Levi are special cases. I got their parents' consent, of course. Levi's mother was a prostitute, Historia said, her voice very soft and very distant. Yes, and it was much easier to convince her because of that, Marco replied. He shrugged, and Armin felt sick to his stomach simply listening to him. He was the first, of course, after Amir. It was a shock to me when I found out we'd be having him again. But I'm glad we had the opportunity, because his procedure was by far the smoothest. The tattoos? Historia asked, sounding a little odd as she leaned forward. Marco, you run all this, right? That's how you're still alive, and how you know all this, and how you shapeshifted, right? I'm not a shapeshifter, he clarified. I'm merely what one might call an illusionist. Nothing about me changes, it's simply the fact of your mind being told to see something that isn't really there. Do you get it? Yes, she said. Armin was impressed with how well she was taking it, but he supposed she had little reason to mourn Marco in the first place, let alone care that he was alive once more. If anyone were to be shocked about seeing an immortal boy, he doubted it was Historia. He's also a mind reader. Armin didn't quite know how to feel about any of this. He had no contingency plans, no words to sway his captor, and no way out other than death. Of course, getting rescued was a viable option, but he could not account for the choices of his friends when it came to his safety. If they knew his chances of survival inside this facility, would they let him go in order to let him live? He couldn't be sure. Like you? His sister asked, sounding alarmed. Then, you can't read my mind, can you, Marco? I can, Marco sighed. Though it's a bit hazy, admittedly. My theory on this particular issue is that Armin's telepathy is artificial, therefore a little more flawed. Also exceedingly more powerful, Amir chirped. Armin stared at her blankly, trying to figure out if she was lying. As far as her emotions and thoughts went, she seemed to be honest, but he was a little lost and a little numb, so he couldn't be sure. Really? Historia asked eagerly, her eyes darting to Armin's face. Yes, Marco said slowly, shooting a sharp glance Amir's way. You are both vessels to an extraordinary amount of power. Armin's mind is simply a gold mine of power, while you, Historia, are something of a great mass of energy that can barely be contained in human form. You both are so amazing, and I'm really sorry circumstances are what they are. They are what you made them to be, Armin snapped at him. Don't play sad, Marco, you made this happen. Yes, I know I'm horribly guilty, okay. He groaned, rubbing his head and frowning up at the ceiling. I can still be sorry for the misfortune I've caused, can't I? Despite what you think, I have feelings. I know you do, Armin said. I can feel them. You're guilty, yeah, but you're not sad about what you've done. You merely regret the way you went about it. Typical of you. You got a hold of your power through all the medication, huh? Marco's eyes were glittering at Armin in complete and total awe, and it made him squirm a little. You're simply amazing, I really just can't believe it. I don't really know why, I mean you've clearly been observing me for a disturbing amount of time, so. Historia stared at Marco, and he stared back at them, merely smiling and looking sheepish. Armin did understand him. That was true. Marco was lonely, and tired, and scared of being alone for eternity. His actions were driven by his need for affection, and his need to be loved. He was trying desperately to differentiate Marco Bud from the person he really was, and he'd wanted nothing more than for them to just see a girl named Ilse instead, and pin all the blame on her so they wouldn't hate him for what he had done. Armin understood that this was all a result of centuries of instability building up, and an unlimited amount of resources gathered from simply helping build the entire country from scratch. Marco was too powerful, and too helpless to his own desires. Armin supposed he'd hope to be forgiven if he'd made those same mistakes. The only trouble was that Marco refused Armin's offers of redemption, and continued on with whatever he was scheming. It was endlessly frustrating. Historia, Marco said, his voice low and distant. Can I speak to you? In private. And then, the alarms in his head began to sound. Fuck no, he snapped. No way. Historia, don't go with him. Why? She asked confusedly. He's going to manipulate the ever-loving fuck out of you, Armin hissed, grabbing her hand and squeezing it tightly, that's why. Armin hadn't known her for very long, but truth be told the thought of letting Marco twist his sister's mind made him want to gouge his own eyes out with a spoon. He was desperately trying to figure out what was happening around him and why, but he did understand one thing. Both he and Historia at Marco's mercy was too dangerous to stand. They couldn't let that happen. Oh, don't be silly, Armin, she said, pushing herself to her feet. She started forward, and then paused, squeezing his hand back for only just a moment as he grappled desperately for her other arm. I'll be fine. No, he croaked. No, you won't, you. SHH, she said, staring into his eyes. He realized, disheartened, that she seemed to know exactly what she was getting into. It's okay, Armin. No. He was close to tears as he fought against the wires pressing into his veins. He was achy and awkward and anxious to hold her back, but he simply did not have the strength, and it killed him. Oh, God, Historia, why? She glanced back at him, and she shook her head. She slipped her hand from his grasp, and he choked back a sob as she pressed it to his head. He leaned into her touch, thinking of how unfair it was that he was stuck in this useless body, and she would be alone forever because she could not age and she could not die. He missed his family so much it made him sick, and tears swam hotly inside his eyes, obscuring her vacant face as she looked down upon him as though he was something that might fall apart at any moment, and he hated her a little for it. I'm just trying to make my own decisions, she said, a broken laugh hidden somewhere in the depths of her trembling voice. Chapter 34, The Truth Shall Set You Free. Veritas Librabat Vos. Manhattan, New York. A.D. Non. November, 2766 AUC. Nobody had said a damned thing on their way from Salem to New York. Not even Connie and Sasha had a joke to spare, their voices seemingly caught inside their throats as they wallowed in the bleakness of it all. Mikasa was livid, and Aaron was possessed by some kind of demonic rage, and together they were the most terrifying thing in the world to look upon. Nobody wanted to be near them. Connie had made no excuses for Amir's actions. There were none. Until they spoke to her face to face, they had no idea why she'd abduct Historia. There was no quick explanation, and they'd lost their best minds, so there were truly no theories as to what the fuck was going on. All Jean could be thankful for was that Kenny Ackerman was dead as fuck. Also that his mom hadn't called him to make sure he wasn't dead in a ditch. That was really nice. He recalled the terrible sound of screaming, a faint and feral sound that had awoken him from his sleep and forced him upright, his heart thundering madly when he'd realized that someone was in agonizing pain. In the end, Mikasa's screaming had been worse. She'd been absolutely enraged, so much so that Levi had to drag her back to the Springer home after she'd ran half a mile down the road in pursuit of the car that had whisked Historia away. Mikasa didn't lose her cool like this. Not ever. Jean was horrified by the sight of it, and sickened by the realization that something had gotten to her. Jean yet to speak with her privately about the matter, but he was lost to her feelings. He felt very lonely and very out of place in this group. After all, Mikasa had Eren to share in her rage, and Connie had Sasha. Armin was gone, Historia was gone, Emir was probably fucking insane, Berthold and Reiner were traitors, Annie was a lost cause, and Marco was fucking dead. And Jean was alone. It sucked to wallow in his own thoughts, but he had nothing better to do, and everyone was sick to death of talking. Hang had not questioned it, assuming that they were all just tired or angry about what had happened. Which wasn't untrue. Okay, Hang said from their place at the front of the plane. I can't take it anymore. Someone say something. You're an old, crusty shit stain, Levi called to them. His voice was low and his face turned upward. Does that work for you? Thanks, Hang sighed. Okay, anyone not Levi. It wasn't very fun, Hang, Petra said carefully. I think we're all just a little beat at the moment. Look, Historia's probably going to be fine, they said brightly. Emir likes her a lot, right? And as for Armin, I'm sure he's okay too. No one had told Hang about Armin's brain tumor. Jean was still living in a dull disbelief himself. It just didn't seem real to him. He wouldn't believe it even if he had a brain scan in his hands as physical proof. He was struggling with trying to believe that any of this was real, and that he wasn't just dreaming up months of insanity and heartache. These things just didn't happen. Right? I'm sick of watching people die, Jean thought, hopeless and yet somehow hoping that this could get better somehow, maybe. His cynicism was gnawing at his insides, but his mind had shut down and now he was left to wonder and wait and wallow in his powerlessness. The silence stretched on, and no one wanted to break it. It was difficult not to feel like they were trapped and hopeless when they were refusing to address the issue at hand. Armin was missing, presumably in bad condition considering his, tumor thing. Historia had been kidnapped, Erwin disappeared off the face of the fucking earth and no one knew why, Emir was probably loosing some screws, Reiner and Berthold were mysteries, and Annie was lost to them. So what? What now? They were properly fucked over. At least they still had Petra, right? Jean saw that Levi had moved to sit beside Mikasa. He observed them from afar, too curious to tear his gaze away, and he waited. There had to be a reason he had moved, and Mikasa had been tense and angry from the moment their flight had taken off. Jean wanted conversation. He wanted to hear Levi's low whispers, even if the words did not carry over to where Jean was sitting. He wanted the sound, the soft murmur, the distant thrum of coherency. Anything to drown out the whirring of engines and the snarl of wind. But they were silent. How unremarkably surprising. Jean had nearly looked away. He was glad he had not. Mikasa let her head droop a little to the side, her hair slipping sideways as she cautiously rested her cheek against his shoulder. Levi gave no initial reaction, and he sat stiffly for a solid minute. Then, alarmingly, he raised his hand and rested it on the crown of her head, his fingers nestling in her hair. Quickly he moved on from that, likely self-aware of how publicly affectionate he was being, and he instead put his arm around her shoulder and gave her steady support as she continued to use him as a pillow. It was singularly the strangest thing he had ever seen. They landed. Just like that. They were there, and they now had to deal with everything that had just happened. Kenny Ackerman's death was on the news and stuff, but luckily he was enough of a terrible human being that no one was pinning the death on them. It was more like a public service, really. Good riddance? It had been a long few days, that was for sure. Hang tried to get Eren to open up the entire drive to their apartment, which wasn't very long at all, but considering it was Hang it felt like it was forever and a day. And Aaron just kinda sat in a slump, all sulky and quiet and weird. He was likely thinking about Armin. And, of course, his condition. God. Jean was trying to figure out if he'd actually ever been inside the Hang household, but no. No, this was a first. They were still trying desperately to get them all to talk, but they were all just fucking beat, and they were struggling to find words. Mikasa was hanging close to Aaron, and Levi was hanging close to Mikasa and Connie, and Sasha just looked awkward and out of place. Just like Jean. He lumped himself with them just to make himself feel better. "Y'all are gonna talk to me," Hang declared, opening the front door to the apartment and allowing it to swing open. "One way or another. Our concern right now is finding the location of the facility," Levi said. "Which Petra can do from here, I think." "Yeah," Petra said. They all shuffled into the apartment, slumped and exhausted. Aaron's silence was troubling even Jean. In most scenarios such as this, Jean imagined Aaron would start declaring war on some unholy enemy that he didn't even know well enough to openly hate. But his silence was only deepening the gaping hole that resided within them. Losing Historia had hammered in just how serious this was. Perhaps, for Aaron and Mikasa, it was like losing their final connection to Armin. "You can move, you know," Hang said, glancing over them all as they stood awkwardly. Aaron was the first to break apart from the group, turning left into a living room area thing. Jean was kinda surprised at how nice the place was, which, like, he was a total idiot for being surprised, duh, Hang was a billionaire. But damn. He was really reluctant to move, but when Mikasa started forward he felt as though he had to. They had a reason for being here, after all, so they might as well get talking about the shit they needed to talk about. He was really dreading it though. A loud, bellowing voice shook the entire apartment with its sheer vivacity. Aaron shouted from the next room, "Jesus fucking Christ." They'd all ran like hell, Hang all but diving head first into the living room and skidding to a stop, a gun already in hand. Jean's fingers were at his holsters, and he felt a wave of déjà vu as he paused, the metal cold beneath his skin, and Annie Leonhardt's harsh face staring back vacantly. Aaron was pointing at her. Just pointing. Like a fucking moron. "Guys," Connie whispered very loudly, "stay cool, but I think that might be Annie." "Hello," Annie said dully. She was sitting in a pair of baggy gray sweatpants and a faded yellow crop top with some soccer player's name on it. She waved at them. "Holy shit," Aaron gasped, still pointing. His eyes were so big that they looked kinda bulbous in his head. It was weird, because they were creepy and really green. And weird. "Yeah. What the sweet holy mother of Jesus fucking Christ are you doing here, Annie? Lord fucking almighty. And that is the most you have said all day," Hang said, knocking Aaron gently with their hip so that he'd stop pointing at Annie. "You okay, bud? I think I just had a heart attack." "I think you almost just gave everyone a heart attack," Levi told Aaron sharply. "Calm the fuck down." He rounded on Annie, his eyes narrowing dangerously. Jean recognized that look. He'd seen it once when he'd called Levi a little grandpa. "And you? How did you get in here?" "I let her in." They all whirled around to the entrance of the living room, and Jean was astonished to see the amiable face of Erwin Smith, a knowing smile perfectly in place as he leaned against the doorway. He was also wearing what looked to be sweatpants, a plain white t-shirt. Jean had no idea what was going on, but he was a little pissed off. "Erwin!" Hang cried, sounding actually genuinely enthusiastic. "Hello, Hang," Erwin said, casting his eyes to them. "I'm sorry I didn't call, we had a bit of trouble with the storm." Jean swore rather loudly, clapping his hands over his mouth as Erwin was cut off with a sharp snap of his jaw connecting with Levi's fist. Now, Jean had seen plenty of good fights. Some not so great ones too. But this was unbelievably satisfying after days of senseless wonderings and prickling fear and doubt. Jean had never cared for Levi, but right now, Levi was Jean's fucking hero. "You motherfucker," Levi stated in such a low tone that it was hardly audible. Erwin straightened up. He moved his jaw around, touching it gingerly before nodding curtly to Levi. I see you're doing well, Levi, he said. Slowly. Very slowly. Every word looked to be a chore. Oh, hell yeah. Levi bared his teeth in what could be a feral smile, but was likely a sneer. I'm so fucking peachy, man. Levi, Mikasa called sharply. For a moment it seemed as though Levi was going to ignore her, because he'd lifted his chin up to glower at Erwin. But then he turned away. Amazing. Mikasa truly had him on a leash. That was excellent. You're bastard prick, Erwin, Levi said. I've been called worse, the man admitted. He glanced around the room, his cool blue eyes flitting over the group of them. And then they narrowed. Very suddenly, and very dangerously. Where's Historia? Oh, did you not see that one? Levi scoffed as he stopped at Mikasa's side. Emir kidnapped her. Burned her to a crisp while she was at it. Lucky the kid can't die, right? Shit. Their eyes turned to Annie. She was sitting, her droopy blue eyes wide and distant, her lips drawn back into a slight gape. And while we're at it, Levi said, jerking a finger at Annie's face, what the fuck is she doing here? Didn't she blow a kid's face off? That's a bit complicated, Erwin said. I'd be glad to tell you all. But firstly you need to calm down, Levi. You don't think I'm calm? Levi tilted his head, and he gave a sharp scoff. You have no idea how fucking angry I really am, Erwin. None. Yes, as troubling as Erwin's disappearance was, Hang said, waving their gun offhandedly, I'd like explanations for just about everything, so Levi? Really? Not now. Beat him up later. Fine. They were silent. All of them. Jean felt awkward and ashamed just being in the same room as Annie, who seemed completely fine in comparison to the last time he'd seen her. In fact, she was pretty damn nonchalant as she sat placidly on the couch, staring at them with her icy eyes and her blank expression. God, he'd forgotten how infuriating it was to look at her. Why don't we start with, Aaron said, his voice shaky, what the hell, Erwin? I had a vision of Annie, Erwin said simply. Once I had her location I couldn't bear to pass up the chance to speak to her. Annie scoffed. She sunk into her seat, glowering at Erwin so vehemently that Jean was a little uncomfortable. Erwin didn't seem to mind, though. He just pedaled on through with his explanation, smiling genially. It was, admittedly, very rash and foolish of me to do so without confiding in all of you, Erwin said carefully. I'm very sorry for the trouble I caused. Well goddamn, that just fixes everything, Levi stated dryly. What he's not telling you, Annie said coolly, is how he tried to kill me. Now, Annie, that's not entirely true. No, Annie said, glancing down at her fingers and examining her nails. Jean noticed they were bitten to the skin, and then some. No, I'm pretty sure you had some real murderous intent there. Not that I can really blame you. Aaron looked as utterly lost as Jean felt. Shit, I just... Why? What the fuck, guys? Annie looked pointedly at Erwin. And Erwin just shrugged. I was a little furious with Annie, he said slowly, for a number of reasons. And I do regret how violent I was with her, and I apologized. We've come to an agreement. She's accepted my apology for threatening her life, and I've accepted her apology for freezing Armin. She did what? Mikasa hissed, her entire body coiling in tension. Jean could feel her rage cling in the air, electric and volatile as she rolled her shoulders and looked very ready to pounce at Annie and tear her limb from limb. You eased right into that one, Erwin, Annie said dully. Calm down, Mikasa. He's fine. I think. You think? He had a seizure, Annie said, her eyes lowering from the group of them back to her hands. What else was I supposed to do? Holy shit, Aaron choked, his eyes going wide and his expression twisting in horror and frustration. Holy fucking shit, Annie, I dunno, maybe wait for the seizure to stop? Sit with him, lay him on down his side? Hold his head so he doesn't hurt himself? Not freeze him, that ain't sound logic, that's fucking bullshit. I panicked, Annie sighed, rubbing her face tiredly. I didn't mean to, okay? I really I understand that a lot of you hate me. I understand that. I get it. Hate me, it's cool, whatever. But I made a mistake with Armin, and you don't know how much I regret it. That's why I'm here. I want to help you save him. And you think we'll just accept you, Mikasa spat, because you apologized? Not likely. Yeah, Annie, you kinda killed one of us, Sasha said, scratching the back of her head. Which isn't cool. Annie merely sighed. As though the weight of Marco's death did not bother her. As though she felt guiltless for that entire fiasco. Jean was despising her all over again, else be damned. Annie, Erwin said, would you happen to know if we are alone here? I don't want to have to deal with an unwelcome visitor. Annie blinked rapidly, and she straightened up. Oh, she said, turning her face about. I don't feel anything right now. The last time he snuck up on me I was a little preoccupied with Armin's mind to sense him, but usually his presence is pretty palpable. What? Jean asked flatly. What the fuck are you talking about? Ah, Erwin said. Jean's eyes widened when the man set a large hand on his shoulder gently, and looked down at him somberly. Jean, you might want to sit down for this. There was a slithering, sneaking, sinking feeling in the pit of his stomach. Everything in him was suddenly riddled with a tense, asphyxiating anxiety, and he felt trapped beneath a closing hand, pinned by the stares of his peers and teammates. He swallowed thickly, looking around wildly in order to get a grip on the situation. But everyone else was looking just as lost as he was. So Jean, confusedly and uncertainly, wandered to the edge of the couch Annie was sitting on. He eyed her suspiciously, and then, defeated, he sat. She glanced at him. For a very long, very awkward period of silence, she simply watched him. He was a little terrified and a little irritable, and he could feel sweat cling beneath his uniform, causing the bulletproof fabric to cling to his skin. He wasn't sure what to do. Then Annie lurched to her feet, shaking her head furiously. I can't do it, she said. What do you mean? Erwin asked. Jean merely sat, bewildered, and he watched her stalk past Levi and Mikasa, her shoulders hunching. Annie, where on earth are you going? My room, she said. What the hell is going on? Aaron asked through gritted teeth. Annie, you're being a little overdramatic, Erwin sighed. Am I? Annie stood up straight, and turned her face up to meet Erwin's gaze. Jean thought she might say something else, but she left it there, with that stinging question open to an answer even as she glowered. Erwin stared at her levelly, a mountain in comparison to her tiny form. I told you it would be alright so long as you told the truth, Erwin said to her calmly. What is it? Are you afraid of something? I'm not afraid, she said coolly. Then what is it? He's not going to believe me. She jerked a finger at Jean, causing him to tense up and hold his breath, shocked by the ferocity in her voice. He'll just deny it, you know he will. It's not like I have proof. Is my testimony not enough? Erwin inquired, looking curious. I'm almost hurt. Your words are meaningless, Annie said, because they are only based on your faith in me. And, newsflash, Erwin. You're the only one crazy enough to believe me. I resent that, he said. He smiled at her calmly, and Jean stared in disbelief as he pressed his hand to the top of her head. She stiffened considerably, but did nothing in response. I promise you that everyone here will take your story and opinions seriously. I believe you are telling the truth. I expect everyone here to treat you with the same respect. She didn't understand. That was clear. In fact, she looked horrified, her eyes wide and distant as she stared at the ground, her shoulders trembling slightly as her mouth opened and closed. Jean was reminded how human this girl was. And once more, he pitied her. I don't care what the fuck the explanation is, Levi said, so long as I get one. Right now. Talk, brat. Annie glowered at him. Her head was still firmly planted beneath Erwin's hand, so it looked less intimidating than rather adorable. She brushed off Erwin's hand with a flick of her wrist, and she whirled to face them. Loud and clear she said, her voice slicing through the air, Marco is not dead. It was kinda like the earth had stopped moving. He felt as though he'd been tossed into the wall at a grand speed, his body crunching and splattering, leaving nothing but a pulpy smear in the cracks and crags of the battered wall. He wasn't even breathing. He was simply staring. His mind had turned off. The words did not process. There was no way. "You liar," he said mechanically, his voice stealing the air before his mind had turned on again, and he was breathing so heavily that he could hear his breath rattling inside his head. She merely stared at him. Stood. Stared. She lowered her gaze. Jean felt like shooting her in the face, the way he couldn't a few weeks before. He could do it now. He hated her enough. How dare she? How fucking dare she? It was Mikasa who had spoken. Jean listened to her voice, trying to let the softness of it ground him to reality, but it didn't. It left him feeling empty. "I don't understand. What does that mean?" "It's bullshit," Jean said heatedly, jumping to his feet. "That's what it means. She's just playing us, don't you see?" "Jean." Annie began. "No." Jean snapped, pointing at her jerkily, his breath catching in his throat. "No, you don't get to talk anymore." She threw up her hands in defeat. "Fine," she said, turning sharply on her heel. "Told you, Erwin." "Annie," Erwin chastised. And then she came whirling back, trudging irritably to Erwin's side. She looked miserable. Good. Fucking great. Yeah, she deserved it. Jean was angry at himself most of all for being such an awful piece of shit. "Marco is dead," he said breathlessly. He felt his knees wobbling, and nausea churned within him as his mind went reeling back to that horrible night when he'd found Marco's corpse, his brain half shattered, his frozen blood crystallized on his cheeks and in glittering chunks on the hard concrete. "I saw it. I saw what you did to him. You broke him to little bits." "He did that," Annie said, holding her arms in such a way that made it appear as though she were hugging herself. "Not me." "What? What the hell does that mean, what?" "It might be best if you explain the origin of this issue, Erwin offered, touching Annie's shoulder. "First things first, okay, old man." Annie was staring at Jean, her dreary eyes fixated on his face. "I'm sorry, Jean. Really. What Marco did to you was cruel." Jean felt dizzy. "You're not making any sense. Marco's dead, and you killed him with your freaky powers." "Yo." Aaron snarled, his eyes flashing dangerously. "Our powers aren't freaky. I said her powers, not your powers in general." "I don't care." Aaron stepped in front of Annie and Erwin, throwing his arm out and leaning forward with his muscles all tensed up and his teeth bared in disdain. "You don't get to make the call about what's freaky and what isn't about any of us. You don't know what we went through to get these goddamn abilities, so you ain't got any right to give us bullshit about it." "Fine." Jean waved his arm, hissing through his teeth and feeling like he was spiraling down a great black hole, swallowed by time and nostalgia. "Whatever. The point is, Annie killed Marco. I saw the body, I saw the bloody fucking chunks. She did that." "It was just pretend, Jean," Annie said. "Like hell. I held the body, you bitch. It was real." "He was pretending," she insisted, her eyes just peeking over Aaron's outstretched arm. "It's just what he does. His power is illusions. He makes them. He's kind of a maestro of illusionary, and those are his words for it. He takes scraps from your mind and builds a world around it, feeds you lies, and you just eat them all up because there's nothing else you can do, not with Marco. He makes you feel like he understands you better than anyone, and then he rips you to shreds when he doesn't need you anymore. He's..." "Shut up," Jean said, his heart racing, his eyes widening, his body shaking. "It couldn't be real. He's just bored, I guess, bored and lonely, which are a terrible mix, especially for someone as immensely powerful as Marco. When he's lonely, he creates. When he's bored, he destroys. I guess that explains your friendship, huh? You're a liar." He screamed, slamming his hands down on the coffee table so hard his palms stung profusely, and the clap of it rung in his ears and rung like a telephone, and Jean could hear Marco's laughter inside his head, and this wasn't fair. How dare she do this, make him doubt his best friend, his dead best friend who'd done nothing wrong. This was all her fault. He's the liar. Annie ducked under Aaron's arm, her body suddenly lax and her voice loud and firm. He tricked you, just like he tricked me. It's just what he does, Jean. That just doesn't make any sense. Jean gritted his teeth. No, Marco had a funeral. A grave. His mother. I've met Marco's mom, she's a perfectly normal person. Who's never around, Annie said dully, right? Jean couldn't respond to that. He'd lost his voice. Yeah, that's because Marco got bored of that illusion. He hates pretending to have parents. His dad hurt him when he was little. What? Jean choked out, unable to believe any of this. Have you never seen Marco's back? Annie cocked her head. And then she rolled her eyes. Never mind, he'd probably just hide it even if you did. Marco was whipped periodically by his father when he was a child. I don't know the details, but I know he was mortal then. Mortal? Jean shook his head furiously. No, that doesn't make sense. Are you saying Marco's immortal now, Annie? Aaron asked, sounding simultaneously odd and angry. Yes, she said. She shrugged, as if it were a simple thing. Yes. Of course he was immortal. That made sense, right? Fuck. More immortal than me and you, even. He's never going to die, or age, or live a normal life. That's why he created us. So he could have a future that would at least be filled with people just like him. Did you say, Mikasa uttered distantly, created us? No way, Connie breathed. I believe everything she says is true, Erwin said. Are you kidding? Jean shook his head furiously. No, it's total bullshit. She's just spouting useless nonsense. Jean, you're such a fool. Annie groaned, rubbing her temples. Marco was the one that tortured me. Marco shot me, broke my arm, and my leg, and my ribs, and my nose, and he cut me open and spilled my guts out, and then he told you to stop being a hero so you'd never find out that he's an immortal telepath who torments the minds of little kids for fun. You're an actual fucking dog of the enemy. Jean was waving his arms all over the place, gesticulating with all his might to show her just how plainly ridiculous her story was. And you expect us to just trust you? Just like that? I wouldn't lie about this. They'd make you lie about this, to throw us off. No, Annie hissed, this is real. This is real, Jean, I swear. How the fuck can I believe you? Annie stood, looking a little lost as she squeezed her eyes shut. She turned her head away, shaking it slowly. He thought she'd given up. Then she turned back to him, her eyes snapping open, and she clapped her hands together. Marco told me how you two met, she said, straightening up considerably. And, by the way, he was only in Chicago to keep an eye on Levi and Mikasa. He just happened to stumble into you one day when he was trying to tail Mikasa, and then suddenly you were getting ice cream together because you're cheap as hell, and Marco offered to buy. She swallowed thickly, and whirled to face Mikasa. You were there too, with Levi. Marco was watching you because he was scared that Levi might be unfit to take care of you, and that's how I know about it, because he wanted to warn me that you might be coming back, which, as you can imagine, was a horrifying prospect to my 12-year-old self. He told me that Levi bought you chocolate ice cream, and that he was surprised because he actually seemed like a nice father. He was going to leave you alone after that, but I think Jean just distracted him, and suddenly Marco was going to school in Chicago, pretending to be a normal kid. What a joke. There were no words that could describe the shock he felt. Or the emptiness. He sat down. He shut his mouth. There were no more words for him to speak. He did not object again. I don't remember you ever buying me ice cream, Mikasa stated quietly. Jean wondered if she was feeling just as numb as he was. It was late August, Levi said, staring at Annie with his cold eyes narrowed. A few months after the drug incident. Oh, she said. She didn't question him. You know these things, Levi said to Annie, because Marco, the creator of this entire fucked up experiment, followed us. And I didn't notice. He looked like a 12-year-old boy, Annie said. It's not your fault. You actually might have noticed, but he likely just switched your perception from him to someone else. He's very tricky with those sorts of things. So what? Levi tilted his head to the side, looking a little bored with this entire conversation, as though it weren't Marco they were talking about. He's a creepy manipulator, like Armin, or something. Mikasa had elbowed him. Annie looked at him icily just the same. No, she said firmly. I don't think Armin and Marco are the same. Armin still has a conscience. Marco is clinging to the threads of humanity still left inside him. And truthfully, Armin is more powerful. If you've endured him this long, he's harmless to you. I'd hardly call that little shit harmless. Well, he'll be dead soon anyway, Annie snapped at him, turning away sharply. What? Eren asked sharply, his horror and rage bubbling up in the cracks of his echoing voice. No. No, he won't be dead. What are you even saying? Armin's going to be fine. Annie turned to look at Eren, and Jean could see the defeat in her face. Eren, she said, Armin's dying. Yeah, Eren snapped. I know that. So what? Doesn't mean he can't beat it. Annie sighed, and she shook her head while tossing her hands up. You know what, think what you want, she said. I don't care. You said you wanted to save Armin, Mikasa said in a low, chilly tone as she stalked very slowly around Erwin, keeping her distance from Annie. But you assume he's going to die anyway. Annie's eyes narrowed, and she stared straight at Mikasa, her muscles clearly taut. I came here to save Armin from Marco, she said calmly. I have no say in whether Armin will die from his tumor, Mikasa. Well, you just have to believe he won't, Mikasa said simply. Annie's eyes flashed wide momentarily. She scoffed, and she pushed her bangs from her eyes. You never struck me as an idealist, she said in a cold, bland voice. I'm surprised. Fuck yourself, Annie. Annie threw her a casual thumbs up, and then promptly ignored her presence. Look, Annie said cautiously, turning around and around to face them all, I don't expect all of you to believe me. I believe you, Levi stated. His voice was flat, and his face was expressionless, but his words seemed surprisingly genuine. Well, Annie said, throwing Levi a bewildered glance. Okay. That's something. Actually, Mikasa said, grimacing a bit, as terrible as I think you are, I don't think you're totally wrong. See, Annie, Erwin said. This is what happens when you tell the truth. That's pretty much bullshit, actually, but whatever, she sighed, tossing her bangs out of her eyes. Whatever, Erwin. You win, does that make you feel better? No. Because Armin's still fucked, and we're still standing here. There is a way to save Armin, though, Eren piped up, starting forward toward Annie with a beseeching gaze. Jean felt as though he was sinking further into obscurity, as though his presence was going completely unnoticed the longer he stayed silent. He didn't want to speak or be spoken to. He didn't understand how any of this could be happening. His mind had completely shut off. Right, Annie? There has to be. Annie regarded Eren with a long gaze, as though he were some pitiful child. Even though she had to tilt her head to look up at him, even though her shoulders were slumped, she looked to be the one with more authority at that moment. I have no idea, she said distantly. I'm not really concerned about the extent of his life at the moment. Mostly I just want him out of Marco's hands so he can't be manipulated like I was. Marco can be very persuasive, and he's already had Armin for days. I'm still trying to wrap my head around all this, Connie said faintly. You're saying Marco works with Ilse? Oh God, Annie sighed, pinching the bridge of her nose. Connie blinked rapidly, and he threw his hands into the air defensively. Hey! He cried. I'm curious. Connie, I established this already, Annie said. Marco is Ilse. He has a telepathic power that enables him to manipulate what you see, so whenever you saw Ilse, it was actually Marco. Connie stared at Annie with large eyes. And then he bowed his head. Then he whispered, Marco saved me. He saved us all, once, Annie said, shrugging. Doesn't make him any less of an asshole. This is all hurting my head, Sasha whined, bouncing back on her heels. Yeah, imagine living it, Annie retorted, looking grumpy and irritable. After a while of not having him in your head, the world becomes a little clearer. It's nice. I don't think he's ever been in my head, she said uncertainly, rubbing her hair self-consciously and mussing the thick brown strands. Wouldn't I know if he was? No, Annie said dully. Of course you wouldn't. Unless you're highly attuned to mental presences, you'd never catch him. Hell, I'm not even all that good at it. Okay, so wait, Aaron said distantly, wait. You said Marco is a telepath, right? That would be the case, unfortunately, Annie said. And Jean simply sat, feeling as though something had gone terribly wrong, and he'd been dropped off a cliff rather rudely. So would you say, Aaron said, waving his hands hurriedly, essentially he and Armin have the same power, and stuff. Annie frowned. Well, kind of, she said hesitantly. Armin's a lot more powerful. Yeah, okay, Aaron sighed, but Marco could say, make himself invisible. Right. Yeah. Annie glanced around. Connie had made a rather obnoxious choking noise. Petra's stricken face could be seen poking out from behind Hang. Jean had blanched. Shit, did something happen? Someone burned my house down, Connie said breathlessly. Kinda. Not Amir, I'm guessing. No, Aaron said, rubbing his head furiously. No, there was a pretty distinct smell of gasoline and, the fire was struck by match, I think. Except none of us saw anything. And? I mean, I could just feel something, you know? My first thought was Armin, but, I mean, I knew it couldn't be him. Armin and Marco have a very similar presence, Annie said quietly. It's not surprising you mixed them up. Why would Marco, Mikasa spoke up slowly and clearly, want to hurt us? Have you been paying attention at all? Annie rolled her eyes. God. No, Mikasa, he doesn't want to hurt you. Connie said, raising his hand into the air and waving it rapidly until his arm was nothing but a whooshing blur in the air, a soft thrum of friction. Wait, I'm sorry, what? Oh my God, Annie groaned. Idiots. You're idiots. That's not fair. Aaron gritted his teeth, looking a little disgruntled. We've been left out of the loop a whole fucking lot, thanks. Forgive us for being confused. Marco is a monster, Annie said, turning her back to them. But I do think he cares about us in his own fucked up way. Everything he's done up to this point, he's done because he believes it's in your best interest. He's very deluded, if you couldn't tell. Deluded, Jean repeated distantly with a bitter scoff. Annie shot him a hurried glance, and he felt her pity. Her. Pity him. Oh, this was such a joke. Okay, if all of you really believe me, she said, standing up straighter, then we should probably focus our energy on finding Armin. He's been gone for days, and I have no idea if Marco unfroze him or not. If he didn't, then he's probably fine. I mean, all things considering. Yes, Mikasa snapped, because being frozen solid is the ideal sleeping method, it definitely has my recommendation. Yeah, it's actually really helpful, Annie replied in kind. Especially when you're dying. Fast. And under the thumb of a mind-controlling dickhead. So, yeah. What the fuck is going to happen to Armin? Aaron asked furiously, his fists clenching at his sides. His body was all taut, and his expression twisted, and Jean simply sat. His mind was still astray, and his heart was still pounding. He didn't understand any of this. He's going to die, Annie said flatly. I thought we established this. Yeah, okay. Aaron spat. Whatever. But if he stays with Marco, then what? What does Marco want with him? I don't really know for sure, Annie admitted. He didn't talk to me about Armin a lot because I didn't want to know. And why the hell not? Levi asked in a clipped tone. Annie looked to be very tired of standing around, spouting information, and being scrutinized by so many people who could easily just rip her to shreds. She looked tired of the world, and tired of her own voice, and Jean understood. He was tired too. Tired of lies, and tired of hurting, and tired of the world spinning on its head and turning on him when he needed the world on his side the most. He was so lost, and he knew Annie felt the same. But how could he possibly trust her? How could any of them trust her? Even if she was telling the truth, even with her meager proof, what then? What was Marco? What was Jean to Marco? What was this entire institute, facility, experimentation, telepathy? What was the world coming to? When you realize your friend is going to die, Annie said hollowly, you don't want to know the gruesome details, the hows and the whys and what could best. I just didn't want that pressure to weigh on my mind. So you just ignored it, Levi clarified. Wow. You're a bitch. Yes, like I've ever pretended to be anything but, she sneered. Spare me, Levi. Annie, could Marco manipulate my mind? Erwin asked carefully. Or Historia's? I'm not really sure, she said. But it's possible. He's had 300 years to hone his abilities. And, also, he created you. It's likely he knows a way around the gimmicks of Armin's powers, despite the brute strength of his. Then we should all be on guard when we go for Armin, Erwin said. I don't want anyone falling prey to Marco's tricks. Myself included. Jean. Jean jumped. He existed. He'd forgotten. He'd blended into this conversation, letting himself drown in the words. He was lost in them, and suddenly he was relevant again, and his chest ached, and his throat ached, and his eyes ached. He could not speak. Or move. He was trapped, pinned under the stairs and the stars and the weak little laugh of a friend he'd thought he knew. What was this? What was this terrible world? Why yes? He asked. Weakened voice made a sound, but he wasn't sure if he was actually speaking or if this was just some mechanical part of him responded to the utterance of his name, the familiar syllables reaching him and his tongue reacting in kind, like something in him just could not bear to be emptied of all feeling, so he had to give back something to the world and he was left with words, and this was so scary, this was so strange, and he wanted nothing to do with it. He wished he'd listened to Marco when he'd told him to quit while ahead. Ilse, Jean reminded himself, horrified. It was Ilse, not Marco. Ilse. He wasn't so sure anymore. How do you feel about all of this? Erwin asked cautiously. He was so tentative about it, and it made Jean's head spin. He was astonished that anyone was even asking his opinion, when it was so clear he disagreed. Annie was lying. She was a liar. They were all stupid fucking idiots, stupid, stupid. How could they believe this bullshit? It was just that, bullshit. A dumb fable made up by a dumb lying girl. Jean didn't know how he felt about it. Empty, he supposed. Empty and lost and trying desperately to cling to his memories, to the happy face of his best friend, his best fucking friend. He was really faltering here. He was really scared, because he didn't know who to believe or what to believe, and suddenly his whole perspective was shifting. He tried to remember Marco's face, but all that came to mind was Ilse's fey-like smile, unreality swirling around her like a force field. He was sick by the mental image, sick and set and sinking into his despair. He was trying so hard to make out the contours of Marco's face, the basic shape, the lines of his nose, but it was all smooth and round and ethereal in design, and Jean was lost in the thought of it. He staggered to his feet. I feel like, he said, his voice shaky and thin, I need to be excused. He bolted out of the room fast, wandering around a hall of Hank's apartment and feeling the walls blindly, dizzily, feeling ready to puke. Was this an overreaction? Was he being overdramatic? This couldn't be true, could it? Then why was he rejecting it all so vehemently? Why couldn't he remember Marco's face? The fact of it was that Marco had always been a bit of an enigma. Jean had never known, or thought to really care, what Marco was thinking. And Marco always knew what to say. What to do. How to act. How to speak. When to speak. The words to say. Marco knew everything like it was nothing, and Marco had the world at his fingertips. Marco had scared Jean more than Jean could say, but he'd never thought it was a serious fear until today. Jean stumbled into a bathroom, flicking on a light and slamming the door shut as he turned on the faucet at the sink and stuck his head under the cool spout of water. It collided with his hair, plastering it to his cheeks as the stream guttered and spat, wavering all around and flicking splatters of water all across the bathroom walls and the mirror and the granite counter of the sink. Jean listened to the water thrum against his head, sinking into his skin and freezing his thoughts solid. If Marco was a telepath, what had he heard inside Jean's head? It was just ridiculous. How could Marco have been friends with him after that? After 10 minutes, Jean's neck was cramping so bad that he'd begun to cry, and he shut the water off, his hair dark and limp against his ruddy flesh as he peered into his hollow reflection. He was not one to mope often, but lately it was all he could do, and now he felt like he'd just become a different person entirely. Ah, shit. This was bullshit. He ran his fingers shakily through the soppy strands of his hair, feeling a little like a hot fucking mess as he took a deep breath and shook his hair out. The resulting splash of water slapping the walls and the floor and the mirror and his own fucking face was inspiring. Truly. Jean ended up sitting down, his teeth chattering a little and tears stinging his eyes as he fumbled with his phone. He propped his back against the tub, his wet fingers sliding against the screen. He'd gotten a new phone, of course, since his old one was stolen. He'd managed to retrieve all his data, including his pictures up until within a few hours after his phone was stolen. Ilse, he thought, staring at the picture of a photograph he'd taken in the woods. A dark, blurry face stared back at him vacantly. He didn't understand any of it. And then he realized. This was not Ilse. Of course it wasn't. It was Amir. And Ilse had known that. Jean was shaking terribly, his breath echoing in the tiny space, his heart thundering and his head numb from the bitter cold and the bitter truth. How sweet, Jean breathed, his thumb pressing hard enough against the screen to make it crack at any given moment, moisture gathering around his skin as he flicked the picture from the photograph of the younger Amir to a candid shot of Marco sleeping rather soundly on Jean's floor not too long ago, his mouth parted into a snore and his freckled face so content that it hurt to look at him. He looked nothing like the beautiful Ilse, the sweet and the deadly, the fae-like, and the raw. He just looked like a dumb kid sleeping on the floor because his best friend was too stingy to give up the bed. And yet, Jean could hear Ilse's voice inside his head. Is this a picture of me? How amused she'd been. How amused she'd sounded. Jean's breath hitched in his throat. How sweet. He wanted to throw his phone at the wall. Instead, he found himself flicking hurriedly through his photographs, his eyes searching them wildly, picking apart each small thumbnail and finally coming across something from a year or so before. It had been the summer, and because of that fact, Jean and Marco and Mikasa had gone swimming often enough. Jean found a picture of Mikasa he'd taken while she and Marco had been attempting to teach a young boy how to dive at their local pool. Mikasa had been the focus of the photo, of course, and it had been one of the few astonishing moments when she'd turned to him and smiled. Marco was more candid, because half his back was turned toward the camera as he attempted to demonstrate the correct diving technique to the 7-year-old. Jean held his breath as he moved his index and thumb across the screen, enlarging the space of exposed skin on Marco's back. A short knock at the door had jumping in alarm, his phone slipping between his watery fingers and clattering to the tile floor. He stared at the door in utter shock, the breath he'd been holding knocked out of him, and he blinked a few times to hold back the tears. It wasn't fair. It wasn't fair. Jean. The voice was clipped and distant and somehow sweet. "See, come in," he stammered. Mikasa entered the bathroom, her expression somber. She closed the door behind her, her dark eyes following the mess he'd made. Water everywhere. She was lucky she hadn't slipped upon entry. But then, it was Mikasa. "I'm worried about you," she said. Right to the point, typical of Mikasa. He swallowed thickly, unable to lie, and he glanced away from her face. "I'll deal with it." "That's the thing, Jean," Mikasa sighed. "You shouldn't have to." He didn't know what to say as she pushed off the door, carefully avoiding the puddles of water he'd left upon the tile floor, and she settled down beside him with her back pressed to the tub and her face angled away from the broken mirror that showed Jean his own miserable face in 1,000 different ways, distorted like a funhouse mirror, and showing him how frightened he really was. Marco was my friend too, Mikasa mused aloud. I was never as close to either of you as you were to each other, but I did consider you to be my friends. You hold a special place in my heart for that reason. Jean stared at her. He closed his eyes, and he shook his head. It doesn't really matter anymore, he murmured. Oh, shut up, she said breezily. Of course it matters. I assumed one of my friends was dead, only he's actually responsible for all of the terrible things in our lives. And I've been ignoring my other friend for months. She rubbed her forehead irritably, and she grimaced at him. I'm sorry about that. It didn't occur to me until now that I was being unfair to you. I was just so elated, I think, to be around Armin and Aaron again. I just forgot that you and Marco might have missed me. We did, Jean whispered. I'm sorry, she said gently. I know it's not worth a thing, but I am. It means a lot, he told her earnestly. Thank you, Mikasa. Yeah, sure. She was staring ahead of her glumly, and Jean realized this was probably the first time they'd been alone since she'd moved away. Months and months, and she hadn't changed at all, really. You don't believe Annie? His voice faltered. What did he believe? The world was hardly turning any longer. He'd lost himself somewhere, and now he was sitting with a numb mind and an aching heart. I don't know. Maybe I do. It's hard to imagine. He gritted his teeth, and then shook his head furiously. No, it's impossible to imagine Marco could be capable of doing what Ilse had done. I don't want to believe it either, she sighed. But I don't think Annie's lying. I know you don't. I hate her, Mikasa admitted. Really, she's the worst. I don't want her anywhere near Armin. Understandable. But she had no reason to return to us otherwise, she said. And no, I don't think she's here to feed us false information. She's not interfering without plans at all. We're heading out in a few hours once Petra gets the coordinates. All Annie's done is given us an idea of what we're going up against. Marco, Jean clarified, turning to face her with large eyes and a crippling expression. Mikasa, do you know how crazy this sounds? She glanced at him sharply. Yes, of course she did. But the fact of their situation was that it was already incredible and impossible and insane. They had already accepted that fact. But the idea that Marco could be some villainous mastermind just didn't sit well with Jean. Think of it this way, she said dully. Marco's alive. Isn't that what you wanted? No, Jean hissed at her. No way. Not like this. I'm really sorry, Jean, she whispered. I know that this is really difficult for you. But whether it's Marco or not, we have to be prepared. I'm not going to forgive anyone who has put us through the kind of hell we've been through. You shouldn't either. I don't know if I'm capable of that kind of forgiveness, he admitted distantly. I don't know if I could look Marco in the face again, see him alive, and be happy about that. I don't know if I could do it. Don't be happy, Mikasa said fiercely, her brow furrowing. Be angry. You deserve that much, after all he's dragged you into. But I don't want to be angry with him. Jean rubbed his face furiously, warming it with the friction of his skin scraping his wet, flushed cheeks. What if he had a good reason? Jean, she said. It was a rebuking sort of hiss, and the air around him got thicker as he tried to breathe normally, and found himself choking on every sharp intake. Okay, well, shit, he sighed, didn't he cure you guys of cancer, and stuff? I wasn't sick, Mikasa said, her eyes narrowing. And also, look how well that turned out. Look what he did to Annie. Jean cringed. Oh, he didn't need the reminder. The sound of Ilse's voice was grating his mind. He wanted to puke, but he couldn't move, and he couldn't breathe. He tried to imagine a world where none of this was real, where he and Mikasa and Marco could just be normal friends. Why had he sought after this world of heroes and miracles? I don't know what to do, he whispered. What if it's true, Mikasa? Why would Marco do that to us? I don't know. She shifted beside him, looking uncomfortable, and he could not blame her. If Annie was telling the truth, Marco had been spying on her for years. I don't think I want to know. How could you not want to know something that important? He asked, staring bemusedly into her eyes. Look, contrary to popular belief, our lives aren't actually fucking comic books. If it's Marco, then there's a reason he did all of this. Sometimes people just aren't right, Jean, Mikasa told him gently. At best, Marco's deluded. At worst, he's a monster. Either way, his actions cannot be excused. You understand that, right? His heart was drumming in his chest, and he was dizzy from the strangeness of it all. Marco? A monster? That was ridiculous. Yeah, he lied, swallowing thickly. Yeah, Mikasa, yeah. I get it. Yeah, he didn't get it. Inevitably Petra had coordinates within 2 hours. Until then, Jean and Mikasa left the bathroom, and Jean was hassled by Connie and Sasha about if he was okay. Fuck? Nah. No, he wasn't. He told them to get off his fucking back, because it was annoying, but they wouldn't leave him alone. So they played a nice competitive game of cards until they were ready to leave. All of them. Even Annie joined in around the point where they started playing bull. Jean stuck a 4 of diamonds into the pile at the center of their circle on the floor. 1-3, he lied. Bullshit. Aaron bellowed, looking far too excited for his own good. Jean stared at him. Fuck, he mumbled, staring at the pile of cards dimly. Fuck you, man. How'd you know he was lying? Connie asked Aaron eagerly. It was obvious, Annie said, peeking from over her own hand of cards. Jean scowled at her as he pulled the pile closer to him. Yeah, Aaron said, grinning broadly. Jean hasn't got a poker face. Just a horse face. You wanna fucking go, Aaron? Jean spat. Because I've got a bullet with your name on it. Go ahead, Aaron said with a shrug. Not like I'll die, or anything. Don't test that, Annie warned him. I know, Aaron sighed, waving at her offhandedly. Then, he perked up, and turned to face her. Hey, do you ever heal around the bullets, and then later you realize it and you're like, "Ah, sweet motherfucking Jesus shit, I gotta dig that out." Yeah, she said, glancing at him, actually. Though, those wouldn't be my words for it. Well, yeah, I mean you ain't me, so I'd think you would think different. He scoffed. Anyway, I hate it. It takes forever, and it's really painful. Yes, Annie agreed somberly. Not fun. You guys are weird, Sasha said, tossing a card into the center of their circle. 1-4. 2 5s. Connie hooted, slapping 2 cards down. 1-6, Mikasa said, placing a card face down over Connie's. 1-7, Aaron said, moving to put his card down. Bull, Jean snapped. Aaron glanced at him. He grinned and turned his card over. Fuck. Ha. Aaron reeled back, whipping the card at Jean's face. He ducked, listening to it whiz over his head. Nope. Sucks to suck, asshole. Take the pile. Fuck you, man, Jean sighed. Yo, a cold, monotonous voice spoke up from directly behind Jean. He jumped, turning slowly to face Levi. He was leaning in the doorway. We're about to head out. Also, looks like it'd be best if Jean didn't get roped into more debt. Oh, we're not playing for money, Connie laughed. If we were, Jean'd owe us each a few hundred apiece, probably. Shut up, man. The fact of it was that he was terrified of leaving this place. What even lay beyond their little card game, the banter, and the laughter and the carefree smiles? They'd been trying very hard not to think about the extremity of the mission they were already involved in, and now it was all coming back in a rush of frantic emotions that stirred inside Jean like a tempest. The missing siblings, Emir's behavior, the possibility of Marco being evil. It was like a terrible dream. It was like something Jean could make up, and laugh about with his friends on a Monday morning. Hey, he'd say, I had this weird as fuck dream last night. And they'd just laugh. Him and Marco and Mikasa. As it should be. His ideals never fit his reality. He didn't think idealism suited him much. Hey, Connie said, clapping him on the back. Don't sweat this, Gene. You know you've got us no matter what. Right. Yeah, he said in a soft voice, feeling shaken and a little disbelieving. I mean, yeah, shit. Thanks. Duh, Connie laughed. Oi, pet, where exactly are we headed now? Petra was sitting at the kitchen table, drinking a cup of tea. She would not be joining them. Levi wanted someone to stay behind to guard Petra, but Erwin advised against it. Jean didn't know how to feel about that. Without a guard, would Petra be okay? She was still a target after all. Marco's target. How weird was that? Hey, kiddo, Hang said, suited up for once. Jean could not remember the last time he'd seen them in costume, but the lab coat suited them, and the goggles were a nice touch. Hang ruffled Aaron's hair, much to his dismay as he ducked their grasp and shoved them away. Quit it, he mumbled, flattening out his hair. So, we're leaving now, right? Yep, they said, their eyes bright behind their goggles. Erwin will be piloting, though. I'm thoroughly exhausted. Yeah, with reason. Aaron folded his arms across his chest, and he looked a little grumpy as he stared at his adoptive parent, his thick eyebrows furrowing. Gene watched, feeling empty and stunned, because he recalled his own mother, and their distant relationship at this point in his life. Do we really need this many people to get Armin and Historia? Gene asked weakly, feeling out of place here. Did he belong anywhere now? He was at such an odd place within this group, and he knew he wasn't up to this challenge. Facing Marco? Even if it wasn't Marco, it sure as hell was intimidating to even think about facing his not-quite-dead friend. I'd like to have everyone at hand, Erwin said, appearing behind Hang as though from the depths of fucking hell. Jesus. We truly are not equipped for a sneaky escape. Whatever we are facing, we're facing it dead on. Considering we lost our telepath, Levi said dully from Mikasa's side, and Erwin has difficulty seeing Armin, we're going in dark. Sounds exciting, Sasha said, smiling feebly. Jean could tell she was scared, but she put on a pretty brave face, her shoulders lax and her eyes bright. It occurred to Jean that someone else might die today, and he felt sickened by the thought. Is your suit bulletproof? He asked her, unsure and a little frightened for her safety. He understood the restrictions of his own suit well enough, but Sasha was wearing something that was tailored to her prowess in archery. It didn't look quite as sturdy as Jean's uniform. Yeah, she said, glancing down at herself. It should be. Aaron, Hang said suddenly, about Armin's illness. Don't want to talk about it, Aaron said firmly. Hang looked at him, clearly startled, and they leaned back. Aaron, they said gently. What? Aaron shrugged them off, huffing indignantly as he glowered ahead of him. Shit, stop giving me that dumb look. I just don't wanna hear this shit right now, Hang, okay? Let's just save him first, and then worry about that stuff. You're awful grouchy, Hang cooed. Dude, I have actual news to talk to you about. Whatever, he said, waving them off. You can tell me when we get back. I wanna get Armin. Now. Let's go. Let's go, let's go. Shit, you're annoying, kid. Levi bumped into Aaron as he passed him, motioning for them all to follow him. They did, obediently, if only because they were lost on what else to do and they were stuck in this position of following orders. Gene wanted a break from this. He wanted to go to sleep, and to see his mother, and to cry by himself. But the anxiety was killing him, and now he had to know. Was it Marco? Was Marco truly the cause of all this suffering? Gene had always been too selfish to care what the source of the injustice was. But now how could he possibly turn the blind eye? It was so difficult. Being human. He was extraordinarily unextraordinary in a cluster of frighteningly extraordinary people. He was the powerless fool, and he was losing himself in his own heartlessness. What was loyalty, anyway? He didn't understand. What choice did he have if his best friend asked him to turn on his team? He couldn't do that, could he? He was a hero after all. Ilse wanted me to quit, Jean thought as he settled on a plane once more. The universe was dead set against me becoming anything extraordinary. Marco had always told him that was what made him so special. His pure and simple normalcy. It made him want to strip himself of everything that could possibly constitute as normal. He'd welcome any change if it meant he could become the opposite of whatever Ilse Langner had saw in him. If that meant Marco as well, so be it. Apparently the facility they were in was in Virginia. That was not a long plane ride. Jean didn't have enough time to mull over his existence, which was pretty shitty, because he had a lot to think about. His heart was in limbo, and his mind was clouded over, and he was kinda a poor shot to begin with. He was dead weight. He was the weak link, and they hadn't even begun the mission yet. He missed being confident in this field of work. He wanted to be able to proudly proclaim his heroism, but now he felt like it was useless. They weren't fighting villains, they were fighting dead friends in the dark, and Jean wanted nothing to do with it. But here he was, listening but not listening to Erwin explain the plan. Plan? What plan? Oh, right. Jean was the plan. He felt Annie's eyes on him. So this was it. This was how it ended. Walking up to the front door of the facility that held all the fucking secrets of this entire fucked up world with the supposed murderer of his best friend at his side. He expected to be shot before he even made it to the doorway. This is a terrible plan, he mumbled, wishing dearly for the comfort of Hank's apartment, for the flooded bathroom and the lost game of bullshit. Annie said nothing. It seemed to Jean she didn't very much like being used as bait either. Her tired eyes moved from Jean to the door and back. She looked like a sleepy child who'd been awoken abruptly in the middle of the night, small and grumpy and on the verge of a tantrum. She stayed silent though, which was even worse. Jean wished she would have some sort of reaction to anything, begged her mentally to snarl and thrash and show her hatred, but she just didn't. He was already thoroughly confused, and her oddness was not helping. It'd be easier if she was an obnoxious bitch, but Annie was quiet and introverted by nature. Jean didn't really know her at all. The door opened, and Jean shot a glance behind him, though he could not see the jet. He wasn't sure if the jet was even still there. The second part of Erwin's plan wouldn't work unless Connie was quick as hell. Even for him. Jean sighed, glancing up at the empty doorway that was beckoning them to enter like they were stupid or something. It had been opened remotely, so he was still lost and a little scared. Annie merely walked right on ahead through the doorway, and Jean yelped, following her quickly and trying to keep at her heels. Annie, he gasped, grabbing her arm and halting her in the middle of a rather bleak white hallway. She shot a look up at him, a fiercely cold glare that struck him to the bone and resounded on his nerves like the percussion of piano strings. He swallowed hard, and blinked rapidly. "Don't you think we should take this a little slower?" "He'll find us either way," Annie said, yanking her arm from his grasp and whirling away. She was wearing her blue and black tunic, a sign perhaps that she was back on their side. What had been her hero name again? Lionheart? That was a fucking joke. "Look, I'm still hella out of the loop here," Jean said desperately. "I don't really know anything about any of this." "Then why are you even here?" she asked him sharply, whirling to face him. He was stunned by the display of emotions on her pinched little face, the frustration and anger and flash of fear. "None of this has anything to do with you. You're just a dumb kid who made friends with the wrong people. Why are you still helping us?" Wasn't that the question? He'd been weighing it in his mind for hours. Why did he care what happened to these people? Half of them were just acquaintances. None of them even needed him. He was weak and fragile in comparison to his teammates, and his skills were minimal at best. Even Sasha, who was just as human as he was a far better shot than him. He was nothing in this grand scheme of heroes and monsters. But he didn't think he had anything left to lose. And, if he did, he didn't want to lose it. Not to an illusion, not to a friend, and certainly not to his own vicious weakness. "Why didn't you come with me?" Jean blurted. He avoided answering her question, because the words would not come to him. He was sick of questioning his own motives for heroism. He was selfish enough, and like fuck he was going to let her make him second guess himself. She looked confused, and she leaned back, her pale pink lips parting slowly. Back in the woods, he explained hastily, waving his hand, when you'd been hurt real bad, and I was trying to help you, to get you out of there, and away from all this. Jean waved once more, his hand whooshing over his head in a strange flourish. But you didn't come. And I mean, it scared the crap out of me, you know? You were really hurt, and I didn't know how to help you, and you wouldn't let me help you anyway. Why was that, Annie? She stared at him with dull eyes and parted lips. Meagerly, she shrugged, her eyes trailing from his face. He felt hopelessly sad looking at her. He wondered if she was just as depressed as he was. I don't know, she said. They stared at each other vacantly. She hunched over, scowling at the floor. Then, he laughed. He covered his mouth as she shot him a sharp look, but he couldn't help it, and he continued to laugh until she shoved him into a wall so hard it left a stinging ache on the surface of his ribs. He blinked the tears from his eyes, and he grimaced. I don't know either, he told her, his voice strained from pain and laughter. She continued to stare, and he wondered what she was thinking. Well, she said, straightening up. She hugged her arms, looking a little sheepish and a little irritated. This sucks. Yeah, he said, rubbing his chest, still wincing a bit. Shit, you're strong. Do you lift? She glanced at him, looking bewildered. She said, sometimes. I guess. When I have time. I think you broke one of my ribs. Well, you're an asshole, so you deserved it, she said curtly. Yes, I've been told, he sighed, numerous times. By the way, do you think this will come down to a fight? Maybe, she said, hugging her arms tighter. She didn't want to look at his face, it seemed, and he felt anxiety cripple him as he frowned down at her. He didn't know what scared him more. The thought of an oncoming skirmish, or the idea that he might have to fight Marco. If it comes down to it, I'll try to protect you. I don't need your protection, he told her with a scowl. I'm not a baby, I can actually fight a little bit. Wow, she cooed, pressing her long blue fingers to her chest, and sneering at him, that gives me so much comfort. Ah, fuck you, man. You can't even kill anyone, she scoffed. Just, leave this to me. Stay close. Marco's not much of a fighter anyway. He's better than me, Jean admitted. Yeah, well. She gave him a once-over, and turned abruptly away from him as she stalked down the hall. That doesn't take much. What? He stood, bewildered, watching her go with a surprising amount of speed. And then he flushed angrily, and stomped down the hall after her, his fists clenching at his sides. Hey. Why the fuck are you so bitchy? Quiet down, she hissed at him. Fine, he hissed back. Why the fuck are you so bitchy, though? For real? What is your damage, Ice Girl? It's just my personality. Get used to it. It's annoying. You're annoying. You're almost as bad as Aaron, Jean declared. Except shorter, and quieter, and maybe smarter. Oh, maybe. She rolled her eyes, and turned sharply left. That gives me so much comfort. Maybe being smarter than Aaron Yeager. At least that's one thing I have on you. What? He cried, his voice breaking miserably. I'm way smarter than Aaron. Unlikely, she said coolly. He has a lot of academic awards in his room. And you're failing English? How do you know that? Jean asked flatly, watching her back. She didn't answer. You're so creepy. Yeah. She paused. She looked around. Jean realized they were still alone in a huge hallway, and no one had stopped them since they'd walked in. Are we lost? He asked her weakly. Yeah, she said. Oh. He took a deep breath, and he reminded himself that he was calm, he was okay, he was fine. Cool. Great. Yeah, man, it's a fucking party. That snark. Jean eyed her irritably. Not appreciated. Oh my god, she murmured, massaging her temples. She took a deep breath, and Jean watched as she relaxed, seemingly calming herself down enough not to beat the shit out of him. Nice. Good to know. You're so stupid, Jean. Thanks, bitch. She threw up her middle fingers at him, and he mirrored her on reflex. They stared each other down for about a minute, and Jean was actually pretty amused. He didn't know how she felt, but bantering with her helped him get his mind off the imminent confrontation they were about to have. And she wasn't such bad company, even though she was a little infuriating. Jean let out a sharp cry of alarm as the sound of frantic footfalls filled the hall. Annie! Called a booming, breathless voice. Both Annie and Jean turned very slowly to the mouth of the long white corridor. Standing there with large, bewildered eyes was Rainer Braun. Jean stared at him blankly, his two middle fingers still extended at Annie's face. He glanced at her, and she glanced back, both of them poised in rather incriminating positions with their shoulders hunched and their middle fingers flipped up at each other. They carefully dropped their hands, and Jean took a careful step to the side as Rainer came barreling down the hallway, scooping Annie up into a tight hug. She looked a little astonished and uncomfortable, her body tensing up as he lifted her off the floor and laughed in disbelief. Shit! He cried. Shit, Anne, you actually came back. Bertel, he was all like, nah, she's not coming back after what happened to her, but no. You're here. Why yeah. She seemed to be unsure as she was lowered back to the ground, but she hugged Rainer tentatively back. Yeah, I'm here. Jean rocked back on his heels, feeling like he was the third wheel. Which wasn't unusual nowadays, but damn. He stood awkwardly, wondering how long they'd have to play nice until everyone else came barging in. I might be able to get to speak to Marco alone, Jean realized, his heart dropping at the thought. It sunk into his stomach like a heavy stone, pressing deep and cutting him sharply. He found it difficult to breathe. But then, did he really believe it was Marco? Did he really want it to be Marco? The more he thought about it, the more exciting the prospect of having him alive was. But there were so many unanswered questions. Okay, let go of me, Annie said, shoving Rainer away sharply. He was smiling dopily at her, and then he glanced at Jean. He said, blinking confusedly. Annie, why exactly did you bring him here? He was in the neighborhood, Annie said coolly. Thought he'd pop in for a visit. Where's Armin? Dude, you're wearing your Lionheart suit thing, Rainer said, pointing at her accusingly. Hey, what gives? Hey, Annie said, scowling at him. Rainer. The last time I saw Armin he had a seizure, and then I literally froze him solid. So please, spare me. Where is he? Rainer looked a little alarmed, and he turned to Jean and raised his eyebrows, pointing to Annie and mouthing, for real. Jean couldn't help but snort. Annie hooked her leg around Rainer's knee, ducking under his arm and using it for support as she used his weight to leverage him up into the air, and prompt topple over her shoulder head first. He didn't even have time to scream as he landed in a disgruntled heap. Jean merely stared, properly stunned and terrified. Come on, Jean, Annie said, stalking forward. Jean stared after her distantly. Good luck, man, Rainer croaked, untangling his limbs somehow and sitting up on the floor. He rubbed his ribs. She's great, but she has no idea how to deal with people. I've noticed, Jean said feebly. Rainer shrugged, rising to his feet and groaning. Ow, he sighed, rubbing his calves. Fuck. Annie, that hurt. Annie just kept walking. Rainer sighed, glancing at Jean and promptly shrugging. Armin's downstairs, he said, starting forward slowly. He's sleeping at the moment, I think, but I don't see why we can't go see him. Come on, he started forward, and he paused, frowning a little. Okay, where'd Annie go? Jean felt a prickling nausea in the pit of his stomach as he stared ahead into the hallway, and saw that though the corridor went on for a great length, Annie was nowhere to be seen. The stark white hall was like an illusion, a grand expanse of white light speeding into nowhere, tile floor extended until Jean's vision failed him. On and on into nothing, a road going nowhere. Jean stared, feeling shaken and sick. This was like a horror game. The corridor didn't seem to end anywhere. Jean said distantly, this is creepy. Ah. Reiner rubbed the back of his neck. She's probably around here somewhere. Anyway, I'll take you to see Armin. He'll probably enjoy your company more than mine. He's angry about a lot of stuff right now. I'd imagine, Jean said, eyeing Reiner suspiciously. Is there any particular reason he's being held here against his will? Reiner winced as they both started forward, and Jean felt the need to freak out about Annie's disappearance, but decided that it'd do him no good. If Reiner really did take him to Armin, that'd be really good for them. They needed to know where he was first and foremost. Annie was strong. It could wait. Okay, well that's a little complicated, see? Look, I don't want any trouble, Jean said, throwing his hands up. I just want to take Armin and Historia home, okay? Historia? Reiner asked, looking bewildered. Historia's not. Jean stared at him. And then he shrugged, shoving his hands into his pockets as the seemingly endless corridor turned sharply right into a stairwell. He started down the steps, resisting the urge to smile. Maybe I was misinformed, he said, listening to the solace of his boots against the tile floor. They squeaked pitifully. I thought for sure Amir would have brought her here. Amir. Reiner hurriedly jumped up to Jean's side, keeping in careful time with him as he stared, gaping. Amir has her. Amir kidnapped her, Jean corrected. Yesterday morning. I remember because I got woken up, and when I went outside the air smelled distinctly like charred skin. Shit, Reiner breathed, holding his forehead and looking alarmed. What the fuck was she doing? Great question, man, Jean said. I was hoping you'd know. Dude, I don't know everything, okay? He sighed, looking a little frustrated. But if I was kept out of the loop, there was probably a reason. Yeah, okay. Jean didn't want to hear any of that bullshit. So okay, I gotta know. What's all this else business? What? Reiner asked flatly. They were heading down another hall now, this one identical to the last, only know they were going the opposite direction and there were more doors lining the hallway. Ilse, Jean said. You know, that girl who fucked up everything? That Ilse. What about her? Reiner asked cautiously. What the fuck is her damage? Jean watched the hallway, feeling lightheaded and nervous. Where had Annie gone? Why was Reiner so nonchalant about her disappearance after being so happy to see her again? Why did this feel like a horror movie in progress? Shit, am I the next victim? She's. Reiner winced. It's a special case with Ilse. She really does mean well. I don't even care, Jean said. Just tell me who she is. What's her connection with this place? It's not really my place to say, Reiner said slowly. I didn't come all the way here for a fucking joint and a good laugh, Reiner, he snapped. Like, for real? This has gone on long enough. No more cryptic bullshit. I want answers. It's too complicated, Reiner blurted. Seriously. I don't even understand all of it. I've got time. Reiner looked skeptical. Jean was growing more and more frightened, turning his head around and searching the hall behind him for some sign of movement in his peripheral vision. He felt nauseated, sickened by the thick atmosphere and the empty ambience, choking on stale air and hopelessly trying to sort out what was happening around him. He missed Annie. She made him feel at least somewhat at ease. Look, Reiner said, stopping at a door. His head was bowed, and he looked almost apologetic. I'll let you ask for yourself. Okay. Ask? Jean stared at the door. He suddenly felt the weight of the world pressing upon his shoulders and sinking into his chest. His heart was thundering wildly in his chest, pounding so viciously that he expected his ribs to splinter apart at any given moment. What was this? A trick? Where's Annie? He whispered, feeling a creeping feeling as the air around him grew thicker and thicker and thicker, and a fog crawled across his mind. He felt as though there was someone standing right behind him, he felt as though he could feel someone's hot breath on his neck, but there was no one, only him and Reiner. Where was Berthold? Where was Annie? What was happening? She's with Historia and Amir, Reiner sighed. Jean wanted to point out that he hadn't even know Historia had been here until a few minutes ago, but he didn't. And, Bertel, apparently. I'm gonna go get them. You can go in. I'll be back. What? Jean croaked, his arm flying out to catch Reiner's, but he missed, and he stumbled a little as Reiner turned away and headed down the hall, waving back at him. Wait. I'll be right back. Reiner called. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Jean stood numbly in the middle of the empty white corridor, feeling the eerie sensation of someone pressing up close to him, like a warm ghost in a pure white room. His breath had caught in his throat, and his knees were wobbling, and he needed a cigarette really, really bad. He needed the taste of it, the bloom of smoke as it crawled down his throat, the tingling chill of calm as it washed over him slowly. He needed that gust of energy, that smooth rush of apathy. He needed to get a hold of himself. I'm not powerful, he thought, staring at the door with widening eyes. His palms were prickling with sweat. I'm not smart, or strong, or brave. But I'm human, right? That's gotta mean something. Especially in this dumb fucking world of monsters and villains. Jean took a deep breath, his fingers brushing against the doorknob. His fingers were twitching. His mouth was dry. He pushed open the door, and pushed through it without hesitation, his head held high and his breathing a little ragged. His eyes landed first upon the bed. He saw nothing but a tuft of yellow hair peeking out of some white covers, and a great gaggle of machines all around him, wires and tubes snaking beneath the ivory blankets. Then he saw, at the foot of the bed, a brunette hunched over, barefooted and cross-legged. Slowly, the brunette turned to face Jean. Close the door, will you, Jean? Marco asked very softly. I'd rather keep this between us. Chapter 35, Freedom will flood all things with light. Libertas perfundet omnia luz. Ashland, Virginia. A.D. Non. November, 2766 AUC. It was always so strange. The unbridled hatred that rolled from the very shells of those around him, the withering thoughts of flight and fight and ignite, to blow away the horror and the pain somehow, as though he had not already tried that, over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. In truth, he was sick of trying. In truth, he was sick. Plainly. Sick, and dull, and wanting more than anyone could ever give. Emir had been the first. It had been a good few centuries, he believed, and he'd been a bit on the sicker side in those days. Depression had whittled him away. He'd killed a lot of people in various wars, and it was stuck with him. He recalled the revolution. That had been something else entirely. He'd never understood guerrilla warfare, but it had felt very dirty at the time, to not face his enemies, to hide in trees and strike them down one by one as they marched in their stoic, stuffy straight lines, unable to fight against a rain of bullets. Marco had felt every struggling thought pass through him as the bullets hit home. Every single one. It had been so hard, at first, to deal with the guilt. Marco knew he'd never been the nicest person. When he'd been young, he'd been isolated by his father from other children, forced to live like an outcast without realizing what he truly was. So he'd become a little detached from what was right and what was wrong. He saw only the cruelty of those around him, and he reacted appropriately. Was that so wrong? It had taken him years to realize he was hardly justified in anything he did. Ilse had been the only one who had understood how terrible it was to live with something so uncontrollable, so volatile, and strange, but she was long dead, and Marco had to eat the thoughts of the dying and the suffering, breaking his fast on tears and screams. The fault was his. It was always his. He shouldered that responsibility. See, the wonder of being around to help form a country was that you were suddenly outliving its founders, and counseling their successors, and suddenly you were the best-kept secret and the world's greatest leader. It was a lot to take in. Marco wasn't really a leader, in truth, he just couldn't die, so that's why military officials would send him into the brunt of battles with a suicide squad. Because he'd win. No matter what. Because they couldn't kill him. There were a lot of legends about him nowadays. Anyways, yeah, he'd killed some really good people, and he'd ruined a lot of lives, but at least he was kinda cute, right? Right? Eh? Just kidding, Marco wasn't really all that fond of himself. So, then there was Emir. Ilse. Emir. Ilse. See, loneliness made people do some not so nice things. Marco had been so lonely, and the research had already been there. What was a guy to do, anyway? Digging up Ilse Langner's bones had been hard. But he'd done it. He'd done it gladly, too enwrapped in his own whims to stop him from defiling the makeshift grave he'd given his real sister 2 centuries before. Is this for me? He recalled asking her once when she'd stuck a painting in his face. She'd been 8 or 9, a horrible child, really, but such a delight in every way. Marco had been utterly smitten, because it was so nice to have someone for once. Just to talk to. To love. To understand. It was such a struggle, but Ilse. Emir had made it easier. Of course, Ilse had huffed. That had been after Marco had chased her mother away. She went by Ilse, but her name was still Emir to her. Who else would it be for? It's not like I've got anyone to talk to. Thank you very much. Oh, Marco had sighed. Ilse. I didn't have to paint you nothin'. Ilse exclaimed, prodding his cheek. So you better appreciate it, Mr. Marco. Ha ha. He dropped the painting beside him and scooped her into his arms, listening to her shriek in alarm as he nuzzled her cheek. I adore it, love, I simply adore it. She scoffed, and she smacked him over the head, far bolder and quicker and more fiery than his Ilse had ever been. She wriggled from his grasp, her bobbed hair curling across her cheeks, and Marco saw himself in her face, in her dark eyes and sandy freckles, in her coy smile and hunched shoulders. She stuck her finger out, pointing plainly at his nose, and she laughed at him. You better. She cried, whirling away, her skirts swirling around her calves as she flung her head back and cackled. You should adore everything about me. You know I do, Marco cooed. Darling girl. She glanced at him, looking at him for once with a dark sort of resignation. Oh. She said coolly. Oh? Truly? Even my name. Marco had been shocked into silence. She stared at him levelly, her dark eyes and dark skin and dark hair causing her to blend with the darkened room. She'd been wearing a black dress as well. White pearls hung from her neck like beads of starlight in the inky darkness of her very being. Ilse, he said calmly, what are you talking about? And then she snapped. She'd flinched and blinked and stomped her foot, just like the child she was. No. She howled. No, no, no. That isn't my name, and you know it, you know it. Marco had been at a loss. Her name? Not Ilse? Well, what could it be, then? Yes, he'd been an ignorant fool, but his selfishness had gotten the better of him. He'd just wanted his sister back, and in a way he'd gotten his wish, but Emir had been so much more than just a replacement for the dead girl hanging perpetually beside him decade after decade after decade, the creaky rope still haunting his dreams and his awakenings. I'm not sure what that means, Idiot. Ilse had shrieked, snatching the painting from Marco's fingers and tearing it in half. Marco watched, deeply saddened as the two halves fluttered to the floor. Look at me. I am not your dead sister. I am me. I am the only me. And I deserve my own name. My own life. Why can't I be me, and still love you? Why can't you love me as me, and not some girl who died way back when, for there was even a country, just a bunch load of colonies, and an chingado, pero yo soy yo. He felt as though she'd blown him apart with a hand grenade. He felt as though he'd been thrown into a trench, forced to inhale the reeking, creeping, bleeding gases that attacked his nervous system immediately, pulling him apart bit by bit, and he stared at her with wide eyes, feeling those words like noxious chemicals eating away at the fibers of his skin and muscles and veins and bones. Oh, he'd said simply. She'd stared at him. Her mind was an open book to him. How had he not seen this earlier? He'd been ignoring it. That's how. I adore you, she whispered, tears glistening in her large brown eyes. But you're a terrible person. And with that, she left him, her dark dress trailing in her wake and her starlit pearls clinking like explosives bursting upon the earth with every clipped step of her polished heels against the tile floor. Marco would never forget the emptiness there, the stark reminder that he was alone in this world no matter the price he paid, no matter the crimes he committed against nature to make a girl like her exist in the here and the now. She never appreciated what lengths he went through to keep her. The process of making a perfect human being was difficult. Eugenics was a really complex subject of interest, but simply put it had taken many tries to get it right. Amir had been a miracle birth. And, truthfully, a lucky shot in the dark. Recreating the circumstances surrounding her existence had taken decades. Levi had been a marginally more successful subject, but unfortunately for Marco the child had been left in his mother's care after birth. "Hello, Kenny," Marco had said. It was difficult to recall now what decade this had been. Had disco still been around? Shit, he couldn't remember, those crazes were too much of a blur to him. "So you knocked a girl up, huh?" "Excuse me." See, Marco wasn't so worried about Kenny Ackerman's wrath, because Marco had been killed by Kenny Ackerman like 5 times by that point already, so it was a friendly relationship. "Sorry, I know you hate it when I read your mind," Marco had said sheepishly. "But I couldn't help it, your thoughts are just screaming." A shattering sort of pain, blankness, bliss, bloating blackness, blotting blinking blossoming light, and suddenly Marco was wiping the blood from his eyes as his brain reassembled itself from the shotgun blast. Everyone in the bar was screaming, and Kenny was sitting beside Marco looking bored as he sipped at his whiskey, his gun settled before him, laid out like it was a harmless article of clothing. 6 times. 6 fucking times. Well, that was rude, Marco informed the man, flicking blood into his glass and grimacing. Kenny had looked a little disgusted as he slid his glass away, glowering at Marco with his sunken eyes and his long face. "What an asshole. Look, you know me, Ken. You know how powerful I am." Only vaguely, Kenny had huffed. "Like, I know you're a fucking monster, for sure." "Fair enough," Marco had sighed. "But here's the thing. I need a baby." "Excuse me." "Not like, my baby," he continued, wiping his blood on his shirt. "That's kinda gross, heh? I mean, like, I need a baby to test some stuff on." Marco remembered the silence that trailed after that. The bar had been emptied. Even the bartender had run off, fleeing at the sight of Marco's reanimated corpse. "You want my bastard kid," Kenny clarified, turning fully to face him. "You're fucking joking. Why would you want horse spawn, anyway?" "Oh, don't call it that," Marco groaned. "That's terrible. I need a child for this to work. I know she's not very far along, but if I'm going to do this, I need to do it quickly. I'll compensate you both, of course, for your trouble." "I'm in," Kenny said. He downed his drink, blood and all. "But you're responsible for the brat." "Of course," Marco said coolly, watched Kenny shrug on his leather jacket and brush behind him. The bar was emptied. There were sirens in the distance. Needless to say, someone backed out of the deal, and Levi got an even shittier childhood than he would have had with Marco. Which, Marco was still pretty pissed about. "Hey," Marco had said about 9 years later to the very same fucking man. "Fucko. Your son's a prostitute." Kenny Ackerman had blown smoke into Levi's face. "Yo," said the man, older now but still a sleazy bounty hunter. "Cool it, kid. He was your responsibility. You said you changed your mind." Marco had been furious because he'd been genuinely horrified to find a child in this kind of position. Especially when he could have helped in some way. "I wasn't going to steal your child if you wanted him. But you just left him to rot, and now he's scarred for life." "Well, boo fucking who," Kenny sneered. "You want him? Take him." Marco hadn't wanted to bring up the fact that Levi was disappointingly average. "That's not the point," Marco said. "I'll take him." "Fine. Gladly. But the point is you left a child in the care of someone who did not give a fuck about his well-being. Why would you do that?" "Well," Kenny said, waving his cigarette, "maybe it's because I don't give a fuck about his well-being." "You'll regret that," Marco warned, smiling at the man knowingly. Thoughts flew like fists in through the man's calculated mind, and before he could move for his gun, Marco erased himself from the man's perception and watched him curse and sneer and fling his cigarette into the dirt. What a despicable human being. Marco was gifted, at the very least, with his ability to connect with children. When he wasn't giving them terrible hallucinations, of course. Luckily he hadn't the need for that since Salem, and he honestly found it to be an awful practice. He'd wised up some in his centuries alone. What he'd done to those little girls, that had been a folly, and he understood it well. No matter how much they had deserved it. "Hi," Marco said one day to the boy who'd been sitting rather vacantly on a stoop in Manhattan. It hadn't been hard to locate him. He'd found him before he'd even approached Kenny. The boy looked up with hollow eyes, so deep and blue and furious that Marco had been very alarmed. It had been a mistake, leaving this boy unattended. His thoughts were swarms of bees snarling around Marco's brain and puncturing his thoughts 1,000 times, causing his mind to grow swollen and foggy. "The hell do you want?" Levi asked, his pallid face stark in the midday sun. He should be in school, but of course, he didn't go to school. "My name's Lang," he said carefully, keeping his distance. He had the appearance of a boy of about 12. He'd washed away his freckles with a thaw, burned his eyes black, and shaved his head with a swoop of his fingers. "I just wanted to see if you were okay." "Fuck off." Marco had been astonished. This boy was 9, wasn't he? 9-year-olds shouldn't talk like that. But then, 9-year-olds didn't often go through the things Levi did. It was a shame. He had a nice mind beneath the furious buzzing and the crippling distrust and disgust. "Wow," Marco had said, leaning back. "Aren't you friendly? Look, do you know where I could get a smoke around here?" That had done it. Levi had glanced at him, a tiny bit hopeful, and he pointed to the stoop next door. "Good luck," the boy said. "That guy's a real hard-ass." The inevitability of Marco convincing the man next door to give him a pack of cigarettes came too quickly. All Marco did was ask. Rather persuasively. And the pack was his. Marco glanced at it, and then he tossed it into the little boy's lap. "You can keep those," Marco said, staring down at Levi with a stern sort of gaze. "But only if you do me a solid and start going to school." Look, it hadn't been the greatest plan, but at the time everyone smoked, and anyway, it had worked. Levi had scoffed at him, taken the cigarettes, and marched inside his apartment building. But within a week he was attending the local middle school. And within a month, he'd accidentally broken a boy's legs at recess. By tripping and stepping on them. Well, that was something. Marco had told Levi's teacher to go take a nap in the bathroom while he pretended to be her. He found the boy hunched over on the steps in the front of the school, his knees pulled up to his chest, and his tiny shoulders trembling. The boy was abnormally tiny, and his thoughts were like firecrackers going off in a grand succession, never halting, never faltering, and it was legitimately off-putting. He had been terrified. "Hello, Levi," Marco said, his voice carefully mimicking that of the woman he was impersonating. "I heard what happened." He sniffled rather pitifully, wiping his snot on his sleeve, and his small shoulders rose and fell in the most meager of shrugs. Marco sat down beside him, and the boy scooted away rather quickly, as though being within a foot of Marco put him at risk of being burned alive. Marco understood. He cared. "It's not your fault," Marco told him gently. "It was an accident." "I broke his legs," Levi whispered. "I did that." "You didn't mean it," Marco offered. He was crying, Marco saw, his pale lips trembling and streams of pale tears streaking his tiny face. He turned away from Marco, his body tense and his breaths uneven as he spat. "Leave me alone." "I understand," Marco said gently. Levi had just shook his head, his thoughts reeling. "I'm a monster," the child had thought, "I'm a freak. I'm nothing, I'm disgusting, I'm stupid, I'm wrong, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I'm strong," Marco whispered into Levi's mind. The boy jumped, a sharp breath flying through his lips. Perhaps he'd never heard that before. That he was strong. That he could be anything other than the terrible things he'd been told he was since birth. Marco had made a mistake in this boy. He should have given him the attention he'd given Amir since the day he was born. Sometimes, Marco had told Levi, smoothing out what the boy perceived was a long skirt, people make mistakes. And sometimes, people don't understand it when another person is different. You're different, Levi. You're special. I'm not, he croaked, unable to look his teacher in the eye. I'm special, Marco fed into his mind. I'm strong. No, Levi had thought back, stunned and confused and terrified beyond belief. I'm disgusting. I'm wrong. You are so important, Levi, Marco said, placing a hand on the boy's head. Don't let anyone let you believe you're not. What happened today was nothing but an accident. It doesn't define you. Take it as a lesson. You're very powerful, and you might make this mistake again, but it's not your fault. You just need to learn to control and accept it. Levi stared up at him, his shock so evident that it made his face stark and childish. He looked younger than he truly was. But I'm nothing, Levi had thought. I'm nothing, I'm nothing, I'm nothing. I'm important, Marco forced him to hear inside his darkened mind. I'm special. I'm strong. And I'm better than this. I'm better than the things they tell me I am. I am powerful. I am right. And I am not going to let anyone tell me I am anything less than what I am, not today, not tomorrow. Not ever again. He looked a little dizzy as he hiccuped, and leaned into Marco's touch, his eyes dazed and his mind a blur of negative and positive thoughts. Levi struggled to his feet, swaying a bit as he wiped away his tears. I'm okay, I think. I'm okay, he thought. And this time, Marco didn't need to push him. He genuinely had that thought. At the very least Marco could save him from the confusion he'd gone through at this age. Levi accepted who he was in a stride. Unfortunately, his father was a fucking douchebag. For real. See, Marco was not strictly comfortable with stealing children from their parents. He'd do it, of course, if it was necessary, but when the kid was 9 years old and distrustful by nature, it was a bit too difficult. Levi would never actually trust him, because what Levi wanted was independence. Not a new family. So when Kenny Ackerman got to the kid, Marco found that he was a little powerless to stop him. Also, he was a bit curious. What could Kenny teach the boy that Marco couldn't? Marco saw the result firsthand. Brutality. Sadism. Ruthlessness. Fearlessness. Precision. Kenny Ackerman had taken Marco's experiment, and turned him into a human weapon. That had never been what Marco had wanted. Marco more or less left Levi alone after that, though. He had to give the boy a few more pushes here and there, particularly in his late teen years when he'd succumbed to a lot of demons. His depression worsened considerably. Marco kept a keen watch on him, sometimes going so far as to sit with him during his worst lows and consistently feed him good thoughts so he didn't bite a bullet. This happened to be around the time Mikasa Ackerman was conceived. You want me to experiment on your brother's baby? Marco clarified when Kenny Ackerman came to him in a slump. His son hated him. His life was a mess. At least he was good at killing people. Bro. Look, my brother is a cunt, Kenny said. Marco stared at him blankly, resisting the urge to chastise him. Why did he deal with this man, again? But he's my cunt. So you're gonna make that kid strong. Like mine is. Got it. Firstly, Marco said, smiling dimly, I cannot believe you just referred to your younger brother as your vagina, that is by far the best thing to ever come out of your mouth. Marco pressed his palm to the barrel of the gun that Kenny stuck in his face, and he tore the thing from the man's grasp. I'm talking, asshole. Jesus, it has been like 20 years since we started dealing together, you think you could stop killing me? Marco received a goddamn fucking machete to the brain as a reply. Ow. He scrubbed the blood from his face, and he scowled at Kenny as Go cleaned his machete off with a rag that had been the bartender's a few minutes ago, but hey, it was fucking Kenny, so who the fuck knew? The bar was empty again. How did this man never get caught? Seriously, stop doing that. It still hurts. That's why I do it, Kenny had said. Anyway, look, the slut he married. The very nice lady, I imagine, Marco corrected gently. The fucking girl he ended up getting fucking prego has her doctorate in biology, or something like that, Kenny said. You could probably convince her to do anything for the science shit, yeah? I don't understand how you benefit from this. I fucked up with Levi, Kenny said, staring into Marco's eyes. Don't wanna make that mistake again. Marco didn't really know what to say or do at that point, but that was basically how Mikasa had come into the picture. Kenny wants what? Mikasa's father was a very tall man, and much friendlier in demeanor than his assassin of a brother. His wife was very pretty, and now that Marco recalled it, she'd looked a whole lot like Mikasa. Your baby, Marco said sheepishly. Yeah. I know. It's weird. Not really, Mikasa's mother had said, leaning her cheek against her fist. She'd been sitting at her kitchen table, looking rather bored. Kenny's always been a bit unhinged. We don't talk much anymore, the man admitted, glancing at his wife. But I did tell him about the baby. Have you ever met Kenny's son? Marco asked them curiously. They glanced at each other, bewildered. Kenny has a son. Mrs. Ackerman blurted, leaning back in her chair. Holy shit. He never said anything about that, not ever. Mikasa's father looked like he needed to sit down. Yeah, his name is Levi, Marco said, shrugging. He's about 19. Wouldn't recommend meeting him, though, he's in a really bad place right now. With Kenny as a father, Mrs. Ackerman stated dryly, I can't imagine why. Well, the point is, he said, waving it off, that Levi is kinda a superhuman. Excuse me. Mr. Ackerman said flatly. My nephew. Kenny's son. A superhuman. Yes, Marco said. I made him that way. And I can make your child the same way. He turned to address Mrs. Ackerman, smiling at her gently. There's no risk. I'll use the same serum I used to create Levi, and there were no health defects that I could note. However, I was unable to actually observe Levi as he grew up, because Kenny decided to back out of our deal before Levi was born. Most unfortunate for the poor boy, who grew up in a terribly abusive home, and now he's an absolute wreck. Marco rubbed his back sheepishly. I don't want that to happen to your child. I'd like to monitor their growth so I can improve upon the serum. What the fuck? Mrs. Ackerman asked blankly. She squinted at him. Marco smiled at her wanly. Holy shit, you're serious. Look, Mr. Ackerman quickly, stepping between Marco and his wife. He was clearly a lot more well-adjusted than his brother, thank God, but Marco was just honestly surprised by how calm he was. We don't want any trouble, but what you're offering is a little insane. You have no idea, Marco had sighed loftily. Okay, let me explain. My name is Mark Langner. I go by Marco. I'm a mind reader. Hello. They'd simply stared at him. Why was this always so hard to believe? I'm a legitimate mind reader, he pushed into their thoughts. They both jerked forward, looking utterly bewildered. And I also happen to be immortal. Kenny knows that. He's killed me 18 times in the past 20 years. It's really annoying. What? Mr. Ackerman gasped, holding his head. I just want someone like me, Marco admitted. Someone who can't die. Wouldn't it be nice if your son or daughter was the same way? Needless to say, after some meticulous convincing, they'd agreed. It wasn't hard to manipulate people when you had a power like Marco's. He tried really hard to leave it up to free will, but hey, come on. How could he pass up this chance? By that point in time, Grisha Yeager had begun working for Marco in an attempt to create a serum that would actually create an immortal being. Emir had been the result of creating a human with the power of a god. Levi and Mikasa had been the result of superhuman strength, making them very hard to kill, but not immortal by any means. Now Marco was on the hunt for a way to keep those he'd created in this world with him. He wanted nothing more than to have the comfort of knowing he would not be alone for eternity. That was all. He got volunteers from people who had connections with him dating back to his war days. He'd fought with a Leonhardt in the First Great War. He'd been a total dick, but man if he didn't put up a fight. Marco had kept in touch with him after the war because he was the only man in his squadron who survived the suicide missions they were sent on consistently. The Hoovers and Bronze had been his buddies from the original facility, helped him with Amir's creation and all that. They'd also run a nice speakeasy. The family was still close in the 21st century, and both happened to have some sick kids they were willing to do anything for. Marco took them gladly. Rice was an old name. Marco was certain that he'd known a Rice during the Revolution, a turncloak, or something like that, who'd been close to royalty. He'd kept in very loose touch with that family, but somehow he was pulling the strings with Rod Rice's political career, which gave Marco a steady stream of willing participants. By that point it was a little complicated. He wanted them to like him, but he understood that they were all pretty miserable with their situations, and no matter how hard he tried to cheer them up, they all thought they were going to die. It was infuriating. In the end, even with all his experimentation, even with all his good intentions, they still felt as though they were trapped. Which wasn't all their fault. Marco did make them sign a contract, which was pretty excessive, but hey, it was Marco, he did things in excess. The problem was that he didn't end their suffering. He worsened it. He heard Levi thinking about his escape plan before it really registered to him that he could truly do it. So Marco did what he thought was necessary. He allowed it to happen. He suppressed the memories of the children who managed to escape in particular because he felt that they would be happier if they did not have to remember the misery he'd unintentionally put them through. The adults were simpler. They'd already been through so many hardships, he decided just to erase his existence from their minds. Even Rico, who'd come by recommendation of Mikasa's father, one of her college professors. Before he'd been murdered by some mooks who were after Kenny and got mixed up. Luckily enough, when Kenny came looking for the girl, he assumed her dead with the rest. Go figure. Unfortunately Amir had gotten out somehow as well, which had not been Marco's intention. An even greater folly was the manifestation of Historia Rice's power, which had not happened until the night of the escape. Hers was exactly what Marco needed. She was the one surefire way to keep everyone Marco held dear around him. Forever. With their consent, of course. Annie, Berthold, and Reiner were the only ones who stayed. And Marco told them time and time again that they were free to come and go. And they did. What else was left to explain, then? Ah. Yes. Marco bought. Marco had never intended to get mixed up in Mikasa's life. And Jean's life had meant very little at the time. Jean was the same sort of pawn as Levi's teacher or, by extension, Kenny Ackerman. Only he'd been nice. And Marco had been lonely. So when do you go back to school? Jean had asked, a mouthful of ice cream muffling his words. Marco had done what he always did, and read his mind to find out when he went back to school. He said that date. Oh, cool. Jean swallowed thickly, and grinned at him. Hey, crap, do we go to the same school? That'd be really cool. Marco had a weakness when it came to being loved. Boy, did he love it. Maybe we do, Marco had said, smiling back shyly. That had been the beginning. Marco wasn't sure where his humanity was anymore. If Marco Bod had been real, or if Ilse Langner had been real, or if this face or this name or this voice was real. Marco didn't know who he was or what he was or why he was. He just was. And he just couldn't take the empty years and empty spaces and empty chest and empty mind and empty being any longer. His life was empty, and so he'd created a new one. All he wanted was to be happy. All he wanted was for those he was responsible for to be happy. All he wanted was a little bit of solace. But all he had was an empty chest and empty words. Do you see now, Jean? Do you see what a monster I am? Do you see why I tricked you? Why I made you into something you weren't? Why I lied again and again, and made you hate yourself and me and the entire world? Do you see why I wanted you so badly to just be the normal boy who cared about me regardless of who I was or where I came from? Do you see? When Jean opened his eyes, he looked lost. Marco decided to pull back, careful of the space between them. Jean looked a little shocked. Likely because Marco had sprung the kiss on him a bit suddenly, and also the details surrounding the kiss, the information relayed and the feelings shared, were probably a lot to take in. Gene stood, his mouth parted and his brow knitted and his body taut. Marco felt a little sheepish as he settled back down on Armin's bed, pulling his long legs up and letting one bare foot hang idly off the side. He was tired and sad and lonely, and now Gene understood all that. Regardless, it was unlikely they'd be alone for much longer. Marco had mentally nudged Annie toward Historia, hiding her from Gene and Reiner's view if only just to have this chance to explain to Gene. Maybe he'd understand. Maybe it was useless. What did it matter, anyway? Gene raised a shaky hand to his lips, still looking dazed. What the fuck? Sorry, Marco sighed, closing his eyes. I know I should have asked first, but it's a really good way to relay info, and also, I kinda just wanted to try it once on you. So there. Not the fucking kiss, man, Gene hissed, his eyes narrowing. This entire thing. This institute. Facility. You really are responsible for all of it? Yes. Marco cracked an eye open. I'm not hiding that anymore, Gene. I just showed you everything. I mean, I could go into more detail, of course, but that'd take, like, years of kissing, which I imagine. I got it, Gene groaned, throwing up his hands and waving them furiously. I just... Fuck, man, I thought you were dead. Yeah, man, Marco said, smiling weakly. I know. That's what I wanted. Okay, fine, but do you have any idea how fucking traumatizing that was? Gene snapped. I saw your fucking head cracked open and your brain shattered into a bunch of itty-bitty goddamn pieces. I wasn't allowed to go your friggin' funeral which, yeah, by the way, I fucking get it now, asshole, but it was super stressful and I was really depressed for weeks and weeks, but you were alive the whole time, and you're a mind reader, so you know all of this already, and I'm just like fuck, man. You fucked me over. Marco sat and listened, nodding slowly. Yes, those were all valid points. Gene's mind told it to him true, that he felt like he'd been cheated out of something because Marco was alive and kinda an awful person, which, yes, he got it. I kinda did, didn't I? Marco winced. Sorry, dude. Sorry my ass. So do you hate me? He asked curiously. After all, it'd be completely understandable if he did. Marco had truly been a terrible friend. He'd had his reasons, of course, wanting Gene to be his own person, to not have to live with the fear of dying and leaving Marco alone for eternity, to have to defend Marco's poor choices, to have to be the fall guy because Marco fucked up. Again. Marco just wanted to sever the ties before he got found out for the monster he was. That's a loaded question, Gene said, running his fingers through his hair. He glanced around the room, his eyes flashing, and Marco tasted his thoughts like honeycomb oozing inside his mouth. It was too sweet and the consistency trickled through Marco's mind in slow dribbles, snagging on his thoughts and cementing wax to the roof of his mouth. It's actually kinda simple, he said, tilting his head. Do you hate me or not? I'm mad at you. Gene jerked his finger at Marco's face. I'm fucking pissed. He stared at Gene's face levelly, ignoring the accusatory finger stuck between his eyes. That doesn't answer my question, he said slowly. Fuck you, man. Marco dropped his head, unable to contain his laughter. Gene was the same. After all of it, all the bullshit Marco had put him through, Gene was essentially the same frank bastard he'd always been. There was something comforting about that fact, in spite of the dull irritation in knowing that Gene had learned nothing from his experience. Perhaps that was for the best. What had Marco been trying to change, anyway? Gene was an asshole, but he'd always been a good person. Marco was just the opposite. Gene's voice was strained. Are you laughing at me? No. Marco gasped, waving his hands hurriedly. Not at you. You're totally laughing at him, Armin thought to Marco, his inky thoughts blotting out Marco's vision like a blooming Rorschach test. Asshole. That's enough from you, Marco told him curtly. Go back to sleep. I was awake the whole time, though. Well, keep pretending, then. Maybe if you let me talk to Historia. I'm sorry, Marco blurted. I know this is weird. Oh man, Jean whistled, holding up his hands, his eyes widening in faux shock. Oh man. You're fucking sorry. Dude, yeah, that just makes it all better, just patched up everything right there. Because, you know, I'm that gullible. God, do you have any idea just how hard it is to even look at you? Yes, Marco admitted. I know from your thoughts. Stop reading them, then, holy fuck. Jean's hands clapped over his head, and this time he really was shocked, and he really was horrified, and Marco felt ashamed. Did you do that all the time? Read my thoughts and react to them. Marco stared at him, feeling a little lost at the question. How could he not read Jean's thoughts? They were always there, and they stuck inside Marco's head and made him dizzy. How could he not hear the fluttering wisps of self-doubt and self-assurance and self-righteousness? How could Marco not listen into the bustling whirl of emotions that were strung together inside Jean's strong mind? How? 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 His stare must have been vacant, because Jean scoffed, and he shook his head furiously. You're invasive, Jean accused, and cruel. You have no idea what you do to people. I do, Marco objected. Jean, I know, and that's what makes me horrible. Right? Tell me that. Tell me I'm a monster. I'm not going to do that. Why not? Marco was itching to lose his cool and show Jean just how much of a monster he truly was. It's not like it isn't true. Shut up. Jean snarled. You're not a monster. Marco sat back. A smile was buried deep within him, a sense of contentment, a wildfire of fear doused in a single splash of beating words. No. Jean did not hate him. Jean would never hate him. That was the truth here. Marco was glad. Tell me, Marco said distantly, his voice flat and dull, how am I not a monster? God damn. Jean ran his fingers through his hair. It was bias, likely, that kept Jean from hating him. A connection that could not be severed. Armin would understand. Stop it, Marco, Armin chastised. You're just confusing him. Do you think I'm a monster, Armin? Marco asked quietly. Jean jumped. Perhaps he forgot that Armin was there. He'd been so inconspicuous, after all. The boy sat up, his rings of bruised blue eyes settling upon Marco's face. He was a corpse, or something like one, a hollow-eyed, hollow-cheeked, waxy-skinned shell of a boy with no future and no past and nothing but his vicious thoughts and his infinite rage to sustain him. I think you've made yourself into a monster, Armin said in his hoarse little voice. He'd had another seizure after Marco had spoken with Historia, so he was a little worse for wear, and he had to use the nasal cannula consistently again. And you've manipulated us to mimic you. So what does that make us, Marco? Oh, don't start that, Marco groaned. Anyway, thank you for proving my point. Jean, you're wrong. I'm the monster here. I've accepted that. You should too. Oh God, this is so fucked up, Jean groaned. This is so. I want to believe in you, but holy shit, you're so fucking problematic. Problematic. Marco repeated in earnest shock. Beside him, Armin actually burst into a fit of giggles, the first genuine laugh Marco had heard from him in a very long time. Was Marco problematic? Was that a suitable word for what he was doing and what he had done? He confused himself sometimes. This didn't matter. Yes, you're problematic. Jean gritted his teeth, and his thoughts were all muddled and unsure. A fault of Marco's. I've done this, Marco thought sadly to himself. I've broken one of my dearest friends. You might have good intentions, but you are actually, probably insane. You are the worst. You put everyone through so much bullshit, hid it under lie after lie, and then you just spout this cryptic bullshit like I'm supposed to understand a word you say. Marco must have been staring strangely, because Armin mentally shoved him, a great inkwell pouring into Marco's mouth and turning his teeth black. Are you listening to him? Armin asked coldly. Because he's right. Yes, I'm listening, Marco said, resisting the urge to rub his temples. I've been listening. And I agree, he's right. Fuck yeah, I'm right. Gene cried. Then, he looked puzzled, and he slumped a little. Why are you agreeing with me? Because I understand what you're saying, and I think you're right. Marco blinked rapidly. I mean, yes, I have my own agenda, fine, but come on, Gene. I told you. I'm a monster. I know I'm wrong. I know that this entire situation is my fault. And I'm okay with all of you hating me. The last part was a bit of a lie. It wasn't so much that he was okay with it as he was willing to accept it. It made sense. He was a reasonable guy, it wasn't totally out of his grasp to see that he'd royally fucked things up. And he did feel guilty for all the grief he'd caused. Can I slap him? Gene asked Armin, jerking his thumb at Marco. Is that something that I can do right now? Please do, Armin murmured. Marco waited, but no slap came. He sighed inwardly, resting his chin in his palm as he observed Gene's furious face. Typical. I'm trying really hard here, Marco said cautiously. I made my peace 321 years ago, and I'd gladly lay down my life permanently for any of you. The trouble is, I can't. I'm stuck. Time's supposed to be this endlessly flowing river, right? But I'm just riding the current, and I don't know how to get out. Armin, I don't want you to die, but the truth is, I don't know if I can stop you from dying. Gene, I've been waiting for you to die since the moment I met you. This world is endless, and it's so cruel. He let out a shaky laugh, his eyes snapping shut as he shook his head vigorously. Ah, what am I saying? You don't understand. I'm just a crazy asshole who fucked up your lives. Marco, Armin said softly. When Marco turned to face him, the boy was leaning forward, his eyes surprisingly vivid and bright, and he lowered his head slightly to meet Marco's gaze. I do understand you. I think I understand you better than anyone in the entire world, as I expect you understand me with equal strength. But the point is, we're on differing sides of a debate, and you refuse to back down. You won't give me and Historia and Emir the freedom we deserve. You want to smother us, because you want to keep us, like we're your property. But you don't get to decide whether I live or die or rot in here or in hospice. You don't get to make decisions for anyone but yourself. So just do yourself a favor and let us be free to do as we see fit. Marco understood a bit about freedom. He'd grown up stifled by a theocracy that branded him an abomination. He saw himself in the slaves that worked day and night with nothing to show for it. He'd bled and let bleed to establish the foundation of this country. He'd pushed his mind to its limits in power, struggling to steal and twist and hoard thoughts that would allow the people to grow and prosper and live on with a legacy they could be proud of. Marco had done this, he'd done it without complaint, because selflessness and selfishness had not been an occurrence until he'd gone half-mad with loss and loneliness. 300 years he'd been trapped, but not once had anyone cared to put the effort into freeing him. Why the hell should he waver now? What was he even doing? Was he right? Was he wrong? Was he simply losing his mind? Perhaps he'd been free from the very start, but the price had been too steep, and he'd lost his wits about him somewhere in his ceaseless vigil. Marco didn't want to stand by and watch people die anymore. He just wanted some solace. He was sick to death of death, and he would rather bask in the glory of life for once. That was why Historia was so important. Vita, vitae, life, of life. Wasn't it grand? He pushed himself to his feet. You really are amazing, Armin, Marco whispered, his voice catching inside his throat. His mind was abuzz, and he tried and tried and tried, but he was so tired of trying, and he couldn't find himself anymore amongst the words and the tastes and the bitter feelings winding up, winding him up like a toy soldier off to war again and again and again. How many battles did he have to fight before he got what he wanted? How many lives did he have to waste? How many people had to die until he finally expired? When did it end? The world was his to enslave and free, and yet here he was, asking merely for the cooperation of one child who had no other options. He'd been questioning his existence for 3 centuries, and it still was not enough to give him the answers he sought. Science? Miracles? Where did it end, where did it begin? What was his life? What was his purpose? Why had he been born to steal thoughts and feelings? Why had his sister been able to pour all of her life and ability to give life into him? Mysteries plagued him, and he was ill with the unknown. He had no name or face any longer, just scraps of what could be, what should be, what had been, what will be. He loathed himself more and more and more and more, and he loathed that he had no control to speak of. "I've been so terrible to all of you," he said, his voice pitched to break, leading on hysterical, and he felt that his emotions would not keep if he continued this nonsensical attempt to appeal to them. "I wanted so badly to just have something that could last forever. I just can't stand it. I can't stand watching every single person I ever meet die. It happens so quickly. One minute we've just met, and the next I'm meeting your grandkids to express my condolences. I don't want that anymore. I don't want that pain. I just want to be able to have something concrete and real and alive for the duration of my existence." "You can't have anything forever," Armin said softly. "And you certainly can't have me." Marco was struggling to find different ways to convince this boy, but it seemed a waste. He was consuming the fierce determination of this silly child, this boy who could hardly breathe on his own. He was so lost to the world, and yet he seemed to will himself away from a fate chosen by Marco's hand. "What is so horrible about the prospect of living?" Marco asked in strangled disbelief. "Living forever with you." Armin smiled dimly. "Sounds like an endless nightmare." "Welcome to my world," Marco said coolly. He understood, and that was the worst part, because he knew and he didn't want to know, and it hurt so badly to understand how terrible he was. He was breaking apart at the very seams and feeling his mind leak from his ears, and if anyone understood, it was Armin. Because had Marco not inflicted this same kind of strange surreal mental torture upon him? Had Marco not been responsible? Or had that just been another bit of his illness that neither of them understood? Mysteries, mysteries. He hated them all. There was a sudden inexplicable taste of dark chocolate that folded over his tongue and melted so fast that it barely lingered. And then it was pouring down his throat in a scorching rage, and he was choking on it, his entire mind closing up in shock to the foreign presence and the familiar touch. "Turn around, motherfucker." Marco didn't understand. When had this happened? He should have heard him coming. How had this happened? He didn't understand. He turned to face Eren Yeager anyway. The boy was like a firecracker, and the sound was bursting apart inside Marco's fragile brain. His fist collided with Marco's face, and he felt himself stagger under the sheer force, the sheer power of it. His nose broke apart and blood streamed freely into his parted lips, the taste of warm blood boiling amongst the frothy black chocolate mind. He was drowning in the bitter tastes and the cracking of sounds, and he was having trouble catching his breath. In his head, Armin was laughing at him. So, the tables had turned. "Your ignorance," Armin thought at him fiercely, "is your weakness, Marco." He stood with one hand to his nose, staunching the blood and staring in wonder at Eren's dark face. His green eyes were alight with his fury, and his teeth were bare for Marco to see them glisten, an animalistic instinct parting through the tethers of his mind, beckoning him to leap for the kill. Eren held back. Just long enough for Marco to see Rico Bertsinska leaning against a wall. She tasted like cold coffee and the crisp bite of late autumn air, and she glowered at him from the round rims of her glasses, her hatred escalating with every second she spent with her eyes upon him. As though her memories of him from her facility days had somehow surfaced. "Hi, Eren," Marco said, his words muffled by a mouthful of blood. Unsurprisingly, he was kicked to the floor with a sole jerk of the boy's leg. Damn, the kid was strong. "You think," Eren rasped, his voice a pitchy tune that sang with a faltering edge across the expanse of the room, "that you can just fucking talk to me? Like I fucking care what you've got to say." Marco coughed, spitting blood onto the linoleum floor, and he smiled vacantly at nothing. How familiar it was to be hated. The hatred was toiling up inside Eren, a rush and a buzz and a kick of power that struck Marco in the stomach and turned him onto his side. How did I miss this? He thought wildly. How could I possibly not hear this in Jean's mind? In Annie's? You're a fool, Marco, Armin thought to him, his voice a chilly slap inside Marco's throbbing head. You're ignorant, and you're foolish, and you forget. I am far more powerful than you. Come here, you bastard. Aaron caught Marco by his collar and dragged him half upright, shoving him at the door. Aaron, Armin gasped. Aaron, what are you? The door opened, and Marco found himself being snatched by the front of his shirt and flung through the open door. For a moment he was flying through the air, and then, with a great amount of pain, he was bent awkwardly between the sheetrock of a wall, his bones protruding outward, caught outside his skin and splintered so terribly that Marco could not make out which bone was which. He blinked profusely, stars in his eyes, blood on his lips, voices ringing in his ears. He was hopelessly hopeless and hopelessly hopeful, and the world was spinning, and so was he. Fuck, said a cigarette smoke flutter, a black tea burst. Did I kill him? He can't exactly die. Erwin Smith's face flickered in Marco's line of vision, and the man had the audacity to smile. Hello, there. We have a few questions. Or 1,000, scoffed an incredulous voice that Marco recognized to be Connie Springer's. Root beer barrels clanged against his teeth. So Annie was right, a peppermint sigh blew over Marco's mind. He winced, and attempted to heft himself out of the wall. Oh, please. Hold your surprise. Annie was easy to recognize. Her icy mind was a familiar blessing, but even so, it hurt. She loathed him. He'd raised her, and she despised him, and he could not even blame her because he'd been so awful. He could hear her thoughts in his head, swirling and lacing his mind with bitter poison, and he thought he might scream for her forgiveness, scream for someone, anyone, to understand his plight, but he could not, he was not worth of such a thing. Aha, Marco rasped, crawling from the jagged layers of sheetrock and collapsing onto the floor, his blood pooling around his busted legs. Ow. I'll show you ow. Aaron snarled, half marching toward Marco with his rage alight like a sparkler running loose, streams of fire searing into his brain. Aaron, that's enough. Erwin halted the boy with an arm flung out, and Marco sighed. He pulled his legs out straight, hissing a bit in mild pain. He'd had far worse injuries than this, but it still hurt like a bitch. We want to talk to him, remember? You want to talk to him, Aaron sneered. I want to rip his head off. Marco licked his lips, tasting the smooth familiar tang of blood as it clung to the grooves of his skin. He rolled up the cuffs of his pants, closing his eyes to bear the sheer throbbing pain of maneuvering the fabric over the jutting bone, and then, easily, he took the splintered section and slid it back into his skin, minding the oozing of his blood and the spasms of his muscle and the blinding white-hot pain that splashed over him like fiery waves. The sound was squelching like leather gloves rubbing together, the friction sending vast sound waves, quiet but disturbing. He felt their horror and disgust as they watched. Okay, Marco said, holding his blood-smeared hands up in the air, noting the uneven pattern of crimson and pink across the smooth freckled flesh. So, here we are. You caught me. Congratulations. This was so unexpected. Would you like an award? Oh my God, Levi said in a short, clipped voice. Disgust toiled inside him, and it was not unlike it had been 20 years ago, only now his disgust was pointed at Marco, not himself, and that was an oddly comforting thing, because at least Marco knew that one of them had benefited from his ceaseless meddling. I'm gonna actually fucking shove my fist down your throat and rip your spine out. Marco sat on the floor, considering this threat. He smiled wanly. I'll survive that, he admitted, but it's never been done before, so you're actually really welcome to try. Levi turned to Aaron, his eyes flashing with unadulterated rage. Kill him, he spat. Oh, boy, you ain't gonna be disappointed, Aaron hissed, his eyes shadowed by his bloodlust. Oi, Hang said, waving their hand in front of Aaron's face. None of that, you dummy. Go make sure Armin is okay. Aaron faltered. Marco watched in amazement as his rage faded away so rapidly it stung his mind, and startling panic washed over the boy as he turned away and disappeared through the door to Armin's room. Oh, Mikasa thought, whirling away just the same, a flutter of blue and gray swirling as she rushed to join Aaron's side. Their love for Armin outweighed their hatred for him. Humanity made him so sad. They were all going to die. He didn't want that. He didn't want them to see the horror, to feel the pain, to be lost for the remainder of their short, squandering lives. He wanted them to be happy together, but how could they be anything but empty and miserable as he was when the truth was they'd been dying since conception? "I'm sorry, I actually didn't catch all of you coming in," he said dryly as he stood up. His legs were vaguely achy, but he'd survive. Inevitably. "So, how did you do it? You really want an explanation? From us?" Connie looked absolutely 1000% done, and his thoughts were all angry bulks of Spanish swears that made no sense even in his head. "De verdad necesitas el poder de Jesus Cristo creo que también el de María y José, porque estás loco." Essay. "I was actually kinda literally hanged for that reason," Marco said, touching his neck and taking their minds in his hands, the malleable mush that they were, and twisting them abruptly, letting his appearance shift with a great shudder like the earth had just cracked beneath them, and he smiled as he tilted his head, acknowledging his face as that of Ilse Langner as it had been the dawn he'd pulled her down from a tree. Essay. "Mierda!" Connie squeaked, skidding back in a fluid blur, suddenly hiding behind the horrified Sasha. She was clinging to him, her mind a flash of terror and confusion and perhaps even rage. Holy fuck, holy fuck. Cut that out." "I understand you are all very confused," Marco said, using Ilse's sweet voice to bleed his words into their minds. Whenever he did this, he always felt safe and content, as though Ilse were somehow right beside him. He was a fool, just as Armin had said. A terrible fool. "The truth is, I never meant for any of you to find out about this." "Well, no shit," Sasha squeaked, holding Connie's head to her shoulder to shield him from the gruesome sight of the flickering image of Ilse's walking, talking corpse. The angry red welt around her throat was burned into his memory forever. It was only right they understood how awful that was. "Hey, hermano." Emir's pretty face came hovering into his line of vision, and she smirked at him. Her hair was down, and for once they looked really, truly alike, like the siblings he wished they were. "That's a nice look on you." "You're a peach, love," Marco said, rolling his eyes. "As always." She threw her head back and laughed. Oh, Marco loved Emir so dearly. But he felt her fury and he knew her scorn, and he understood that he'd done her wrong. "Wow, you're a fucking train wreck," Levi said. Coming from him that truly meant something. "Yes, I am, thank you for noticing." Marco clapped very slowly. "Such a stute. Really wow. I don't know guys, I think they're kinda funny," Hank chirped. He smiled them brightly. He really appreciated that, even though he could feel their aggravation. "Marco," Erwin said cautiously. "Ah, is that your real name?" "It's his real name," Annie said, her eyes narrowed on Marco's face. "Seriously, cut the shit. You've been caught. It's over. You can't hide this from them anymore." Marco stared at her chilly gaze in her iced-over thoughts, and he let himself fold. Their vision was released, and they saw him for what he truly was. A boy. Just a boy. With dark dead eyes, and a tight-lipped smile. He wished he could have been the hero they had all wanted him to be. The truth was, he didn't believe in heroes. He'd seen too much, done too much, been praised and shamed far too much to believe that there could be heroes in this world. He appreciated the effort, though. "My name was Mark Langner," he said cautiously. "I was born in 1677. I went by Marco for the duration of my life, as an affectionate nickname given to me by my elder sister, Elizabeth." He looked at them all pointedly. "Ilse. As you can guess, we weren't normal children. I had telepathy. She could heal people. I've made a lot of mistakes." "Yeah," Armin said from the doorway, leaning against both Mikasa and Aaron for support. "Like single-handedly starting the Salem witch trials." "Wait, for real?" Connie piped up. "That's kinda sick," Sasha said. "Wait, sick as in gross, or sick as in cool?" Connie asked her. Both." She cocked her head. "Yeah, both." "Yeah," Connie agreed. "You two are odd," Emir declared, throwing an arm around Connie's shoulder and smirking. "It's almost endearing." "Imagine if you were in my position," Marco pleaded, ignoring his little sister. "Imagine if you were alone for centuries, treated like a monster for being born different, what would you do?" I had the chance to stave off my loneliness, and I took it. I'm sorry it turned out the way it did, but I could never regret it. You manipulated us, Armin said dully. You stole away our basic rights as human beings for your sick pet project. I saved your lives, Marco reminded. And then I let you go. Everything I have done with your best interest in mind. You're a liar, Armin snapped. You're a liar, and a fake, and you can't understand what it's like to be trapped under your thumb, because you don't have to live with the consequences of your actions. You can just make it so it wasn't so. You could erase this very moment from our minds, and act like none of this even happened, and we'd be none the wiser. You are nothing but a tyrant playing Pax in Terra, and I've had enough. You cannot say you have our best interest when you take away our free will. You can't be benevolent when you're selfishly using our lives to make your own worth something. Marco listened. His mind was shaking. Armin was pouring these words into Marco's head. He was setting them on fire and hurling them into Marco's brain. He was using every ounce of his mental strength to pierce Marco to the bone. And it was working. He felt like something in him had shattered. Something was oozing, and it was not his blood. He wavered. He stared. And then he began to laugh. He covered his face, his laughter a strangled mismatch of sounds and voices, and he felt words oozing from his mouth, words that made no sense as he dropped to his knees and screamed. Armin was inside his head, Armin was outside his head, Armin knew and Armin understood, and all he could do was stand and watch as his mind shattered Marco's. No. That wasn't true. Marco's mind had never been whole to begin with. He sobbed into his hands, screaming and screeching and begging for it to stop, because he couldn't do it, he just couldn't do this dumb act anymore where he pretended that it was okay to lose everything over and over with every life gained and lost in a matter of minutes and hours and days and weeks and years and decades and centuries, and suddenly he was watching generations flicker away into dust. He screamed for them, his lost friends, his lost family, for those he knew and loved and lost, and for those he would lose inevitably in the oncoming sandstorm of time. He begged for it to end. He begged. The sun could not rise again tomorrow, not with these suffering minds swirling inside of him. He was them, and they were him. They could not know what they did to him. They were truly an integral part of who he was. All he had wanted was to save them. All he had wanted was to end it all. The loneliness. The pain. End it all. End. He felt a pair of tiny hands on his face. He sobbed in relief at the muted mind of a burning sun, and he grasped her hands and laughed at her. You. He cried, perhaps straight into her head. You and I are just the same. She stared at him. Historia. History. She was the only one who could share in his suffering. You see, he gasped, you see? This is what it's like to lose everyone, to lose everything, to be nothing. Do you want that? Do you want to be alone for eternity? Her eyes were silver. His breath was gone. I'd rather be alone for the whole of eternity, she whispered, than spend it with you. The silver light was a blessing. End. He felt a noose around his neck. He'd never imagined this scenario. He'd never thought her brave enough to choose eternal solitude. But Marco was no god, and he was truly wrong about so many things. He would welcome this death. After all, had he not asked the world to free him time and again? If he squinted through the days of silver light, through the dazzling pain of his soul jostling against his bones, he thought he could see the alcove where he and his sister had been hanged from a tree, hanging for hours and hours and hours with no end in sight. The sunrise had been so silvery that day, and the light had hurt to see. Going back was a gift. This girl was a gift. Death was a gift. But it ended. Historia, Armin said. That's enough. And he so gasped. And he lived. Why? 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 He dropped to his knees and screamed so loudly he felt their minds shake inside him, and they clapped their hands over their ears in pain and terror. All of them except Historia and Armin, who stood before him with twin pairs of pitying eyes, as though one was not dying and one would not suffer forever. All except them flinched from him in horror. And Jean. Jean stepped forward from behind the horde, standing with his head bowed and his emotions bare. Jean Kirstein was disappointed in him. How strange. You are, Jean said unsteadily, his breath shaky as he spoke, the best friend that I ever had. But you feel a sense of entitlement to this world, Marco, because you were wronged by it so many times. But you've done it wrong too. You can't just shed your humanity and expect everyone to just declare you God. You're wrong. You're wrong, and I don't want anything to do with you. Marco lifted his sweaty forehead from the cool tile floor. He raised his tearful face to Jean, who had been the first person in forever to treat Marco like he was human. Human. Humans. Marco's lips trembled. Go, he whispered. He placed his hands over his eyes. One last trick, and he was gone from their sight. For good. Chapter 36, Free Yourself, from Hell. Libertatis Tudamet, Ex Inferis. Ashland, Virginia. A.D. Non. November, 2766 AUC. When Marco had disappeared, the relief had been palpable. Of course, none of them had been convinced that this was the end of the struggle, but for the moment it was a small victory. They had not come to destroy Marco, after all, only retrieve those who needed to be retrieved and possibly get some answers. It was still hazy, more or less, to most of them. Upon Marco's disappearance, Armin fell to his knees. I'm sorry, he uttered, disbelief stretching in his voice. I'm so sorry, I was such a fool. I was so stupid, and I wish I'd been smarter, but I needed to know these things before I... Shut up, Aaron said, dropping to his knees beside Armin and pulling him into a swift, tight hug. Nobody gives a flying fuck, okay? Armin's disbelieving words were muffled against Aaron's shoulder, and Aaron thought this was so surreal because he'd been losing faith in the idea that he might see Armin again. But here he was. Alive. Sick as hell, but still alive in spite of everything. Aaron could not believe Armin's strength. He could not believe Armin's will. It was so astonishing and so gratifying, and Aaron was left with a loss of words. Erwin's plan had been catering to the idea that Marco was indeed alive and actually the head honcho of the entire situation, which was good, because it had ended up being true. He'd picked Annie and Jean specifically because he wanted Marco distracted. Neither person was someone that Marco could just ignore if they came knocking on his doorstep. Jean had been marginally filled in about the plan, but not enough to tip Marco off. Connie had managed to use his speed to their advantage, running to California and back to retrieve Rico. Basically, Erwin had ran his plan on a hunch, and he fucking succeeded because Marco was a lot more unstable than any of them had anticipated. Said a weak voice from behind Annie. Aaron glanced up and saw, with a bit of irritation, that it was Berthold speaking. After Rico had gotten them all inside undetected, they'd run into Reiner, Annie, Berthold, Emir, and Historia. Aaron had no time for reunions, though, because he wanted to be the first one to greet Marco. What's going to happen now? They're not going to execute you, Berthold, Emir said dully, whacking the tall boy on the back. Chill, essay. I'd like to personally speak with you all, Erwin said, pointing distinctively to Reiner, Berthold, Annie, and Emir, individually. But not here. That's just fucking dandy, Levi said coolly. But since we're here, shouldn't we do some recon? I know almost everything Marco knows, Armin piped up, removing his head from Aaron's chest. I mean, he did manage to hide some things from me. I haven't a clue what the formula is to create the serum he used to engineer us, but I'm glad I don't know things like that. Would you happen to know where Marco went? Hang asked gently. If they're still in the building, or... No, he left. Armin slumped against Aaron's side, looking exhausted and spent. I don't know where he went. But I don't think he'll be bothering us anymore. They all were quiet. Mikasa bent beside Armin, rubbing his back very gently. Their mind link was kicked back into use as Armin's fleeting thoughts trickled through their heads. Thank you, he thought, thank you, thank you, thank you. Aaron could feel Armin's love for them expand like a balloon inflating. He loved them. So much so, that it was almost too heavy an emotion to bear without some restraint. But Aaron and Mikasa could manage. They were good at sharing the loads, and this feeling was so important that they could not afford to let it fall. You'll never have to deal with something like this alone again, Aaron thought to him firmly. Never. We'll be here, Mikasa thought without missing a beat, her body leaning closer and her emotions bare for them to feel as contentment and fear toiled up like a storm within her. We're here for you. Forever. Don't ever try to go it alone again, Armin, please. Armin's bony shoulders began to shake. There was no sound as he buried his face in his hand, but he was sobbing, and his fear and pain and loss were so immense that Aaron felt his eyes sting and his throat close up and his heart wrench from the earth-quaking power of it blasting through his mind. He bore it though. He could bear any agony if it meant keeping his friends by his side. I'd hate to interrupt such a tender moment, Rico said, materializing from within the wall behind them, but there are guards in this facility. And numerous doctors. I actually just barely dodged Dr. Jaeger. My dad. Aaron blurted, his head shooting upward in alarm. A frantic sort of pressure pushed upon his chest at the thought of facing that man. He's here. Rico glanced at him as though she had forgotten his last name was Jaeger, and she blinked confusedly. She said, yes. So I'd suggest leaving as soon as possible. I can take 2 or 3 people at a time, but only for a very short period. As most of you already know, but there are some new faces here. Berthold and I can hold off any guards coming this way, Reiner said, looking directly at Erwin. Aaron was surprised, because had he not been loyal to Marco not 10 minutes ago? What the fuck was up with him? Aaron, Armin thought, a wavering sound that fluttered in and out of his head like the beat of a bird's wings through the current of the wind. I think you should go talk to your dad. What? He blurted aloud, leaning away from his tiny friend. Mikasa looked surprised as well, her lips parted open as she stared at Armin confusedly. Why would I do that? Why should I? Because, Armin thought, clearly not trusting his voice, he loves you, and you may never see him again. Aaron, our lives are so fleeting. Don't live on and regret not taking my advice in this moment, don't let this loose end go untied. Talk to your father. If it had been anyone else, even Hang, Aaron would have argued and pitched a fit so furious it would have shaken the entire building. But it was Armin. And Aaron trusted Armin unconditionally. He nodded vacantly, pressing his hand to Armin's limp hair and wishing there was something he could do to make his suffering end. Armin did not deserve to be under such terrible stress, to believe that there was so little hope left. He'd given up on living already, Aaron could sense it just from his shaky body and his shaky mind, the connection drawn and so telling that it hurt. I'll be right back, Aaron swore, rising to his feet. Aaron, where? Hang started, looking a little startled but mostly curious. I'm gonna go find my dad, he said, marching forward. I've got a few things I gotta say. Don't try to stop me, Kay. Hang blinked at him in disbelief. Stop you. They threw their head back and laughed, throwing an arm over his shoulder. He glanced at them in surprise. Do you know how long I've wanted to talk to Grisha Jaeger? I'm just aching to ask him all my questions. You two are nut jobs, Rico stated dully. He's on the floor below us if you really want to get yourselves trapped here. That won't happen, Aaron said firmly. I won't let it. Hang. Let's go, bud, they said, ruffling his hair and starting forward through the crowd of them. Historia was watching him the most keenly while Berthold and Reiner merely looked astonished. Emir looked bored. I'll go with you, Historia said, stepping up in time with Aaron's footsteps. No one objected. After all, she was more than capable of killing any of them. She was capable of killing Marco, if she was in the mood to do so. For such a little thing, she was really creepy and terrifying. Cool, Aaron said, resisting the urge to beam at her. Why, though? He's a doctor, she said simply. As if it were obvious. We're going to get Armin out of here, Erwin said, bending down and scooping Armin into his arms. Aaron stared, and noted how alarmingly tiny Armin was in comparison. Anyone who wants to come with us may as well. Though I'm warning you, I want explanations for your behavior up until this point. That's something we can definitely do, Reiner said. You three, Levi said, addressing Aaron specifically with his dark eyes. "Hurry up. Or we'll leave you here." "Yeah, okay," Aaron snorted, whirling away and striding down the hall. He had no patience for anything at the moment, and his mind was fixated a bit on the thought of speaking to his father. He'd gone through this before. In London, in Paris, in Rome. He'd been through this anxiety and confusion, and he was done wondering and caring what his father had meant by getting involved in something as horrendous as human experimentation. The truth was, Aaron didn't know if the things that had happened to them were as bad as he thought they were. They'd been cured of terrible maladies, true enough, and it wasn't as thought they hadn't been willing participants. It all boiled down to the morality of it, and Aaron just wasn't sure if he was right or wrong to judge his father for the things he had done. They did run into a few guards on their way to the lower floor, following the doors to a stairwell that descended a further into the ground. Hang took care of them with some swift thinking and a swifter gun hand. Yeah, they were knocked out pretty fucking fast. Aaron would never not be in awe of his adoptive parent. They truly had a gift for fucking shit up. It was beautiful. "Are you okay?" Aaron asked Historia as they moved down the steps. She was looking rather distant and bemused, not unlike her normal self, but Aaron couldn't help but be concerned. She'd been with Marco for a little while, and who knew what the guy did to her head, right? "Tired," she admitted, staring vacantly ahead of her. She turned her face away, and shrugged meagerly. "Sad." "Sad," Aaron repeated quietly. "Why?" She glanced at him. Aaron was consistently thrown for a loop when it came to Historia Rice. He didn't know what she was thinking or feeling, and he didn't get why she was always so gloomy. He wanted her to be happy, but not that weird fake happy shit she'd pulled for the first few months he'd known her. Sometimes Aaron thought she was a lot like Armin, but other times he was just utterly lost at how they were even related. "I just am," she said dully. "Do I need a reason?" "Yeah, kinda." Aaron blinked rapidly, and he jumped when Hang's hand clapped on his shoulder. He glanced up at them, and he saw their sharp warning look. That confused him even more. "Aaron," Hang said, "come on. Sometimes sadness is like that, don't be rude about it." "Oh," Aaron said. He thought perhaps he could understand, if only by Hang's prompting, that Historia's sadness was more or less her depression peeking through. Aaron didn't have any experience with that sort of stuff, so he couldn't be sure. He knew Hang knew better, though. So he listened to them. "Sorry, Historia. Don't worry about it." She tucked her hair behind her ear, looking a bit miserable. Aaron wished he could make her feel better, but he didn't know how, so he was left feeling inadequate and stupid. He caught Historia's arm as another guard came rounding the corner, pausing upon looking at them. Then the guy promptly threw his hands up. Hang smiled at him brightly. "Thank you." They laughed, twirling their Stungen. "Can you point me to where Grisha Jaeger is?" "Down the hall a bit," the guard said. Left." "Go left. Big door, can't miss it." "You're great," Hang said, rounding the man and gesturing for Aaron and Historia to follow. Aaron decided to flip the guard off just because, and Historia stood beside him, watching him with dull eyes and a small smirk. "Oi, Aaron." Yeah, he said, taking Historia's hand and drawing her forward. He felt a sensation of great pride as she turned around to flip the guard off just the same. The guy just looked at them like they were fucking crazy. "Hey, so what happened that night Amir kidnapped you? Like how are you not mad at her about that? Would you be mad if Mikasa or Armin dragged you out of bed in the middle of the night to go somewhere?" Historia glanced at him, and he scowled. She nodded, clearly already knowing the answer. "Yeah. See, I love Amir. She's ridiculous, but I love her, and I'm okay with what she did for the most part. She was under Marco's thumb a bit, so I understand her reasoning. I know you hate her, though." "Yeah, well, that can't be helped." Aaron shrugged. His feelings about Amir hadn't changed too much, but he wasn't gonna kill her or beat her up or even vocally express his hatred. He understood it wasn't fair, but he couldn't help his feelings on the matter. "Is this it?" he asked, pointing at a large metal sliding door that greeted them as they neared the end of the hall. "Looks like you need a special pass to get in, Hang." "Son," they said, rolling up their sleeves. Please. I am an expert. Yeah, okay, you do your thing, he snorted. He leaned back and waited as Hang set to work on hacking the sensor. Historia folded her arms across her chest, staring ahead of her with that same vacant stare she always wore, because she was sad, or because she was empty, or because she was just as lost as what to do now as he was. What will you do? Historia asked him without sparing him a glance. When Armin dies. He's not going to die, Aaron snapped at her, his anger too immense to rein in. She glanced at him with a plainly incredulous gaze, and she shrugged. Eventually he will, she said simply. He opened his mouth to object, but she went on without letting him, her voice becoming harder and bitterer with every word she spoke. I've been thinking about it since I got here. Marco kept telling me that I could stop it, stop all of you from growing old and dying, and I want that. I want to be able to keep you all young and healthy like me forever. She turned her face away, and her entire body seemed to crumple like wet sand. But as selfish as I am, I won't take away your lives just so you can humor me for a few centuries. I'm stronger than that, I think. I'm stronger than Marco. Aaron didn't know what to say. He'd never expected this from her. What was this? A candid sort of declaration from a girl who seemed to hate herself more than Aaron could understand. He wanted to be here for her, to let her know that it was okay if she wasn't strong, but he appreciated her words, and he wanted her to be right. Historia. Aaron clapped her on the shoulder, making her jump in alarm. I'm gonna make you a promise. You will never, ever have to be alone. We'll be here, for as long as we possibly can. And when we're gone, I guess, you'll have our kids I'm sure some of us will have kids. Aaron found himself flushing in shock of his own words. Hell, I never even really thought about it before, but hell, I might have kids, and they might have kids, and you can be a part of their lives like you're a part of mine. So you don't have to be scared, or sad, or anything because you think you'll be left by yourself. He smiled at her firmly. You ain't gonna age, right? Well, you can make sure my great-great-grandson doesn't fuck up his entire future and join a gang or do some hyped-up future drug or something. You can just tell him that you didn't deal with his great-great-grandfather's bullshit so he could fuck up his entire life, like Jesus boy. She was laughing. It was nice to hear her laugh. You're so weird, she gasped, covering her mouth with her hands and turning away from him to muffle her giggles. Maybe I don't want to babysit your descendants for the rest of my life, ever think of that? Who wouldn't want to hang out with a bunch of baby Jaegers all day? Aaron asked blankly, fully satisfied when she laughed harder. Anyway, seriously. Don't sweat the whole loneliness thing. Marco was just really fucked up, I think. He was, Historia said cautiously after she stopped laughing. Hang was standing by the sensor, listening to them. Aaron realized they'd finished hacking already, and had been waiting patiently. But I do think he had the right intentions, and so did I. When I almost killed him. I wanted to give him the freedom he wanted so badly. But then I got scared. And then Armin stopped me. So now he's out there somewhere, and he might be anywhere. I don't know. But as glad as I am that I controlled it, I almost wish I didn't, because then we wouldn't have to worry about him ever again. Don't beat yourself up over that, Aaron sighed. I mean, I beat the shit out of him, yeah. But you've done so much already, and if you felt like he didn't deserve to die, then I trust that. She stared at him in awe. He let her stew in that awe, if only because his attention was shifted to the door and more importantly the man who resided in the room behind it. He started forward, leaving Historia to think on her own, and he nodded to Hang. The door slid open for him to enter, and as he did he felt his anxiety return with a grand swoop of fear and rage and uncertainty. The room was rather like what Aaron imagined the laboratory of a med-scientist would look like, if that med-scientist were more organized and less chaotic than Hang, who had their own med-scientist lab of a different caliber. There were so many different instruments all around Aaron that he felt like he'd just walked into a biologist's safe haven. There were microscopes so advanced that Aaron could hear Hang's breath catch in utter disbelief and excitement. He was kinda excited himself, in all honesty, because holy shit, this was a lot of equipment. He stared at the back of the man sitting across the room, leaning over a microscope and ignoring them like the asshole he was. He found himself flipping through a white rectangular box sitting on one of the tables near him, which was full of the kind of homemade slides kids made in their first-year biology classes. Only each slide was a small blot of blood staining the surface of the cover slip, and each slide was marked accordingly with a name. He pulled out the slide marked Aaron Yeager and began to twirl it between his fingers. "Hey," he said, his voice hoarse and shaky. "Dad." The man did not crumple or jolt or react in any remarkable way. In fact, he did not react at all. He merely continued to peer into his microscope as though Aaron had not spoken at all. It made him feel furious and foolish and above all, fatherless. What a joke this had been. Aaron dropped the slide onto the floor and crushed it beneath his heel. "Did you go fucking deaf?" He snarled at his father, twisting his ankle to grind his heel into the shattered glass, listening to it crunch. "Or are you really so scared to look at me that you just think ignoring me, like you've done my entire life, will make me go away?" His father turned. He wasn't so different than how he'd been when Aaron had been younger, but now his face was a bit gaunt and sunken and his eyes a little duller and his hair a little thinner. Little whiskers of his mustache were salted gray. There were dark, plump circles ringing the lids of his eyes beneath his glasses. He did not straighten up, nor did he look at Aaron directly. He merely stared dully at the space beside Aaron, as though the shadow he was casting was a far more interesting sight than that of his missing son. "Hello, Aaron," his father said, his voice crisp and clear. "You look healthy." Aaron wanted to shout at him that he actually was not, that he had diabetes and was narcoleptic and that the motherfucker would know that if he'd even bothered to come and fucking find him, but he didn't. He bit back his rage-filled words, and he stared at the man who had half-raised him, wondering what kind of man could do what he had done to so many unfortunate, unwilling souls. Aaron didn't need to say a word. There was a long, shrill cry of fury, and the meaty smack of a fist hitting flesh, and Aaron merely watched in muted awe as Hang decked his father so hard he went toppling into his table. "Who?" Hang hooted, shaking their hand a bit. "Ah, did I break your jaw?" "Sorry, I've just been wanting to do that for years." Hang is my hero, Aaron thought as he stared at his adoptive parent with sparkling eyes, leaning forward excitedly as they turned around and peered into his father's microscope. "Hey, these are some fucked up blood cells." Hang laughed, twisting to face Aaron. "Look a bit like yours, boy wonder." "Just broke mine," Aaron said, lifting his foot and listening to the glass clink together softly. "Huh," Hang said, grasping the slide and pulling it away from the microscope. Aaron's father merely watched, looking rather somber as Hang held the slide up to the light. "Wowie, would you look at that? Historia, it's your blood." Historia was standing just behind Aaron, looking just as somber and unamused as his father did. She folded her arms across her chest, and stared at the man pointedly. "I got blood work done this morning," she said carefully. "Why the fuck did you get blood work done?" Aaron's eyes flickered to his father's face. The man simply stood, and he stared, and Aaron felt furious once more. "That's so like you, ain't it? Just take things for no reason for the sake of your goddamn science project." "Aaron," Historia whispered, catching his elbow. When he glanced down at her, she shook her head at him furiously, and he felt a sinking feeling in his chest. He was wrong. "I asked for Dr. Yeager to take my blood. I thought it might help. Armin, I mean." "Oh," Aaron said flatly. "Well, how was he supposed to know that, huh?" "Well, what's that gonna do?" He heard his father take a deep breath. When Aaron glanced at him, the man was a bit hunched over, his eyes focused on the ceiling. It was a strangled sort of breath, the sound of someone inhaling sharply in distress. Aaron frowned. "I wanted to see if it was possible," his father said slowly, "to synthesize an ink from Historia's blood that would work to strengthen a person's immune system to the point where the chances of becoming ill with anything are exceedingly low." "An ink?" Aaron asked distantly. He noted Hang's eyes on his father's face, the look of startling interest and unwavering curiosity. They almost looked at his father as though they knew exactly what they were talking about. "Like, inside a pen?" "That makes no sense." "Not like a pen, Aaron," his father sighed, closing his eyes. Tattoo ink. Oh. Aaron stood with his mouth open as he registered those words. Then it hit him. Oh. He gasped, holding his head and jumping up and down. Oh. What? Historia asked weakly. Levi. He cried. Levi's tattoo. It keeps him healthy. Okay, but... Historia bit her lip, and she took a step forward. Dr. Jaeger, would that sort of thing, because it's Armin's skin, would it be able to get rid of a tumor? I'm not certain I could even create the serum and then synthesize the ink, Historia, his father told her gently. And if I was, the chances of it being ready in time. You're useless, Aaron hissed. He didn't know what he'd been expecting. He was so angry, and he was so sick of looking at this man, but his throat was closing up and he felt like sobbing. But say, hypothetically, Hang said urgently, that it was. Would it get rid of the tumor? When we first did Armin's procedure, his father said carefully, we removed the tumor before using the serum. If possible, I would suggest doing the same again. Tumors are mysterious things, and I would not risk leaving it up to an experimental healing ink when the problem could be easily eradicated. Huh, Hang said, leaning back against the long table his father had been working at. They had a look on their face that suggested they knew something very important, but would not tell a soul out of spite. They smirked, and whistled lowly. Well, then. What would this ink even do, if not heal him? It'd prevent the tumor from ever returning, for one thing, his father said, pulling off his glasses and cleaning them on his coat. I'll be the first to admit, this is all a guess of sorts. Armin has been the singular most difficult patient I've ever encountered while working on this project in terms of how poorly his body receives treatment. His father shook his head fast, looking a bit distraught. Don't get me wrong, miss, Hang. Hang is fine, they said, tilting their head a bit as though what Aaron's father was saying was fucking fascinating. Which, maybe it was, but he was too angry to care. Armin is extraordinarily gifted, he said firmly. He has, by far, the most brilliant brain I've ever encountered. He has a frightening amount of power built up inside of him, with no place to store that kind of raw ability, and he's astonishingly willful for a boy with such a frail body. But even a child with his mental strength cannot fight a failing body, you must understand that. There is a very good chance there is nothing I, or any other doctor, can do. Fuck you, Aaron snapped. Aaron, Hang warned. Apologize to your father. What? He took a rapid step back, spluttering as he went, and he jerked a finger at the man and spat, you just fucking punched him. Yes, because he's an asshole who abandoned his son, that's been established, Hang said, their eyes narrowing as they smiled brightly. However, your dad is doing his best to try and save Armin, despite the fact that he hasn't any real reason to, right? Now, he's in this lab working on a cure of some sort for him, probably knowing Marco jumped ship. Am I right, Dr. Jaeger? His father merely nodded, staring at Hang with a vacant sort of surprise. Aaron stared at Hang, trying with all his might to keep his cool, to keep his anger in check, to keep himself from falling apart at the seams. But he couldn't. He rounded on his father, his eyes welling up with tears, and he spat at him with a croaky voice, why didn't you ever look for me? And his father looked at him, perhaps for the first time since Aaron had entered the room, and there was this worn look of resignation that bent upon his face, sinking into the hollows of his cheeks as he swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing pitifully. His glasses were hanging limply in his long fingers and his eyes were the same crystalline green as Aaron's down to the tears gathering in the depths of them. I did, Aaron, his father said softly, putting his glasses on and turning away. I saw that you were safe. And happy. And loved. I did not want to take such a precious future away from you, not when I had nothing left to give. If Aaron had been someone else, someone thick-skulled like Jean or detached like Annie, maybe he could have just brushed off his words and hated him for his crimes against him, but everything in him was screaming to run at his father and hug him and beg him to never leave again, for this to be a scene from a movie that everyone cringed at because it was such a sickly sweet sight, so corny and dumb and overrated, but Aaron wanted that so dearly, he wanted to be able to hug his father and tell him that he forgave him for what he'd done. But he didn't forgive him. Aaron could hardly look at him without feeling sick. And even still, tears were falling hot and steady against his flushed cheeks, and he was shaking in his rage and his confusion, and he wanted to scream and throw a tantrum and beg and beg and beg for his father to forget all that had happened and forget that he'd been so wrong and come back to New York and live with all of them and hang, and it made no sense, but he wanted it. He wanted that safe feeling of being loved, and being secure, and knowing that this man was the father that he should have been for all the years he'd been gone. A father should be kind, and a father should be loving, and what had Aaron's father been if not a distant shadow flitting in and out of his life since birth? "You," Aaron whispered, his voice nothing but a spitting wisp of a breath, "were right about one thing. You don't hold anything for me, not meaning, not love, not anything. And I wish you could see what a mess you've made. Of me, of everything, but honestly, I'm done with you. I'm done. I'm done searching, scared of what I'll find, because now I know how pathetic you really are." He whirled away, rubbing his face furiously and biting his tongue as a sob came crashing like a hurling wave up his throat and against his teeth. He'd scream if it could have helped, but instead he washed his face in his tears and let the sound of his own footsteps serve as a beat to the future he would make without his father to contaminate. Hang ran after him, catching him in the hall by the arm and pulling him hard into a hug so tight he could not breathe without a strange spike of pain jolting through his ribs. Hang had been there. Hang had taken him in, fed him and clothed him and let him cry and speak his mind and go out of his mind with the things he was passionate about. Hang had never once judged him, and they had always made their choices with Aaron in mind. He bent his head into their shoulder, and he began to sob, because he could not hold in his sadness any longer, and he could not imagine having anyone else with him at that moment. He was so grateful for the gift he'd been given, almost thankful that his father had abandoned him in order that he live a happy life at Hang's side. Because Hang listened, and Hang understood, and Hang was here. They held him, cradled his head as he wept, and rubbed his back soothingly. "It's okay," Hang breathed into his hair. "We're okay. Keep crying, you deserve it, Aaron, you deserve to be upset that he abandoned you. You deserved better." He was breathless and shaky and dizzy and sickened, but even in his disoriented state, even with his hiccups and sobs and broken words, he managed to pull himself from Hang's arms and stare them right in the eyes with tears reddening his cheeks and glassy eyes that made him look furious and half dead as he spoke. "I had better," he whispered. "I did. I had you." Hang stared at him, looking vaguely astonished, but mostly proud. They laughed, and they said, "Oh, boy. Then you're gonna love what I found." Aaron stared back, his eyes wet and his vision bleary, and by Hang's beaming expression, he allowed himself to feel hopeful. Manhattan, New York. ADPR. ID. November, 2766 AUC. Armin explained what he could about the Institute, Marco, and the situation they were in. He tried to make it clear, but he was having trouble speaking properly, and it became difficult for him to talk for long periods of time. So he told them in parts. Gave them little ideas about how truly sad Marco's life had been. Mikasa didn't know if she cared if she was still enraged for being tricked for so long. There were a lot of things that needed to be sorted out. For one, Armin had to be operated on. Mikasa was scared of that, solely because she didn't know if she trusted anyone to do the job correctly, and she didn't want Armin to be in any more pain or discomfort. But she had no say in this matter, so she kept her feelings to herself and let the adults debate on when and where and who, while Armin sat quietly in a chair with his bare fingers tracing the lines of Aaron's hand. Then, of course, there was the question of the journalists. Erwin apparently had connections within the brigade that no one knew about, and since he'd become acquainted with Hitch of all people, he was working a bit overtime to straighten out the newspaper. That involved a merger between the brigade and Pixis's paper, The Garrison, which Rico worked for. Rico was not happy about it, and came over often to complain to Erwin, only Erwin was hardly ever home, so she ended up just settling for whoever would lend her an ear. "I don't want to work here," Rico said firmly. "I loathe New York, I've always loathed it, ever since I first came to America." "That sucks, bro," Reiner said, scooping up a great dollop of hummus onto a pita chip and tossing it into his mouth. Since they'd gotten Armin and Historia back, Reiner and Berthold and Annie had returned to living with Hang. Amir had decided to stay with Connie and Sasha, strangely enough, despite the fact that it separated her from Historia. Historia explained that she and Amir had agreed that they didn't need to be together all the time, and Amir was very fond of Connie and his family, though she wished she wasn't. "I'm not your bro, mate," Rico said to him coldly. "I'm still pissed that I'm not allowed to do a story about any of this. You'd be revealing our existence to the entirety of the world," Berthold blurted, his eyes widening. "Yours included." "Yeah, so?" Rico glared at him, and she adjusted her glasses. "The people deserve to know. Have you never seen X-Men?" Jean asked dryly. In the week after the rescue mission, he'd prompted his mother to move to New York. After all, he was a bit alone in Chicago, and he was hardly ever there anyway. His mother was taking care of preparations while Jean stayed in Amir's old room. "Don't you think the world is a little more advanced than to start a holocaust to rid themselves of people like us?" Rico asked him with narrowed eyes. "No," Jean snorted, snatching the bag of pita chips from Reiner and sticking one between his teeth. He'd recently stopped smoking, and Mikasa noticed his teeth were whiter. "That was nice to see. The fact that you do is kinda alarming. Don't rag on her just because she believes in people," Eren snapped at Jean. He'd been abnormally somber since the entire mission, and Mikasa found herself constantly at his side, trying to make things easier for him. But she knew what he'd said to his father that day, and she knew how it was eating him alive, and she knew there was nothing she could do to help but be there for him. "I think what Erwin is trying to do," Reiner said, waving a chip around, "is give you and anyone else who knows about us a way to report us to the media without actually giving away all our secrets. That's what the brigade was initially for," Berthold piped up. Everyone glanced at him, even Reiner, who looked bewildered. Reiner doesn't remember being told that, but yeah, that's why the brigade was created, so the abnormalities could be regulated and the media could be satisfied with the scraps of information they were given. Annie entered the room at that moment, wandering over to Jean's side and fishing a chip out of the bag he was holding. Jean looked properly irritated, but he was growing used to the pains of sharing an apartment with so many people, and merely accepted it. "Where have you been, princess?" Jean asked her, a bite in his voice. She looked at him so coldly that he turned his face away, a small choking sound gathering in his throat. "With Armin," she said, dropping into a kneeling position beside Reiner. "He's sleeping now, though." "Oh, with Armin, huh?" Reiner wiggled his eyebrows, and Annie gave him a long, withering look. "Oh, don't give me that look, you totally like him." "Reiner," Annie said, straightening her shoulders. "I think you're confused. Please get that childish bullshit out of your head." "And she was also with Historia," Eren pointed out. "So nothing happened, clearly." "We'd know if something did," Mikasa admitted. "Not that anything would," Eren continued, "because it's Armin. And stop looking at me like that, Annie, holy shit, you're exactly the same. Of all the people living in this house, you two are the least likely to hook up." "Okay, I'm outta here," Rico said, standing up and whirling away from them. Mikasa, though she heard her mutter that she hated teenagers, but she couldn't be sure. The woman left through the wall without a thought. "So what were you doing?" Jean asked, glancing at Annie as she nibbled on the edge of her pita chip. "Talking," she said simply. "That's boring," Reiner snorted. "You're so boring." She glanced at him sharply, giving him a look that prompted Eren to think that she was offended that he had the audacity to even speak to her. When Reiner began to look uncomfortable, Annie turned to Eren and asked him if they were patrolling that night. Things had calmed down enough that none of them really knew what to do with their lives at this point. Their missions had been linked to the Institute in some way, every time, but now they had no worry or care about what the Institute had in store for them. Reiner and Berthold had explained to the adults their reasoning for siding with Marco, and though Mikasa had not been told, she could guess. Marco was charismatic and sweet, and he had an amazing talent that focused on making people feel loved. It was a nice talent to have, but with Marco it wasn't so nice because Marco was also manipulative, unfortunately, and lonely. She was angry she'd ever let him worm his way into her heart, and even then she was sad when she even thought of his face, because even though she was enraged and disgusted by all that he had done, she pitied him. Anyway, the adults had accepted Berthold and Reiner, but they had a lot to prove. They were willing to do anything to get back in good favors, but they were also getting counseling for a number of reasons, but mostly because they were both a bit mentally unstable. According to Armin, at least, and Armin would know. Both boys had agreed, because they seemed to understand that they actually truly needed the help. They'd begun patrolling at night around the city, which was a familiar sort of boring activity that she'd never particularly liked, but here she was, doing it all over again. It wasn't as exciting or as organized as going on missions, but she did not expect it to be. Also, it was actually a little more gratifying to beat up thugs for a change. Somehow, though, she felt as though there was something missing. She spotted Levi moving through the foyer, and she hastily excused herself. Levi had been in his room for most of the evening, and she wasn't sure why, but now she had a chance to ask. He glanced at her as she appeared behind him at the door, and he grabbed a jacket from a hook and tossed it at her. He didn't seem to be in the mood to argue, and she was glad. She followed him out of the apartment, shrugging on the jacket which she knew right away to be Aaron's by the scent and the fact that it seemed to fit her well. "You're worried," he noted. "No shit," she replied, shooting a sharp look at the back of his head, which he promptly ignored. As they descended the stairwell, she adjusted her scarf so it would cover her mouth, bracing herself for the oncoming spat of wind she'd face when they walked outside. "You won't tell us anything about Armin's condition?" "Armin barely knows anything about his condition. And he's a telepath." "Sorry to say," he said, pushing the door open and ducking into the great snarl of icy November wind as it slapped her right across the face, "I don't know every goddamn detail about the kid's illness." "But you know some things," she said desperately, quickening her pace to keep up with him. "You know when the operation is going to be." "And how do you know that?" He glanced at her, and he scoffed. "Fucking kid needs to keep out of my head." "He can't help what he hears sometimes," she said coolly. "If he wanted to read your mind, he would know everything he'd need to by now, but he really tries not to. Which is why I'm asking." "You're wasting your breath," he told her as they moved down the street. "I don't know that much. Erwin's been keeping it very hush-hush, because he's a fucking asshole, and fucking Hang knows everything, but hey, who am I?" She said vacantly, the sound of the wind in her footsteps blending with the screeching lull of the city around her. 24601. "What?" Levi eyed her quizzically, his dull face scrunching up a little. "No." "Oh my god. You're a fucking nerd." "Yes, and you raised me," she sighed. "Congratulations." "I didn't raise you to be a fucking nerd, you did that all on your own, kid." He stuck his hands into his pockets, peering up at the darkened sky as faint trickles of twilight hung on the horizon, bright around the peaks of the skyscrapers that jutted out like jagged teeth in the cumbersome earth. "Do you want a hot chocolate?" "No," she lied, as they passed by a small, cozy-looking cafe that she'd seen countless times while walking this block. Levi took one look at her, and he disappeared through the door, leaving her out in the cold to bristle at how transparent she was. She decided to follow him into the cafe, catching him by the elbow as he stood in line. "I said no, Levi. Don't you ever listen. You think I can't tell when you're lying to me?" Levi rolled his eyes. "Besides, I know you. You're just saying no to spite me." She folded her arms across her chest and scowled at him. He was utterly infuriating, but what could she do? There was no controlling Levi, and she should know better than to try. "Mikasa." She whirled around at the sound of her name, unused to being recognized in public and a little shocked as she spotted Mina Carolina's round face near the window. She was waving her over eagerly, a bright expression on her face, and Mikasa felt she had no other choice but to wander to her side. "Hello, Mina," she said quietly, glancing at Levi. He'd taken no notice of her absence, or maybe just ignored it. "Are you here alone?" "Oh, yeah," Mina laughed, toying with one of her pigtails a little sheepishly. "Well, to tell you the truth, I snuck out. My dad was being super annoying, and I have this show on Saturday that's been driving me nuts. So I left my lesson early to come here." Mikasa noticed that Mina was wearing a heavy white coat that went to her knees, likely hiding her leotard and shorts, because she was still wearing her beige tights. "Come sit with me." "Oh," Mikasa uttered, her eyes darting to Levi's back. "Oh, Mina, I don't know if. Excuse me, Mina called. Mr. Levi. Mina, Mikasa said, holding out her hands in order to make the girl stop before she harmed herself. When she looked back at Levi, she found that he was glaring at her, not Mina. So she sat down hesitantly, if only to keep him from making a scene. I'm sorry, she said slowly. I didn't expect to see you, and it's a bit hectic at home right now. Annie told me. Mina's eyes were cloudy with sympathy, and Mikasa found herself partially enraged and partially awed that Annie trusted Mina so thoroughly. Oh, it's so awful. I've never met Armin, but he sounds like such a sweet person. If Annie likes him, then he must be really charismatic. Mikasa was at a loss. Armin was sick, and it was showing, but he was so much better now than he'd been in the previous months. He was eating better, and he was sleeping more, and despite his health worsening, his face was fuller and warmer than it'd been in such a long time. It was strange how medicine worked. He's one of the most amazing people I know. Coming from you, Mina said, her eyes bright with something alarmingly like adoration, that's really something. Mikasa was taken aback. She didn't know why Mina thought so highly of her, but it was strange and it made her feel silly. Thanks. I think. I've been meaning to ask you since Halloween, Mina said, taking a sip from her coffee. Mikasa could smell it. It was the faint spicy tang of pumpkin, something she knew was common for this season, but she'd never tried it herself. Mikasa, have you really never considered a career in dancing? A career? Mikasa repeated, her voice heightening a bit in shock. What, are you serious? Me? Yes, Mina said, giggling a little. You. Listen, my manager is really interested in you. He saw the show, of course, considering you were pretending to be me. It took me my whole life to get to the level you are at now. I know it sounds strange, because I should be jealous, but I really want you to succeed in dancing. I think you must be a dancing prodigy, and you could easily get into Juilliard if you wanted to. I'm not any sort of prodigy, Mikasa muttered, feeling embarrassed and confused. I'm just really strong. My body's just really strong. I'm good at physical things like that. Dancing is so much more than physical activity, though. Mina gasped. It's an art, Mikasa, and you're a natural. Please consider it. What are your plans for after high school, anyway? Mikasa was speechless. Her plans. She'd thought about it, of course, but not seriously enough to really pick out a college major or a place to go. She figured she'd just follow Eren and Armin, and study extra hard if they got into a place like Harvard or Yale. College, she said, I guess. Then you have no real idea what you want to do with your life, I'm guessing. Mina looked amused, and Mikasa flushed. Oh, don't be embarrassed, it's okay. I'd be lost right now if my dad didn't push me into this from the day I could walk. But listen, you could make an incredible career in dancing, so I think you should pursue it. I know the performance on Halloween didn't go all that well. That's a fucking understatement, Mikasa said dryly. She glanced up at Levi as he set her cup of hot chocolate beside her arm. She saw a teabag dangling from his own cup, and she was not even remotely surprised. Hi, Mr. Levi, Mina said cheerily, as though she didn't find him intimidating at all. I'm Mina. I don't think we've formally met, but I heard about you from Mikasa and some people at my dance company. You're healing okay, right? Peachy, he stated coolly. It's just Levi. My last name is Ackerman, if you want to call me that. I don't really care. Oh, good, you're related. Mina sounded relieved, and Mikasa merely glanced up at Levi, feeling as though she should object, but she had no reason to. She didn't know if they were related or not. She didn't want to know. Well, I was just telling Mikasa that I think she can get into Juilliard. Levi stared at the girl, and Mikasa thought perhaps he would scoff or even maybe laugh at the comment, because it was so ludicrous, but that was not the case at all. He merely looked from Mina to Mikasa, and he raised his cup to his lips. She's not experienced enough, he said simply. Oh, no, of course not, Mina said hastily, I know that, I trained her myself. but because I trained her myself, I know her potential, and I know she can do it. You should really convince her to go for it. Mina, this really isn't necessary, Mikasa sighed. You've seen her dance, right? Mina pushed Levi, somehow completely undeterred by his chilly demeanor. You know too. I know you've both got your Neo and Freiheit stuff, and I respect that, but I can't see why she can't be a hero and a ballerina, you know? Or, maybe not even a ballerina, maybe she can be a whole different kind of dancer, but the point is she's got a shot. Please think about it, I'm begging you, oh gosh. To prove her point, Mina folded her hands and gave them both a pleading stare. Mikasa didn't know why she was pushing this, because if Mikasa became a successful ballerina, what would that do to her career? Levi had the same thought. How do you benefit from this? Levi asked suspiciously. You don't like to trust people, do you? Mina looked a little uncomfortable then, and she smiled wanly. Well, truthfully, I'd definitely get recognition because I taught her. But otherwise, I don't really have much of an investment. My career as a ballerina is already set. Unless I get a terrible injury, I'll do fine in my life. So, yeah. I'm just really enthusiastic about Mikasa getting out there, because I've never met such a talented dancer, and I mean, this is my life. You have to understand, my entire world revolves around this. So, I'm really sorry if I'm coming off too pushy and enthusiastic, but when you've been groomed to be a ballerina, you kinda get a one-track mind about things. Luckily I'm not competitive much, so I don't care if she becomes more famous than me, or anything. Mina took a sip of her coffee, and she smiled genially at Mikasa. I'm content with where I am, I think. I just want you to be able to live up to your potential, you know. Mikasa didn't know. She had no idea. She was stunned by this, and she didn't know what to say or do or think or feel. Her future? A ballerina? For real? Little girls dreamed of that stuff. Mikasa had only wanted to be with her friends as a child, but now she was with them, and she couldn't imagine being anywhere else. It's a really nice thought, Mina, Mikasa said hesitantly, but I don't know if I'm cut out for that sort of thing. Can I think about it? Oh, yeah. Mina waved her hand hurriedly. Yeah, of course. I guess I'm being super pushy, but I don't know when I'll see you again, and I just... She laughed a little, glancing away from their faces. I just want you to continue dancing, that's all. That's very sweet of you, Mikasa said, though she didn't know if she believed that. She felt Levi's hand on her shoulder, a sign to stand, and she did so without comment. He was watching Mina with a slightly furrowed brow, and it was strange to think he was considering her suggestion. Mikasa had never felt that she was particularly talented, just lucky to be born with an incredible power. She wondered if he was proud of her, or if he was completely against the whole idea of it. I'm sorry to keep you, Mina said, turning her face away. You can go now, it's okay. You have my number, and I might see you again soon because of Annie, who knows? Right, Mikasa said distantly. Yeah. Thank you. Nah, thank you, Mina said brightly. I'm so glad I got to speak with you again. Mikasa was a little bewildered as she took her hot chocolate and followed Levi out of the cafe. He was watching her with a somewhat concerned glint in his eyes, and she quickly made herself look a little more focused so he'd stop shooting her sharp glances as though she would tip over at any moment. She took a sip of her hot chocolate, and she relished in the fact that it seemed to burn the skin right off the roof of her mouth as it sloshed and seared down her throat. That was strange, Levi admitted. I don't think I'd be a good ballerina, she muttered, feeling foolish. I'm not. You're not. Levi gave her a sharp look, which actually managed to startle her, because he looked angry for some reason. What? What are you not? I don't know, she said softly. What kind of goal is that? Being a ballerina? Aren't you going to tell me it's a child's dream? It is a child's dream, he said. She closed her eyes, and she listened to the sounds of the city, of the car horns and the feet clapping and the doors slamming and the laughing, chatting, hissing voices that gathered up all around her. She was used to cities, but this one was like a dream, and she realized she might spend the rest of her life here. where Aaron and Armin were. A child's dream come true. So, what was a ballerina? Mikasa, I hate to break to you, but you're still a child. Don't be stupid, she hissed at him, throwing him a vehement glare. I haven't been a child in a long time. You know that. He shook his head, and took a great gulp of his tea, shaking his head even more to emphasize how truly he did not give a fuck. No, see, that's the thing, he said in a hoarse voice. He did not look at her. I didn't have a childhood. But like hell I didn't try to give you one. And for the most part, I've sheltered you from a lot of terrible things. You think, she said slowly, what you did was sheltering me? Honestly, yeah. Levi shrugged. Like, you know I didn't actually have a childhood. At all. For real. So despite all the shit you've been through, yes, Mikasa, I still think you're a child. Which is good. Be a child, for fuck's sake. You don't get to be young forever like Historia. Oh, don't bring that up, she sighed. Historia was always distant and quiet and reclusive, but since she'd been rescued it seemed as though her depression had worsened. She spent all her time with Armin except when she had to go to school, in which case she hung by Aaron's side, and by default Mikasa's. Armin admitted to them inside their heads that he believed she was terrified of being alone, and she often slept in Armin's room nowadays with the excuse that she had nightmares. Since Amir wasn't around much, Armin was Historia's crutch. He hated that. He wanted her to be able to be independent, but he couldn't very well tell her to sleep in her own room, not when he was scared he might not live much longer. Mikasa and Aaron argued with him on this over and over, but he told them it didn't matter, and that he had to think about stuff like that. You know what I mean, Levi said. Just, come on. You're going to grow up eventually, but for now just take it a day at a time. If you don't want to be a dancer, don't do it. But don't let thoughts like, oh, I'm not pretty enough, or I'm not talented enough, dissuade you from making that decision. They're not true, so don't do that. She considered his words as she held onto her cup, watched steam rise in slight curls across the bitter evening air. She stared down at him, finding herself at a bit of a loss. Did you just call me pretty? She asked, unable to keep the shock from her tone. Oh boy, he muttered, pinching the bridge of his nose. You are dumb as a brick. You've never called me pretty before, she said, unsure if she was happy about this development or not. I didn't think I had to, oh my god. It's just strange, that's all, she murmured. You're fucking strange, man, he said. And annoying. And you're fucking rude, and an old man, so, like. They were quiet after that, the sound of their feet clapping against the pavement the only sounds emitting from them. Mikasa had never considered herself close to Levi, not really, but she was beginning to see more and more that she was wrong. Levi was hardly kind and loving, but he did care about Mikasa immensely, and that was clear now. She wondered what his life would be like without her. She wondered if he'd be sad, or lonely, or lost. She was glad to have him, but equally irritated beyond belief by the very nature of his callous personality. What will you do? She asked him hesitantly. When I leave, go off to college, or move away, or whatever. He did not respond. That wasn't all that strange, but the question seemed to cause him to close up, which was not something she'd expected. Or you can just not answer, she sighed, taking a long swig of her hot chocolate. He was such a frustrating person, she didn't know why she bothered sometimes. I have no idea what I'll do, he said simply. She glanced at him. Truthfully, Levi had barely so much as hugged her in all the time that she'd known him. But she felt as though she was missing something now, and that he was having difficulty expressing himself. That was typical of him. You're good at a lot of things, she said, though she wasn't sure if that was necessarily true. I'm sure you could find something that interests you. Maybe, he said distantly. It was strange, because he was an adult, and he was in the same boat as she was in terms of the future ahead. He just didn't know, and she thought maybe that might scare him, as it scared her. You can talk to me, you know, she said. When he did not respond, she shook her head slowly. I know you hate talking about your feelings, but sometimes you really just need to say what's on your mind. I won't let Armin see it, if that's what you're worried about. Drop dead, you brat. She was growing increasingly concerned, which wasn't good because she was already riddled with anxiety because of Armin's uncertain future. You won't go back to drinking and drugs or anything, right, Levi? I'm not a fucking idiot. You could have fooled me, she said coolly. What do you want me to say? He did not look at her, nor did his face change at all from its miserable resting position. You want the truth? Here it is. I have no idea what'll happen to me. I'm not concerned. My goal right now is to make sure you and all the rest of the squalling little brats live long enough to graduate college. Including Armin. He's the one I'm most concerned about, he said flatly. But yeah, I don't want him to die. I'm not a monster, Mikasa. You hate him, she said quietly. I'm put off by him, yeah, he sighed. But like fuck I'm gonna let that kid die. It seemed to her that he was being unnaturally sweet. Perhaps she was overthinking it, but it was so strange. This was Levi. Certainly he was candid enough on a regular basis, but he was so reclusive and awkward she could never pull his true feelings out of him. Not that she was much better, but at least she had friends. Mikasa stared at him, running her fingers over the edge of her cup. She was nervous about this uncertain future, and she knew he was too. Levi, she said quietly. Is Armin going to be okay? He looked at her, and she could see the lines of his forehead wrinkle in the dimness of the street lamps. He didn't know, and he didn't want to say so. She understood there were risks to a brain operation, and she understood that she could very well lose Armin. But what then? How could the wood possible go on without him? She didn't understand it, and she felt a cold feeling slithering inside her chest, squeezing in an empty space left inside of her from the day Aaron had found her huddled in a panic room, breathless and traumatized from the sounds and the screams and the muffled words of her parents' murderers. And suddenly she was stumbling back, feeling something hot splash against her ankle and shin, and it scorched her skin as hot chocolate soaked into her shoes. She didn't want to look at her hands, because she was too horrified about her clumsiness, and she didn't think she'd be able to see them because her vision was swimming pitifully. She didn't know what to do. If she looked at him, she knew he would be expressionless, because she knew that Levi had no idea what to do in this kind of situation. She hardly ever cried, and this was certainly a surprise for them both, because she didn't know how to stop it or what had brought it on. It was just a terrible swoop of emotions overwhelming her, and no matter her strength she could not hold them down. She swallowed very hard, and she could hear her own uneven breaths as the world seemed to tip over and flood up, water turning lights into pale, flickering streams, and Levi's face nothing but a shadow floating blearily before her. Mikasa, he said. His voice was distant and quiet and strangely soft. She crouched down, dazed and sickened, and she picked up the busted cup from the sidewalk, staring at it as it shuddered in her shaky hands. He took it from her carefully, prying it from her fingers as though it were something dark and incriminating, and he tossed it in a garbage can, his left hand still gripping hers. He led her carefully to a bench, pulling his jacket off and laying it down so she could sit on it. She was a little too upset to notice or care, and she sat only because she felt as though her legs were about to give out. How pathetic she was. She, who was one of the world's strongest, weakened and weepy because of some fleeting memory coming to surface upon an eve or the eve of a day that'd determine Armin's fate. She folded her quaking hands in her lap, and she wrung them a bit nervously as tears trickled against her cheeks, hot and unrestrained, and her eyes were stinging from the moisture and her throat was dry and sore from the strain. If she spoke, she thought her vocal cords might snap and do further damage, like lacerate the walls of her esophagus. To Levi's credit, he did not speak as she cried. Perhaps he didn't know what to say, or he was too awkward to say it, but she was glad he made no comments because it made the embarrassment easier to bear. She was utterly shattered at the idea of losing Armin, and it was taking its toll on her. She'd been strong until this point, optimistic and resolute for him when around him, but she felt these doubts now, and she felt them streaming inside her and screaming as they collided with her fears and anxieties and despairs. She was strong. She was. But she was human. And she was scared. She didn't think she was the type of person who needed reassurance or comfort, but she was craving it so badly that it made her muscles ache, and she was so glad when Levi put his arm around her that she had to cover her mouth with her hand to stifle a sob. It was humiliating, and she didn't want him to see her in such a distraught state, but if anyone could understand her at this moment, it was Levi. It was a struggle, she realized, all her grief welling up inside her, flooding her with waves and waves of horror and sadness, to remember her father and mother's faces. She tried to imagine her father holding her instead of Levi, imagine him with his arm slung carefully around her shoulders, tentative touches from a tentative soul, but she could not muster up the will to recall that far back, and when she called for her father's face, all her mind gave her was Levi's. That made her even more upset, and now she had to deal with the consequences of that. When she and Levi returned home, Armin would know immediately that she was sad, and Aaron would notice she'd been crying almost certainly, so how was she supposed to face them? How did she admit that it had all become too much, that the pressure had made her truly weakened and sickened by the prospect of an unclear future? Mikasa wiped at her face, her voice reedy as it slithered from her throat. I'm sorry, Don't apologize, he snapped at her. Or perhaps he'd merely said it too briskly, and it sounded like a snap, she didn't know because her ears felt like they were full of cotton balls. You're upset. Cry. If you bottle it all up, it'll eat you away. And trust me, Mikasa, that can kill you. She sniffled, feeling pitiful and childish, and she did not dare look at him. Was this how it felt? She whispered. All the time, for you? Is that why you turned to the drugs and the liquor so it'd just go away? He did not reply. Instead he wrapped his other arm around her, and turned her to face him. She did not know why, but she was expecting there to be an actual expression on his face. She was mistaken. He looked the same as he did when he was making his shit jokes. But still, she could sense a change in his demeanor, and it almost made her want to scream at him and run away, because this was not how they did things. They were distant creatures at best, and together they were downright dysfunctional. But here he was, holding her close and urging her to cry. Bad things happen, he told her, sounding like he wasn't sure of his words as he spoke them. People die. People leave you. It's just gonna happen, and you'll be sad about it, but life goes on. I know, she choked, I know, but I'm not gonna scold you for crying, he told her. I've cried more than my fair share, and over stupider things than this, I'll fucking grant you. I just don't want him to die, she whispered, rubbing her eyes furiously. I'd do anything to save him. Levi held her by the shoulders, and she was too dazed to really care how his eyes narrowed at her. Even, he said cautiously, let Marco have him for the rest of his life. She closed her eyes, and she felt the tears seep through her eyelashes, splashing across her cheeks, and she wanted nothing more than to scream at him for bringing it up, but the truth was that she did not know. If it kept Armin alive, was it such a terrible prospect? But then, was captivity even truly worth living for? Oh, she didn't know. It was so confusing, and she was so lost, and she only wanted her friend to be healthy and alive. You are an idiot, he muttered, pulling her into a stiff hug. Initially she had no idea how to react, because her face was pressed against his chest, and her tears were blinding her, and she could hardly breathe properly even without him holding her as tightly as he was. She didn't think she'd ever been this vulnerable before, but she knew that wasn't true, and it was hurting her pride very dearly just to let herself be hugged by this man and to know that he meant well. She'd never call him a good father, or a real father by any means, but even so she was greatly indebted to him, and the more she sat and let his shirt soak up her tears, the more she felt content in the strange friendship she and he had developed over the years. She didn't know, nor did she want to know, if she was truly related to him or not. Levi was her family, that she could very well admit to herself as she hugged him tight and let herself be soothed by the feeling of his hand carefully smoothing back hair. He was hardly an affectionate man, and he was awkward even on his best days, but for once he seemed to know what he was doing. They did not speak anymore, for there were no real words to speak, and they were not talkative people to begin with. All they did was hold each other, and Mikasa thought that maybe that was the nicest thing about it, because the memory was ingrained into her mind forever, and she didn't think she could ever truly pretend to hate Levi as she often did anymore, because she owed him for the love he hardly showed and the pain he never showed and the uncertainty that he most certainly did show. She did not want to lose any part of her family. Not today, not tomorrow. She'd die first before she let it happen. But here she was, powerless to stop it. Please, she thought, closing her eyes as Levi wiped her cheeks with the folds of her scarf, please don't take anyone else away from me, please. Manhattan, New York. AD. 11 KAL. December 27, 66 AUC. You have a cure, Armin said distantly, trying to reaffirm and recollect, because he had no idea what to make of this new development. It's not really a cure per se, Heng laughed, waving their hand quickly in the air as though to bat off a gnat. You're still scheduled to have surgery tomorrow, but considering the, nature of your affliction, we think it's best if we make sure it really never comes back. I don't understand, he said weakly, his hands folded in his lap. They'd gotten him alone by taking him to the hospital, and now they were telling him that he had a cure. How was that even possible? Please explain, Heng, I'm totally lost. Feast your eyes, kiddo. Heng stuck a test tube of what appeared to be thick black liquid into his face, and he reached for it carefully, but they pulled it away from him, waggling their finger. Ah, no touching. If you drop this, you're dead. Well, no, not really, that's an overstatement, but you won't survive a third tumor, I'll tell you that much. What? He peered at the dark substance, attempting to analyze it simply by sight. It was a bit soupy and strange to look at, because it looked as though it was gathering up on the sides of the beaker intentionally, collecting itself in beads of shiny black liquid. And then, to his astonishment, the liquid began to rise. It stirred like a cat being awoken and it floated to the top of the test tube in a gravity-defying stream. What is that? Heng said, sounding a little odd as she tipped the test tube over, and the substance did not move. Weird ink, for sure. It's really reacting to you. Why? Armin shook his head furiously, his mouth dry and his heart thundering. It was so odd to him that this weird liquid was dancing around in a test tube just because it was near him. He'd seen some weird stuff over the past few years, but this took the cake, probably. It was wriggling around, splattering and rolling up in a swirl of black goo, and it was off-putting to say the least. This was his cure. He wasn't sure if he wanted it. Let me explain, Erwin said, taking the test tube from Heng and holding it gingerly between his fingers. Levi was the last of us adults to have his procedure, and though his took the longest, it was by far the most painless. The serum used for him was a mixture of the usual serum we received, and also what I imagine is tattoo ink. As I understand it, the supply of serum was running low at the time, so they used the remainder of it to create this ink. They used half to give Levi his tattoo. The other half they put in storage. Armin wanted to ask how he knew such a thing, because it was such an obscure bit of knowledge to have. If Erwin had known this all along, why hadn't he spoken up about it until now? It was dreadfully confusing, and his head was hurting a lot. He wished Mikasa and Eren were in the room with him. Armin shot a hurried glance at the test tube, and he felt a sinking sensation as though he'd been lowered into a vat of that particular dark liquid, swallowed up by the syrupy consistency of it. A few years ago, Erwin continued, his eyes leveled on Armin's face, I decided I wanted to slow down the facility's progress. So I asked my old friend, Nildoc, who works for the brigade, to procure the ink for me. Armin was alarmed. His senses were numbed by the medication and the thoughts around him were streaming through him again, so he couldn't make any sense of his surroundings, but he felt the drag and the pull of that strange liquid in the glass, and it was pulled to him too. There was so much of the world that he did not understand, and this thing, this squirming ink, was only part of a greater unknown. How'd he manage that? Armin asked softly. Erwin smiled amusedly. Oh, he's got a few tricks up his sleeve, he said, handing the test tube back to Heng. Flattery, manipulation, blackmail. He's very good at what he does. No wonder you're friends, Levi said dryly from the doorway. He'd been quiet, as usual. Armin strained himself to not dip into the stream of pain that was Levi's mind, and he calmed himself through a series of unsteady breaths. He controlled this uncontrollable power. Everyone told him he was strong and powerful and that he was so amazing, but he never felt that way. He felt weak. Powerless. Okay, Armin said, his voice scratchy as it left his lips sharply. What have you been doing with it until now? Hang laughed. Armin resisted the urge to glare at them, but he felt so spent and so shaken that he couldn't bear the sound, so he placed his head in his hands and focused on the sound of his heartbeat. He felt a hand on his back, and he lowered his hands a little to glance up at Erwin. Armin wished so dearly that he could hear the man's thoughts, if only to have a place to focus his energy. He took a deep breath, and took Erwin's hand in his, focusing on the prickly feeling of his skin brushing skin. He'd done with 1,000,000 times, but even so it was strange. You know what I did with it, Armin, Erwin said gently. Just think. I'm tired of thinking, Armin said, though his thoughts were whirring inside his brain, flitting like wasps and attacking his nerves. He felt the fluttering of emotions from Hang and Levi both, the concern and wariness, the strangled fear, and he wished they could understand what it was like. He pulled his hand from Erwin's, and he stared down at them, recalling the panic the day he'd first had a seizure, the day when he'd made a mess of his classroom and broken down in front of so many people that their horror had spilt like acid corroding his tongue. In a flourish, spindly words materialized upon his pallid flesh, dancing along the grooves of his palm and blinking at him innocently. Like ink from a pen or paint from a brush, the calligraphy gleamed and glistened, spitting truths and lies in one grand gesture. Memento mori, memento mori, memento mori. He offered up his hand to the glimmering light, watching it shake pitifully, and the words shook like leaves in a storm despite being only an illusion on his hand. They all watched him. Cicero, he said, finding that he was close to laughter and close to tears. My suit. You spilt the ink on my suit, and it formed my thoughts. Yes, Erwin said, taking his hand and examining it. This is amazing, Armin. It's simple, he mumbled, washing away the words with a flick of his wrist, watching black water splash into the air and fade out of existence. I can change the way people see me, even if I can't completely read their minds like you. I could change the fabric of reality if I was stronger, but I'm glad I'm not, because that would be frightening. He rubbed his head, feeling sick and exhausted. He was anxious because he knew his operation would come soon, and though he'd been through it before, it was hard not to dread it with everything inside him. He'd rather lay out in the middle of a road and wait for a car to hit him than go through with this, but then, he was being overdramatic and he was moody from the medicine. That's disconcerting, Levi said flatly. Thank you for that assessment, Levi, Erwin replied. He took Armin's hands, and he stared into his eyes. I have every ounce of my faith in the fact that you will recover from this. I'd bet my entire life on it. I wish you could see my future, Armin murmured, feeling silly and sad, so you'd know for sure. I don't need to see your future to know that you'll survive, Erwin said, squeezing Armin's hands tightly. Then, much to Armin's surprise, he leaned forward and kissed his hair. Armin felt himself begin to break apart, and the world around him came to ashes and rubble. He closed his eyes and let himself have this moment, even if his feelings were muddled and his senses were muted. He'd been scared of his power for so long, and scared of Erwin for taking advantage of it, but he understood his error. Erwin loved him for his weakness and his strength. That was a comfort to a boy who was a man-made god. Do you think I'll become weaker? He asked uncertainly. Erwin studied his face, his eyes flitting carefully in order to try and understand Armin's reasoning behind his words. I mean, my power. Do you think I'll be weaker without the tumor? Why would you ask that? He replied, confusion knitting up his brow. I became more powerful when my physical condition progressively got worse, Armin sighed, his fingers itching to ring at something. He settled it, twisting the hem of his shirt around and around until he felt it cutting off the circulation in his fingers. Once the tumor is removed, I don't suppose I'll be able to do the kinds of tricks I used to fool Marco, or... He turned his eyes to the cup of water his doctor had left for him. He turned his chin up at it, letting his fear prickle up inside him until it was piercing outward, and attaching itself to the cup like invisible tethers. It drew upward shakily, tipsy and shuddering as Armin reached out his hand, beckoning it closer and closer until he could not handle the strain, and it dropped. He blinked rapidly as the paper collided with the floor, spilling water across the linoleum and causing his fingers to twitch. "Ah. I messed up." "That's creepy," Levi said vacantly. "That's amazing," Hank cried, jumping up and down excitedly and rushing to grasp Armin's bare hand. He squeaked at the sudden flow of their mind barreling into his, the rush of thoughts and feelings that were so unfamiliar and raw, and he could not breathe with the strange mixture of excitement and anxiety that plagued Hank's cluttered mind. He tried to calm himself down, tried to remind himself that he trusted Hank, but the truth was that he didn't think he really did trust them, and now their chewy taste, the staleness of tobacco and sweetness of cherries and crispness of kale. He wanted to tear at his own face and scream and cry and snap at Hank for being so careless, but he could not, he could not, he could not. They knew how he felt anyway. He was 16 years old. He'd been burdened with this power for years and years, restricted from physical contact and terrorized by his own mind. Hank was no threat to him. He had no reason to fear them, to distrust them, and yet they hurt him unintentionally. He was saddened by this fact, and it made him want to scream more and more, like the scream had been living inside him, starving for some air, and now it was clawing up his throat trying to break free. He swallowed it down, and let it rot in the pit of his stomach. "I guess it is, Hank," he said in a timid, shaky voice, squeezing their hand and feeling as though something had been broken inside of him. Like a chain snaked around his heart had been struck at too many times, and not the links were too battered to stand alone. He took a deep breath. And he smiled. "Armin," Hank said slowly. "Oh, don't cry, Armin." "I'm okay," he choked, shaking his free hand hurriedly. He didn't think it was a lie. "Really? I'm just overwhelmed, I think." "Don't worry." He looked from Hank to Erwin, and he nodded firmly. "I'm going to be fine." Later that night, when he was allowed to return him, he explained his situation only to Aaron, Mikasa, and Historia. His sister sat at the corner of his bed while Aaron and Mikasa lounged on the floor. Aaron was lying with his head resting in Mikasa's lap, using her legs as a pillow as he tossed a baseball up in the air and caught it lazily. It was not Armin's baseball. Armin had no idea where he'd gotten it. Aaron didn't even like baseball. "So you're getting a tattoo," Aaron clarified. "Yes, I think so," Armin said, gathering the covers of his bed up around him, and tugging them over his head. He relished in the softness of it against his hair, which would be gone in a few short hours. "Though I'm a little scared because Levi's doing it. I don't want to wake up with a dick on my face." "Technically you could just remove the dick if you really wanted to," Historia pointed out. "You're a nice sister," he replied, feeling even more anxious because of her comment. "It's true," she murmured, pulling her baggy shirt over her knees and letting it swallow up her feet. "You could just make the tattoo disappear." "Maybe," he sighed, nestling his face into his blanket. "I don't actually know how powerful I'll be without the tumor, so we'll see. Just, guys, please don't let him put anything obscene on me, okay? I'll break his arm if he tries," Mikasa said. With all seriousness. Armin shook their mental link, and thought to her, "Don't do that." "It's exciting though," Historia said quietly. "What is?" Aaron asked her, rolling the baseball in his palm. "Getting a tattoo," she sighed wistfully. "I want one." "Yeah." He sat up, tossing the ball up and catching it with ease. "What kind?" "Ah," she sighed, tugging at her hair. "I don't really know for sure. I thought maybe roses, but it leaves a bad taste in your mouth," Armin observed, his eyes moving toward the wall of roses he'd colored in a stupor. He wondered if that had been Marco's doing, or if he'd truly just been having some kind of episode. "Yes," she whispered. It had been 2 weeks since they'd gone to meet their mother, and he still felt a vague emptiness about the entire ordeal. He knew Historia felt similarly, if not worse, and he wished he could be of more help to her, but the truth was they just didn't know each other that well. She was certainly attached to him, and him to her, but they couldn't pretend that they were anything more than strangers who'd bonded very quickly. "Well," Aaron said thoughtfully, "I mean, it's not like you can't get a different kind of tattoo, right? Just make sure it means something, because forever is a little longer for you than it is for us." "Aaron," Mikasa chastised him. Historia's tiny shoulders hunched at his words, her eyes widening momentarily before dimming. Aaron looked incredibly apologetic when he realized his mistake, but Armin shook his head. No, he said to both of them. Don't coddle her. She needs to face this thing if she wants to ever overcome it. Aaron and Mikasa glanced at each other. Aaron's thoughts spoke up, bubbling up inside Armin's mind tentatively. That's surprisingly harsh, considering you're her brother. I don't think, Armin thought to them curtly, that she's going to get better if we just dance around the problem. She needs to accept that one day we aren't going to be here. We can't pretend like it won't happen. You guys are talking about me, Historia observed. They shot hurried glances at one another, and Armin sighed. He understood her, sometimes, but other times he was utterly lost to what she was thinking, and that was strange to him. She was such an enigma, and as much as he enjoyed her presence he could not figure her out. You know, I'd lie and say we weren't, but... Aaron grunted as Mikasa smacked him hard on the back, forcing him to drop the baseball. It rolled slowly against the hardwood, and they all watched it go with a mixture of vacancy and sadness. The door to Armin's room burst open, and he jumped a little, feeling the odd clash of tastes and minds as they spilled forth onto him. He was a little overwhelmed at first, and did not even understand the reasoning behind this sudden barrage of people shuffling into his room. Yo, Reiner said, giving a two-finger salute as he tossed a great mound of blankets onto the floor. Armin peeked out from beneath his hood of covers, glancing wildly between Historia, Aaron, and Mikasa. But none of them knew what was going on either. What are these for? Aaron asked, crawling up to the mound of blankets and tugging one out of the pile. It was adorned with a large picture of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. A sleepover, Reiner replied, staring at him as though it were the most obvious thing in the world. Armin's mouth dropped open, but he couldn't find it in him to object as Annie walked over and set a stack of pillows on his bed. Oh, Armin pushed away his blanket hurriedly, kicking them away hurriedly. Why, exactly? We figured since you're going to be in the hospital for a little while, Jean said, setting down a large stack of bowls with an assortment of bags sticking out, junk food like chips and popcorn and pretzels, we might well keep you company. Unless you don't want us, Berthold blurted, his words a bit muffled by his stock supply of pillows and blankets that seemed to be too big even for him. Armin felt guilty, because Berthold's mind was muddled and frightened. Armin didn't think that he was using Armin's power to peek into his mind any longer, but it was hard to tell. Oh, he said, shaking his head. No, don't be silly. I'm just surprised. Well, isn't that an impressive feat? Annie drawled, her eyes never meeting his. Surprising you? Don't flatter me, he said weakly. I might have a lot of power, but I don't particularly know how to use it. This is my baseball, Jean said, towing the ball Aaron had been playing with earlier. What is it doing in here? Golly, Aaron said dryly, hell if I know. You. If you start fighting, Annie warned, appearing at Jean's side with flashing eyes, I will give both of you frostbite. Aaron blinked rapidly at the threat, and then he grimaced as Jean fumed. He got up, and Armin watched in awe as he began to lay out the blankets on the floor, smoothing them out carefully. Mikasa began to help him, and suddenly his room was transforming into a makeshift campsite. So you're really getting a tattoo? Jean asked later after everything was set up and they sat inside a clumsy pillow fort. There was nothing to give them light but a few strategically placed cell phones and an actual flashlight set up in the center of their ring. They'd called Amir, Connie, and Sasha, but they hadn't answered. Historia mentioned that they were probably sleeping, because Amir didn't actually like to stay up late. Yeah, I guess, Armin said slowly. I mean, it's not a huge deal, is it? Lots of people have them. I have one, Mikasa admitted. They all looked at her. She stared back vacantly. Can I see? Historia asked, peeking over Annie's shoulder. Mikasa nodded, rolling up her sleeve to her elbow and tugging what appeared to be a small handkerchief from her wrist. Armin was amazed to see a dark smudge of jagged lines, nothing about the tattoo truly concrete. It looked half-finished. He saw Historia take Mikasa's hand to peer at it more closely, and when she touched it Mikasa pulled back. Where'd you get a tattoo? Jean asked, bewildered. She looked distant, but in truth Armin could taste how sheepish she was, her embarrassment crawling across his tongue in a sour burst. My mother gave it to me. Armin felt compelled to shout something, but he could sense Jean's mind running at the same frequency as his own, and they'd both come to the same conclusion without even speaking. So he glanced at him, and Jean glanced back somberly. He'd been overwhelmingly sad the past few days, weeks, and Armin wished he could help but he had no idea how. He knew that Jean felt lonely and isolated, and he wanted to change that, but it was difficult when he could feel the nostalgia dotting Jean's mind every time he so much as looked at Armin. It was uncomfortable to both of them how much he reminded Jean of Marco. Mikasa, Armin said gently, your mother worked with the institute. She did not respond. He had not told her previously to this because he'd be unsure of what she'd say or how she'd react, and it had not been so important in comparison to the other things going on in their lives. And, in a naturally Mikasa fashion, she merely shrugged. That's not surprising, she admitted. How are you taking that so well? Jean blurted. Mikasa, that tattoo could be some of that weird voodoo ink that Levi's got. That'd be funny if it was, she said. Funny. I just mean, she said, that we're very much alike, and we're possibly related, so it'd be very funny if we both had a tattoo like that. But I don't think it's magical by any means. I'd have known years ago. Jean opened his mouth to tell her that yeah, she was related to Levi, but Armin crawled into his head and chastised him. She doesn't want to know, he whispered to Jean, who looked at Armin confusedly. Don't tell her if she doesn't want to know, Jean. That's not nice. I don't remember your mother, Annie said dully. She wasn't a doctor, Armin said, looking to Mikasa pointedly. She did research, and helped with stuff like stem cell research. She was very good. That's nice to know, Mikasa murmured. I don't really remember my parents, Reiner admitted. Annie sighed. She'd let her hair down for the night, and it was tucked carefully behind her ears and out of her eyes. Armin sensed that she was sad, and the icy prickle of it darted across his tongue, making him wince. I don't remember mine either, she admitted. Sometimes I think I can remember my father, but then his face just turns to Marco's. It's unsettling. Armin considered this fact, and he understood how disheartening it was to not know what the faces of the people who should have raised you. His mind traveled back, gazing in wonder at the beautiful eyes of his mother, and he tried his best to pull at that memory, to hear her singing and to feel her warmth, but all that was fading now. He hoped he'd be all right enough, when this was all over, to visit her once more. Marco did a lot of damage, Armin murmured. To you three, especially. They all turned to face him, and he felt their uncertainty and wonder and disbelief. Odd tastes clashing with odd feelings, and he felt strung up on a clothesline in the middle of a hurricane, ripped apart under the streams of wind and rain and snarls of lightning. I'd like to undo Marco's mistakes, Armin said, staring between them and clasping his hands in order to calm himself. I've thought about this a lot, and I think it's only fair that I use the power I was given, his power, to bring back what he knowingly and unknowingly stole from us. And, maybe even the world. That's a lot of responsibility, Annie said, her eyes narrowing a bit. Are you really willing to do such a thing? Am I willing? Armin smiled at her vacantly. It isn't a question of will or strength. It's about choice. And I choose to be the medium between Marco and the world. He's not gone, after all, and I'd like to be able to speak with him on level terms sometime. He's evil, Aaron pointed out. He's misguided, Armin replied. I don't think anyone is especially evil or heroic. I came to that conclusion, a long time ago, I think, but it never really became relevant to me until now. I am not a good person. Armin Mikasa began, leaning forward. No, Armin sighed, no, it's true. I'm not what anyone would or could consider purely good. I don't think any of us are. We've chosen to act the part of heroes, which is all well and good, but we'll always make mistakes, no matter our good intentions. That's what was wrong with Marco. He understood his actions were bad, but he did the things he did because he felt that it was necessary. For selfish reasons, of course, but I understand his reasoning. Kenny Ackerman is evil, Historia spoke up in a soft, empty voice. Okay, you've got me there, Armin said, smiling at her dimly. Marco is not, though. Are you saying we should forgive him? Jean asked cautiously. No, Armin sighed. Forgiveness and sympathy are different things entirely. If you don't forgive Marco, don't forgive him. He did terrible things to all of you, and me as well. But in his own twisted way, he did care about all of us. So if we're going to proceed, and if we ever encounter him again, I think we should just remember that not everything is black and white. And if we don't agree? Annie asked. Then you're under no obligation to agree with me, he told her gently. I might use my powers in similar ways to Marco, but I'll never influence your choices. I'd give it all up in an instant before I controlled any of you. Well, that's reassuring, Jean snorted. This is all really serious stuff, Reiner said vacantly. I hate it. Let's talk about America's Next Top Model. Nobody here watches America's Next Top Model but you, Mikasa pointed out. That's because you're all clearly uncultured. Love yourselves and watch it. That's unlikely, Annie sighed. American Horror Story is better, Historia piped up. Aaron glanced at her, and he frowned. You're creepy, he said. I watch it too, Aaron, Armin reminded. I didn't mean it as an insult, Aaron said blankly. You're kinda creepy too, but in the best way. Okay, what about American Ninja Warrior, Jean said, grinning broadly. Come on, I bet all of you watch that. SHH, Mikasa hissed, pressing her finger to her lips. You'll wake up Levi. Ah, no man, the little grandpa could hear me, Jean said, waving offhandedly. He's all the way down the hall, isn't he? You'd be surprised what he hears, Armin murmured, rubbing his temples. He didn't sense Levi approaching, but he knew that the man was awake and listening. I don't watch television, Annie admitted. I do sometimes. Berthold looked a little nervous as he spoke. I mean, it really depends, there are a lot of weird shows. You watched Dance Moms, didn't you? Aaron observed. Berthold said weakly. I just watch cartoons, Mikasa said, resting her chin in her hands. Jean snorted. You still watch Gravity Falls, I'm guessing. Is that a problem? Nah, it's just funny. I like Gravity Falls, Aaron said. Wow, Jean said, closing his eyes. I don't know why these things surprise me anymore. It was then that they began to doze off one by one, the lights of their phones dying as they tossed blankets over one another and threatened to muffle the person next to them with a pillow. Armin was surprisingly content in spite of the hushed minds pouring into his head all at once, tastes clashing into a stream of watery dreams. He curled up between Mikasa and Aaron, sandwiched between the two with his arm extended in order to hold Historia's hand. She was lying opposite him, the crown of her head brushing his own. In truth, he was surprised at them all. He hadn't realized they'd cared this much. It was a little alarming even without the shuddering dreams, but he allowed himself this comfort. The sound of breathing was the only sound he could hear, deep and shallow and mingling together, breath upon breath upon breath, and he heard it like he heard the wind howl and like he heard the thoughts snarl and like he heard his own heartbeat trembling inside his chest. He felt an ice cube press onto his tongue and rest there until it was numb. Armin? He turned his face from Aaron's chest toward the ceiling, listening to the breaths, feeling Mikasa and Aaron's tickle his neck in hot bursts. They were clinging to him so tightly, he didn't think he could pry himself out of their grip. Annie? The silence trickled onward and the dreams melted like springtime frost. You're a good person, she thought to him. She was hazy and distant, and her words flashed and dissipated like snowflakes meeting a puddle. He mulled over this thought of hers, trying to understand why she'd reach out to him and tell him this of all things. He closed his eyes, and he smiled. Doesn't that just mean I'm a good person to you? He thought to her. Or I'm good for you to use? No, she thought back. I just think you're a really good person. He considered this in all its odd springtime glory, tasting it like it could agitate his allergies at any moment, and he smiled. Even if it's not really that simple, he thought, I think you're a good person too. Don't make this about me, moron. You brought it up, didn't you? She did not respond, and he opened his eyes. He could feel her presence not too far away, but he was afraid to stir lest he awaken Mikasa, who was a light sleeper on a good night. He felt Annie in his mind, but he also knew that she was opening hers up to him, which was exciting and terrifying. They trusted each other thoroughly, it seemed. How extraordinary! What's going to happen now, Armin? Annie asked tentatively. Huh? He felt Historia squeezing his hand, and he wondered if she was having a nightmare. He breathed into the minds around him and granted them the best dreams he could make up, but for Historia he could do nothing but hold her hand in hope. You mean, what does the future hold? Yeah, I guess. I can't see the future, Armin told her, his mind drifting off slowly into a fog. But if all I want is a future where I can be with all of you. Her silence caused him to sink further into the depths of his mind, and he thought that this was nice, that forgetting all his troubles and letting these minds wash over him in a blanket of soft dreams was nice. That's a fool's dream, Annie told him, though he felt her hope and he felt her fear, and he blew at her a dream that would make her smile. If it is, he thought to her, letting her sink with him into a happy place, I must be the greatest fool to ever live. She did not comment that his wish was more or less Marco's without the complication of skewed morals. She merely let him drag her into a sweet dream. The next day, none of the adults made any comments about their sleepover. Everyone was oddly somber, and when Armin had awoken he'd been completely oblivious as to why. Of course, that didn't last long. His surgery was scheduled rather early. Is it okay to be scared? He whispered to Erwin as he settled into his hospital gown. Erwin managed a smile, and Armin for the life of him could not tell if it was real or not. It was still infuriating, after all these years, how Armin could not read him. You have every right to be terrified, Erwin said to him calmly, brushing his hair from his forehead, the last time he'd be able to do it for what Armin imagined would be a long time. You're smart, Armin. Your fear is a result of that. I don't feel especially smart right now, he mumbled. He leaned into Erwin's touch, and he wondered what the world would be like later on, if there would be a shift in his perception or if the world would not change at all. You are, Erwin said, smiling down at him, the smartest person I have ever met. You never cease to amaze me, Armin. Even now. Now. Armin croaked, flushing, and feeling sheepish and dull. I'm a mess right now, Erwin, a total freaking mess. You're brave, he said softly, smoothing back his hair, and you're brilliant. And I don't want you to ever forget that. Armin felt as though something was crushing his throat, so he managed a quick hug, squeezing Erwin tightly and feeling as though the world was an ocean rising up to wash him away. I'll probably be out of it when I get my tattoo, Armin said, deciding to change the topic quickly as his time ticked away from him, grains of sand pouring into his eyes as his life moved past him and was gulped down a great maw of a drain. Please make sure it's not something terrible. Erwin smiled knowingly. I think I can arrange for it to be something bearable, he said. He didn't remember much of the surgery. Being awake was only part of it, and most of it was a hazy blur of sensations he couldn't explain and words that did not fully reach him. He was asked to do things as he was operated on, like speak and count and identify pictures, and he could not fathom how that was relevant when he was lying with his head cut open and his brain exposed. The world was filmy and dark and he was utterly entranced by it, and utterly revolted by the numbness and the starkness of pain. It was a struggle, because he did not know fully what was happening around him, and nothing seemed to make any sense. If he was so smart, why couldn't he solve the simplest of puzzles? Why couldn't he put two and two together? Why was he such a fool? Numbness and emptiness came hand in hand. He slept it off. When he woke up, it was to bleary lights streaming in lines of white across the blur of his vision. He was uncertain about what had transpired, and where he was, and how much time had passed since his conversation with Erwin, but now things were muddled and disorienting and he felt almost sick. He was dull and numb and feeling like there was pain somewhere, like a bite from a bug that he just could not find no matter how much time he spent prodding at his skin. Armin. Historia was sitting by his side, watching him with her face in a cloud and her eyes like twin pools of murky water fluttering against an onslaught of violent wind. She was sweet to see, but he hadn't a clue why she was there or where she had come from. He was lost. Hissed, Aurea. He groaned, and he sunk into the fluffy depths of his fluffy cloud bed, feeling like someone had taken a knife and driven it into his head over and over and over and over again until his brain became mush and leaked out of the hole left behind. "I'm here," she said, taking his hand. She felt soft. She might have looked like a haze, her features shifting and nothing but her eyes concrete, but her skin was soft and real and nothing could numb that feeling. He was happy. "Where's Erwin?" he murmured, blinking dazedly. "Aaron? Mikasa. Erwin will be back soon," she told him gently. "Aaron and Mikasa are waiting. I want to see them now." He sighed, feeling the urge to squirm but lacking the energy. "You'll see them soon, I promise," Historia swore, squeezing his hand. He looked at her. He believed her. Time passed, but he couldn't be sure how much, and he tasted nothing but the sourness inside of his mouth. "I picked out the words, you know," Historia blurted. He turned to her, his face pressing firmly into his pillow. He felt as though something was missing, and he realized he'd been expecting his hair to fall into his eyes. But it was gone. "What words?" he asked her confusedly. She stared at him, all fuzzy and sweet, and she pointed. Armin's eyes trailed away following her finger in a slow motion. They fell upon his exposed arm, which was covered by a bandage. With shaky, clumsy fingers, he tore at the bandage in a furious daze of emotion and listened for an objection from his flickering haze of a sister, but found that she gave none. The bandage came off with a rip, and he watched as it fell to the floor beside his foredrip. He stared at his reddened forearm, his mind clicking on in a rush of emotion. "I hope you like it," Historia said nervously. "Aaron and Mikasa approved it before I told Levi. I thought it was a good reminder. For all of us." The ink curled around his skin, dancing in the grooves of his flesh in slow motion, a tribute to how foggy the world was. He felt numbness shatter inside him, a glass grenade erupting inside his throat, and he blinked as tears gathered up inside his eyes, slipping easily from his lashes and splashing hotly against his cheeks. He couldn't speak, he couldn't think. But he'd never been so grateful in his life. The words sang to him. "Memento vivere," they called to him. "Remember you live." Salem, Oregon. A.D. K.A.L. December 28, 26 AUC. The snowflakes were falling rapidly, clumps of fluffy white ice drawing across the bitter air and gathering along the rows and rows, smoothing out small layers of white blankets as it went. Something in the air tasted like smoke. Had someone been burning something? The distinctly sharp scent of it billowed against the current of wind and made nostalgia rev up like an old busted machine, whirring madly and sadly in the dying daylight. The day was dying, it seemed, and the light was being sucked up and away, leaving blotting darkness and dots of snow. Graveyards were peaceful, of course, but too sad in truth to visit often. They were somber places. The dead could rest in peace, surely, and leave the living to rot. It was too harsh to stay for very long, and the conditions were terrible at best. Snow was biting and wind was slicing and the day's seams were unraveling and spilling darkness across the ashen sky. He could smell smoke like a memory scorching into the side of his brain. It was rising up inside of him, and he wondered what sort of miasma would leave his lips if he exhaled smoke or mist. He'd walked for a good 5 minutes. The snow was pressing heavily upon his feet. Snowflakes were melting in his hair. He remembered the night he'd fucked everything up. It had been snowing then too, hadn't it? Oh, but that had been nearly 400 years ago now, and he was quite tired of remembering such sad things. He'd come here for a purpose. The daylight seemed to pour right out of the sky the moment he turned from the snow-covered path into a long row of protruding graves and buried plagues. There was a mound of blackened snow shadowed in the close distance. There was a tiny figure standing just beside it. He considered turning around and fleeing, but he was too frightened to move. The wind began to toy with the tiny silhouette's cropped yellow hair, whirling it around flushed cheeks and tickling his jaw. This boy was not possible. "Armin!" he called, listening to snow crack beneath his feet. He was moving without thought. Tastes were dry, and there were none, and that was amazing. "Armin, is that?" The boy standing beside the mound of snowy dirt had a pale roll of smoldering paper stuck between his teeth. His fluffy blonde hair whirled and whipped against the furious hand of the early winter wind. Snow had clumped against his long eyelashes, accentuating the fire in his bold blue eyes as he watched patiently, smoke curling in a dance of gray around his baby doll face. Actually, Historia Rice said, blowing smoke into Marco's eyes, it's Cicero now. He wanted to object and say that was silly, but he was so transfixed by how her face mirrored Armin's so perfectly that it frightened him. She'd shorn her hair to a length that allowed her to look exactly like her younger brother, and in the grayish sunset, she looked especially boyish. He found his voice just as she took another drag from her cigarette. "You'd forsake your name again?" he asked her, unable to keep the coy teasing from his voice. "I'm disappointed. You nearly killed yourself reclaiming your identity." "Oh, I'm still Historia," she said to him coolly, smoke splashing once more into his face. "Just to the people I trust." "That, Marco, does not include you." "I'd imagine not," he said quietly. His eyes swiveled to the mound of dirt, but there was no plaque nor gravestone yet. The funeral had been earlier in the day. "You look so much like your brother, you know. I think I lost my wits when I saw you." "I'm sorry. I cut my hair because I wanted to look more like Armin," she told him with a vague little shrug. "I'm okay with admitting that. Though when I did it he told me I was silly, and that I should have cut my hair the way I wanted for myself, or whatever. He's always been very adamant that I develop my own opinions and become my own person." "You're a very good sister," Marco told her, pride welling up inside his chest and expanding rapidly. Despite her youthful appearance, this girl had grown up so much since the last time they had met. He'd seen her here and there over the years, but never up close. He'd been exiled from the family he'd created, and he'd accepted that. She scoffed at that. "Nah, not really," she said, glancing up at the sky. "I try, though. I guess that counts." "It does," he assured her. "It really does. So why'd you miss the funeral?" she asked casually, as though he'd been invited or something. He watched as she pinched the roll of her cigarette, tossing the ashes onto the snowy dirt mound. "I certainly would have if I thought I was welcome. We were all expecting you to show up," she said. "I had a bet going with Connie." "How is he?" he found himself asking eagerly. "He's lost so many people in such a short time." "Emir died like 10 years ago," Historia told him sharply. Yes, how could he forget that? He hadn't gone to that funeral, nor had he even been to see her grave. He was so mortified, and so sad, because that girl had been his little sister and he had loved her. And she had loved him. And he felt as though he'd abandoned her. How could he face her grave? Eliza's been dead longer, and his parents died forever ago. Yeah, Sasha died last year, but he's okay. I think. Marigold and Mark are still alive, and he's got his kids and grandkids. Marco did not know the details of Sasha's death, but he understood that she'd died in her sleep. Rightfully so, considering she'd lived a life so adventurous that many compared her to Theodore Roosevelt in terms of demeanor and stamina. It helped that she had won numerous Olympic gold medals for archery. "And, how are you doing?" he pressed Historia. "I mean, without Emir." "I'm okay," she said in dull tone. He knew she was lying, but he let it go because she was glaring at him. She was pretty old. And she wanted to die. "You offered to heal her, didn't you?" he asked her excitedly. "I asked them all if they wanted me to heal them," she told him, her furious eyes burning brighter than the smoldering end of her cigarette. Reiner considered it, but he decided he was okay with dying. "Sasha just said no, and then when I asked her kids they said no too. Levi laughed at me when I asked him. Hang never answered, but Aaron told me not to. Erwin was the only one who ever accepted, and that was because he hadn't made the proper arrangements and wanted to be better prepared." "That's amazing," he said, watching her eyes narrow at him. "You did the exact opposite of what I wanted, and yet you did exactly what I would do." "I don't ask for consent under the guise of mind control, Marco," she told him coldly. He smiled at her vacantly. "I know," he said. "I'm sorry." "Sorry is all you ever are," she spat, flicking her still burning cigarette onto the fresh mound of dirt. "Don't be sorry to me. I don't give a shit about you, Marco." "I wish I could say that feeling was mutual, but... He shrugged sheepishly. She did not look at him, but instead rolled her eyes. How's Armin? Alive, she said. Which is remarkable, yeah, he sighed, but I mean, what has he been up to? She said, well, considering he's too old to be doing espionage, he's just been living quietly. With Aaron and Mikasa. Well, yeah, duh. Historia squinted at him. Annie lives with them too when she feels like it. I wouldn't expect anything less from Annie, he laughed, though he didn't feel very much like laughing. He was staring at the grave sadly. Jean wanted me to give you this, she said, digging through her pockets and retrieving an opened pack of cigarettes. In truth, seeing it and hearing her words did not click, and he felt as though someone had detached him from the earth all of a sudden. He was numbed by the spitting wind and the kisses of snow. I took one because he owed me, and dead guys don't pay their debts, so. It was odd to be struck speechless. It had not happened in a very long time, and he wasn't sure what to do. He felt as though someone had crushed his lungs in an iron fist, and he had difficulty breathing as he stared at the pack of cigarettes and let his mind wander the distant memory of the boy who had often spouted vicious opinions through a cloud of smoke. I wonder, she whispered, her eyes narrowing at his face as she offered out the cigarettes, if he forgave you after all. Marco swallowed with great difficulty, feeling dizzy and nauseous as he reached for the pack. She drew back from him, and he paused. You hate me, he observed. I hate a lot of things and people, she said. Don't feel special. You spent too much time with Amir, he said, staring vacantly at the cigarettes and feeling desperately eager to get his hands on them. No, Historia said, raising her chin high. I simply let myself be me. And the person I am is not particularly nice, I don't think. You must understand that. We truly are alike, aren't we? He asked her bitterly, tears filling his eyes. Truly, she hissed, tossing the cigarettes at his feet. They collapsed in the dirt and the snow, and Marco closed his eyes and reached into his pocket as he bent to pick up the pack. You're training the kids, aren't you? He whispered, wiping the wet dirt from the surface of the pack with his thumb. He closed his other hand around something cold and hard, a metal chill digging into the grooves of his fingers. Stay away from them, she warned him, her eyes flashing. If you even try to manipulate them, I'll kill you. That's what I want, though, he reminded her, tears blinding him. Are you too weak to do it, Historia? Too scared of being alone forever? He doubled over in pain as her tiny foot came smashing into his gut. She had a surprising amount of strength for someone so small, and she was clearly much faster than he'd anticipated. But she'd had years and years to train herself in the ways of combat, so he couldn't be too surprised. It'd be too easy to kill you, she snapped, tears turning the whites of her eyes a brilliant red. He smiled to himself, wrapping his arm around his stomach and withdrawing his hand from his pocket. I decided a long time ago that if I had to suffer watching everyone I love die, so do you. Is that so? He croaked, tears freezing on his cheeks. Well, congratulations. We're both stuck in hell. You call it hell, she said, her expression setting in determination. But unlike you, I'm not alone in this world. Not yet, he told her. You'll understand soon, though. Death would be such a gift to monsters like us. I am not a monster, she declared. Not yet, he laughed. Not ever. She was crying too, he noticed, and he felt like sobbing as he realized that this was their fate. Two sad immortal beasts crying over their misfortune for all eternity. His fist closed around the pack of cigarettes. It was unfair. If someone calls you a monster for long enough, you might become one. That's why. She stared at him. She shook her head, her lips a thin line, and Marco wished he could hear her thoughts, but she'd done well in arming herself against his telepathy. Perhaps Armin had taught her how, or Amir. That's why. Marco smiled at her tremulously. What? That's why I am the way I am. She tilted her head, pale tear tracks glistening on her flushed cheeks. It's why you can change, she said mechanically. Enjoy your cigarettes. Jean said told me to tell you that you were wrong, by the way. Wrong. He whispered, his mind a blanket of snow. Blank and white and blinding. Historia shrugged, and she pulled her hood up. He noticed it was white, and that she was wearing a cloak not dissimilar to the one she wore as Viti, only a bit shorter and with slats in order to stick her arms through. With the hood, there was absolutely no telling the difference between her and how Armin had looked when he'd still been a boy. When I asked him if he wanted me to heal him, she said, he told me he'd expected you to be there, and that he was disappointed you weren't. Then he told me to tell you that you were wrong, and you'd know why. He knew I'd show up. Marco murmured, blinking dazedly through his tears. He tried to wipe them away, but they only came streaming faster, and he thought he might choke upon them. He felt so terrible about everything that he had done. To Jean, and to Amir, and even to this hateful little girl who he'd granted immortality to. I don't know, she said. I'm not actually Armin, I don't read minds. But I guess he was hoping. Anyway, do with that what you will. I'm done with you. I have something for you, he blurted, reaching over Jean's grave for her. She glanced at him, and he felt a jolt of blood slither down his throat as she allowed him to feel her rage. He swallowed it down, all that sickening sourness of it. He was set at her fury, but also proud. He was glad to see she had the will to hate him so thoroughly. I don't want it, she told him curtly. Yes you do, he said, offering out the glittering locket and begging she'd take pity on him and look. Please take it. Keep it if you want, but if you don't then you should bring it to Amir's grave. It was hers. Historia looked alarmed, and she reached hesitantly, her pale fingers brushing his. He saw her pale wrist, milky skin, and vibrant webs of blue veins, and there were black words scripted in a swirling, masterful hand from bone to bone. Memento mori, it said. The irony was palpable, like a mist of breath upon his prickling face. She plucked the locket from his palm, and it dangled in the haze of twilight. She looked bemused, but he could sense she recognized it, and she pulled it carefully to her chest. I hate you, she whispered. The world is so unkind, he whispered, his eyes swiveling to Jean's grave. Consider this a peace offering. I'd like to help you, Cicero. If you'd allow me to. She was shaking, he noted, her lips trembling pitifully as the snow danced around her, the wind singing her sad dirge, and he felt her sorrow. He felt her rage. He was in the same position of anguish. No one in the world could understand them so thoroughly as they understood each other now. Goodbye, Jean, she said to the mound of dirt, whirling away and letting herself be swallowed by the storm of flurries. She was camouflaged easily by the snow. He stood, dumb and numbed and shaking. All he had wanted was to love something he could keep forever. He was a fool. Nothing lasted forever, not even him. He was a monster playing saint. He'd acted that part for far too long. He genuflected, feeling his knees sink into the snow. I'm sorry, he thought, his sobs too quiet to be audible over the steady wail and whine of the wind. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Marco, said a distant, quiet voice. Stop apologizing. Apologies from you mean nothing. He felt his entire world collapsing around him. He turned, and squinted blearily into the dust and the darkness, but he did not see the boy he'd once known. He did not see anyone. Are you mocking me, Armin? He nearly laughed, but he didn't feel much like laughing, and instead rubbed his eyes and let the snow gather in his eyes. That's cruel of you. Me? It was the voice of a child, though Marco knew he was an old man now. Cruel? Remember who you're talking to. You put me through mental hell. Will you return the favor? That is not my intention. Snow crunched softly behind him. The darkness was too thick now to see anything but the snowy mound of dirt, and the dance of snowflakes as they clogged his vision. There was a heavy sound, ice cracking and snow shifting, and the dance of snowflakes paused mid-descent. Jean had a request, a quiet rumble of a voice said from beside him. Marco didn't want to look. He knew what Armin looked like now. He told me that he forgave you. Which, by the way, is more than what you deserve. It is, Marco agreed vacantly. However, Armin said, because I cared about Jean, I want to make sure his final wish meant something. Why send Historia when you were just going to show up yourself? He whispered, glancing up sharply at the old man's face. He'd aged remarkably well, few wrinkles and a vague residual roundness from childhood even now. His hair was still long and fluffy, but white now, and the snow that twinkled madly like frozen stars around them. Marco could taste Annie's mind nearby, and it frightened him. "She's Cicero now," the boy-turned-old man said with a shrug. "I know you're aware of the new heroes our generation produced." "Well, not me, of course, but Connie and Sasha and Mikasa and Eren and Rico and, yeah." He laughed a little, and the sound was strange and familiar, and Marco began to cry even more. "Anyway, she's their leader. She decides if you're worthy enough, not me. So I wanted her to come meet you for herself to see if you've changed." "I don't think I have," Marco murmured. I'm still selfish," Armin offered. "That's okay, so is Historia." She begged Ymir to let her heal her, but Ymir really wanted to die, and that's just life, I guess. "Yes," Marco sighed, rubbing his eyes. "I think you're okay, though," he said gently, placing his wizened hand on Marco's head, Enki letters swirling in his eyes as his palm brushed his skin. Memento vivere. After all this time, he still lived. How funny, what an otherworldly joke. He was struck by a sudden hammer of emotion. Of Eren's beaming face when he got a job as a professor of biology at his alma mater, of Mikasa whirling across a stage, towing herself to and fro and point, of Historia's success as a paramedic, of Annie's adjustment into normalcy through a promising soccer career, of Connie's high school gym teacher job which gave him a surprising amount of joy, of Sasha and Jean's first Olympic Games, of Berthold's bright, disbelieving smile the day he received his degree in psychology, of Reiner's booming laugh as he leaned over his bar and ruffled Armin's hair affectionately, of Hank's political conquests and Levi's constant presence, as a guard, as a Secret Service man, only leaving his post to manage for a brilliant prima ballerina, of Erwin's successful merger between the brigade and the garrison, a new news network forming called the Legion. And Armin, always the resilient, sat before him with a smile that could shake the earth. "So here's my proposal. You'll try. You'll prove that you're not the monster you've been pretending to be. And you'll accept that you are, like me, like Historia, like Jean, like every single one of the children you stole, human. And then you'll never have to be alone again." The snow had stopped around them, and he was inhaling the flakes with great heaves of breaths, trying to discern what Armin could possibly mean. How cruel he was to fool him like this. "I'm not playing a cruel trick, Marco, I'm not you," Armin sighed. "Regardless of what you might think. We only want what's best for the world. And if you can protect it without being a dictator, then you should prove that you care. I know that you can do good. But you need to show the rest of the world. Can you do that?" He stared at Jean's grave, and he wondered what the boy would have said if he'd been in Marco's place. He was so confused, and he was so misguided, and he wanted to believe Armin so badly it made his chest ache. "You want me to be a hero?" Marco whispered, rising to his feet unsteadily. Armin gave him a long look, one of pity and sympathy and perhaps even disdain. But then, the emotions melted, and the old man gave the smile of a little boy. Despite Marco's expectations, an old man he stayed, and his wrinkles sunk heavily into his cheeks instead of being washed away by a trickster's hand and soaked in sunlight while he wiped his age and bathed in youth. The difference between them was so terribly clear. Armin did not hide in illusions because he had no need for them. He was who he was, and he wore that plainly for all to see. His little boy's smile was warm and bright on his wizened face. "All I want," he said softly, "is for you to be human." And in a blink, he disappeared from Marco's sight. And the snow began to fall again. The end. Check the description for the links to the author.